Experience a new world in Chrono Life, the best virtual reality fantasy game. Jiyu is a beginner to the game and was rejected by parties for being a noob. After experiencing death in the game and on his quest to become stronger, he destroys all of his items through item reinforcement. Left with a wooden stick, he still uses item reinforcement, giving him a plus 99 wooden stick. With OP equipment, what will Jiyu do? A new player in the world of Chrono Life keeps on being rejected by other players. Despite spending money to get his equipment, he finds himself in a pickle in joining or forming a party. He starts ranting loud enough for everyone to hear. He catches the attention of a cute, light pink-haired player who shyly asks him to party and do in-game farming. Stunned, his expression immediately shifts. From cursing the game, he starts praising it with love. The noob and his party companion walk to the forest while chatting. He boasts how he got some money from his parents and used that money to purchase a 55,000 wound beginner warrior package. It is roughly $55 and far from being a whale. He tells how he got his +3 knight's two-handed sword from this package, and his companion praises him with an adorable face. You'll just go kawaii when you see it. When she compares the noob to a knight in a fairy tale, he imagines how they'll kiss, become a couple, get married, and what name they should give their daughter. In his mind, the future is already set. Once the cute player announced they'd reached their destination, the noob was skeptical since they were in the forest with nobody around. And stab. The cute player stabs the noob in the chest. Shock and confusion cover his face as his HP drops. The cute, ugly. Wait, she's still cute despite her actions. Okay, the cute player reveals that she lured him to the forest's center to kill him. With a pretty face, she verbally abuses the noob to the point that she involves the noob player's parents. The noob rages, including one's parents, are below the belt. Slash. The ugly player deals the final blow by slashing him in half. A game interface appears, indicating quest complete. The ugly player changes appearance as she advances to the hidden job class, Goddess of Life, for killing 1,000 people. That is totally barbaric. The noob is left alone and learns that only the strong survive in this game. The noob respawns in a safe area and mulls over everything that has happened to him since he started the game. Crying in tears, he decides to reinforce his equipment. He begins with his +3 knight's two-handed sword. Clang! His item gets destroyed. Item reinforcement is the fastest method to become stronger, but this is a huge gamble. He does the same to his other equipment, destroying all of his items. Seriously, why? That's a waste of $55. Left in his underwear and thinking he should quit, a random person throws a wooden stick his way. The wooden stick is a beginner's feeble weapon, with nothing else to do. Clang. The noob used item reinforcement on the wooden stick, which was successful. He hammers it once more and receives the reinforcement successful announcement. Wondering why the skill only works on a noob item, he randomly beats away. Thinking that it will soon break, he continues his hammering until sunset. Looking all nervous, the noob delivers the last hit. Clang. The noob successfully reinforces the wooden stick to its highest level of reinforcement, plus 99 wooden stick. And here's the cheat of our MC. Incredulous about what happened, the noob fumbles and his hold on the wooden stick slips. He manages to grab it, but a light tap is still made on the ground. Boom! The ground shakes and crumbles as the resounding crash crosses the lands and seas. Everyone was shocked and panicking, thinking that some event was going on. The continent was split in half because of what happened. A slight mishap was considered an attack by the game. He has killed 850,617 players with this light tap, and his reputation has fallen. Just killing one would make you already bad, but more than 800 players? You're definitely asking for retribution. The noob smiles and laughs as he remembers the player's words who trashed him. With his wooden stick, he sees this as a chance to teach everyone a lesson. The MC of this story is an average guy who considers himself a nobody. He's a noob in the game, but you'll think otherwise with what he has on his hand. He walks the streets in his underwear with only a cloak to cover his nudity. A big guy bumps into him and starts a fight. A woman tries to stop her companion in a cheerful, irritating way side characters do. And, of course, it's a mistake that side characters always make when they bump into the main character. The noob hits the big guy player using his wooden stick. Boom! The hit caused a massive explosion and everyone who saw it was flabbergasted. With his OP weapon, he finally acknowledges himself as the MC of Chrono Life. A warning suddenly appears, informing the noob that his weapon is badly damaged. The plus 99 reinforced wooden stick can only be used a few more times before the durability runs out. Any RPG gamer can relate to this. The worst part is that the item can't be repaired to restore its durability. The noob looks at his weapon's description and feels disheartened. If this is the case, he can't take revenge on everyone who did him wrong. He thoughtfully thinks about it and makes a decision. The ground and ravine of the deceased is filled with skulls. The noob makes his way on it. With a loud sound, Chrono Life's ultimate boss monster, the twin-headed dragon Urin, appeared. Urin uses intimidation, but it's not very effective. The noob selects fight. The noob uses wooden stick. It's super effective. One of the heads disintegrated, and the remaining head was shocked and speechless. Announcing that he only has a few strikes left, the noob plans to kill the strongest boss in the game. The remaining head of the dragon Urin pleads for mercy, but the noob ignores him and gives him another hit. Urin falls, and the noob laments that a single strike remains in his weapon. Upon hearing this, Urin offers a master servant contract to give his soul to the noob. This lets Urin's soul transfer to the noob's weapon, evolving it into the Ego Sword, the highest ranking weapon in Chrono Life. The best part of it all is that it has infinite durability. Talk about making an OP weapon more OP. The noob laughs menacingly and accepts the contract with so much glee, with a flash of purple light. Urin relinquishes his physical form and transfers his soul to the wooden stick. The weapon receives the ego rank, and the durability turns into an infinite symbol. In agreeing with the contract, the noob also gains Urin's Legion, and they swear to get the revenge that their master is aiming for. In a different part of Chrono Life, people were gathered as an announcement for an SS-class bounty was released nationwide. And that person is the noob with a wooden stick. Yes, our MC still has no name up to this point. With a bounty of 10 billion gold, the 5 strongest guilds have joined forces to eliminate the criminal who killed over 800,000 players within one day. These guilds are the Sacred Guild led by Saintly, Crossline Guild led by Suo, Holy Land Guild led by Abracadabra, Righteous Bandits Guild led by Hong, and Justice Guild led by Hawkeye. Yep, Hawkeye is now in DC. Forming the World Guild Alliance, headed by Hawkeye. Their goal is to catch the player killer. Our nameless MC smiles happily as he looks at his upgraded wooden stick. With stats like that, anyone who owns it can't help laughing. One of the heads of the twin-headed dragon Urin suddenly appears out of the stick, but is far from its majestic presence from before. It looks cute and squishy with only one head as it completely pops out of the wooden stick. Urin explains that this is a feature of ego-ranked weapons, and only the master can see and hear him. The MC questions the lack of a head. Even Urin doesn't know why it's missing. Before the two can further think about it, a piece of wanted poster drops between them. Seeing what's printed on it, Urin raves about how strong his master is, and how the bounty amounts to 10 billion wound in real life. Wow, that's almost $8 million. With this predicament, Urin suggests making humankind extinct. The MC thinks about it and concludes he'll just go with a secretly OP persona. Walking only in his underwear and cloak, he looks like a penniless noob, and he points out that he'll be able to deceive people with it. Stab! An arrow suddenly shoots him in the back and he falls. Hawkeye makes the shot, and the MC is surrounded by various players from the guild. Hawkeye commands everyone to attack the MC. With Urin urging, the MC stands up and drops his plans of hiding his powers, declaring that it's the other party's fault. A bright flash of light engulfs the area. Everyone has fallen, and the buildings surrounding them are all gone. Hawkeye comes to his senses and finds that the whole capital of the First Kingdom is gone. The MC, who still looks like a penniless noob, idly stands with his wooden stick. Hawkeye sees this, pulls out the Orb of Calling, and crushes it. He summons everyone in the World Guild Alliance, causing mass teleportation. The MC is once again surrounded, but approximately 3 million guild members are around him now. Hawkeye points to the MC and commands everyone to attack. With a wave of his hand, the MC causes ripples of attack on numerous members of the World Alliance Guild. Urin stares in unbelievable amazement. Urin thinks having humans working together is even enough to give him a hard time, but that is not the case with his master. Even with the Urin Legion, he knows his master will defeat them alone. The most powerful mage of the royal family, Abracadabra, chants a disintegration spell with other mages and blasts it to the MC. The MC stares in amazement and thinks he should also give his attacks cool names. This is literally not the time for that. Swinging the wooden stick upwards, he creates an attack and calls it Swing Up. Dude, you have a terrible naming sense. The disintegration spell cast was cancelled with his swing. The mages regroup to cast another spell. Swing down, and everyone in the World Guild Alliance dies except for Hawkeye. The MC has been holding back his powers to ensure the guy doesn't pass with his swings. Hawkeye thinks he was spared, but the MC is out for revenge because of the arrow shot. The MC hits Hawkeye with his wooden stick, and we all know how that ends. Urin praises his master for annihilating everyone. The goddess of life makes her appearance. The woman stops before him and calls him Noob. The MC meets the woman who killed him in a land filled with 3 million dead bodies. He remembers the insults he received from this woman. Instead of getting angry, he can't help but laugh. The woman asks how the MC has been and comments on their coincidental meeting. The MC refuses to believe it is a coincidence. They start talking regardless of his desire to bash the woman in the head, saying, "Here, bro." They talk about the woman's different appearance, and the woman shared the news of her advancement to the hidden class, the goddess of life. The MC says the goddess of death is more befitting. Exactly. The woman found it funny. Only irritating the MC, he starts attacking the woman, and she immediately evades. The woman wants to talk some more, but the MC keeps attacking. With many explosions going her way, the MC assumes that the woman is dead. As the smoke dissipates, he sees a silhouette still standing. The goddess of life praises the MC for getting stronger. Despite this, his attacks are still not enough to cause her death. Urin was so shocked that he clung to the MC's face with his foot on the MC's mouth. Urin flinched when he looked at the woman. The MC is the only one supposed to see him. Yet it seems they made eye contact. The MC was sure that he had managed to hit the woman, yet she still stands unscathed. The woman reveals that being a goddess of life makes it impossible for a human to kill her. The MC only gets more irritated that he inflicts a direct attack. Every loud boom resounds throughout the lands, but all his attacks are pointless. It's not very effective. The woman flies into the air with her wings. As she floats down, she again insults the MC for being a poor noob. She urges him to give up on his quest for revenge because no matter how strong he becomes, he can't kill her. The MC sighs, turns, and starts swinging his arms in preparation. The goddess of life wonders if he is now willing to give up. The MC replies that he will swing with all of his power this time to create a clean split. The goddess is amused and reminds him that he can't kill her. The MC declares that he will not hit her, he will strike the planet instead. His logic is just incredible. The goddess finally flinches with his statement. The goddess mocks him, saying that it is impossible. The MC reminds her that he's planning to give the swing with all of his power this time. The goddess dissuades him by telling him it's suicide. He laughs hard, remembering that his previous death was the price he paid for learning how only the strong can survive. The MC states that now is the time to teach everyone a lesson. Satisfaction and suicide don't matter. Nobody should screw anyone who has nothing to lose. The goddess tries to stop him, but the MC smashes his wooden stick to the ground with full force. The MC menacingly smiled as the earth splits, destroying the whole planet. That ends our story. In the real world, everyone playing Chrono Life gets kicked off the game and leaves their virtual reality capsule. The Chrono Life staff announces an emergency server maintenance and apologizes for the inconvenience on their website. Unknown to many, a player remains inside the Chrono Life game and activates the primary system of Chrono Life version 1.7. After a scan, the system confirms that only one user is online, and of course, it's the MC. The MC finds himself in a blue space filled with binary numbers. Wondering where he is, he meets a long-haired blonde dude in casual clothing. The blonde guy says that the planet the MC destroyed was his mom's favorite place. When the MC asks him who he is, the blonde opens his mouth and says he is God. We finally meet the top honcho of Chrono Life. Upon meeting God, the MC simply smirks, disregarding who or what the blonde dude is. Instead, he asks if he saw that black-haired woman anywhere. God says it's just the two of them in that space, and the MC killed everyone on that planet. Hearing this, the MC laughs hard and shouts that he finally got his revenge. He calls for Urin but receives no response. God reminds him that only the two of them are in that space. The system states that there is only one user online. The MC then asks the blonde guy if he is an NPC or an admin. God answers that he is neither and is best. I'm guessing he's a player, it's neither. His words were filtered, and he says someone was trying to get in his way. And with a flash, God says goodbye, asks to say hello to the furry guy, then disappears. The MC then gets logged out and goes back to reality. He rants about how the blonde dude disappeared immediately, after a few exchanges of words, as he removes his virtual reality headset and exits the capsule. While wondering who the furry guy was, a man with a scar on his left eye, accompanied by men in suits, approached the MC. He says the details of the MC, Jiu Lee, 21 years old, and has played Chrono Life for 3 months. Finally, we can stop calling him Noob or MC. Scarface also mentions Jiu's current weapon, the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. Jiu panic and wonder if this is the furry guy God mentioned. When he asks who Scarface is, Scarface says that he is the person who's about to take his wooden stick from him. Slurp, Scarface eats and urges Jiu to eat. As an average college student, Jiu starts to wonder how he ended up in a local restaurant called Real Home Style Grandma's Soup with Scarface. Out of the blue, Scarface starts talking about himself. He says he became a regular of the restaurant when the company started the development of Chrono Life. He is none other than Deokbae Choi, the CEO of Chrono Life. Jiu was so shocked that he spilled his first impression of Deokbae as a mob boss because of the men in suits who accompany him. Deokbae says that those men are actually employees of Chrono Life. How misleading. Jiu asks what the CEO needs from him, and Deokbae says he is there to confiscate Jiu's wooden stick. He explains how the wooden stick that Jiu owns is a bug item. This is because the probability of successfully reinforcing an item with a plus 10 reinforcement level to the next level is only 3%. The percentage of that probability drops the higher it gets. Being able to continually surpass such a low percentage makes it a bug. The CEO then repeats that the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick shall be confiscated. Back in Chrono Life in the starting ruins, a party fights a level 21 monster called Gorus. Jiu idly watches them as he wonders what he should do. He thinks about the night he met the CEO. He remembers how that person repeats how he will confiscate Jiu's weapon. But the CEO backtracks and says that upon checking, the wooden stick was just a regular item, and it wasn't a bug after all. The boss made me really nervous for the MC. The boss declares that the company won't interfere with the users anymore. The boss will give the freedom to their users, no matter what they choose to do within the game. Jiu remembers the last words the CEO left with him. Chrono Life is a fun game that everyone has dreamed of at least once, and he says that Jiu should step back from destroying the world and simply enjoy playing the game. In the present, the party that Jiu was watching started fighting because of one member's mistake, and that party member was kicked out. Seeing this, Jiu finds that exploration and excitement are a bunch of crap. The world of Chrono Life is all about survival of the fittest. Jiu concludes that he will enjoy the game, but it will all be according to his terms. He was about to attack the party that kicked one of their members, but ended up stumbling when someone started cursing the game. He looks at the pink-haired female player who got kicked off her party as she continuously curses and screams about how she spent money to get her equipment. She reminded Jiu how he previously condemned the game himself. The pink-haired girl screams that she will never join a party again and will farm on her own. As she walked off, she was suddenly faced with numerous Gorus. Stunned, she could not move from where she stood, and the horde ran toward her. She covers her head with her arms, afraid of what to happen. Seeing this, Jiu jumps in front of the pink-haired player in his underwear and cloak. Captain Underpants? Swing up, Jiu swings his wooden stick and causes a big explosion. Wondering why she's still alive, the girl lowers her arms and sees Jiu. Jiu didn't help her because of their similar experience. He thought it would be fun. With these thoughts, he invited her to his party. And this is just the prologue to his story. The pink-haired player tells Jiu to go away with her middle finger and says she doesn't play with noobs. Figures. Jiu's social life is doomed. In real life, everyone talks about the person who killed 800,000 people in the first wave, then 3 million in the second wave. They refer to the destruction of the World Alliance Guild as Doomsday. Whoever did it, that person is Chrono Life's most powerful player. Some believe this was a bug or hack, and that what happened needed to be addressed by the company. Chrono Life staff then gave a statement on their website saying that the person in question is a normal user, was not a bug or a hack, and hasn't broken any in-game rules. The statement ended the controversy, but news spread about the server going down because of that player. Jiu was the most talked about player in and out of the game, yet at this time, he was busy following the pink-haired girl he had just saved from a horde of Gorus. The female player gets irritated and yells at him. Jiu wants to party with her, and the girl again says she won't party with a noob. Jiu was only wearing a cape, underwear, and a wooden stick for a weapon, so she thinks that Jiu is a complete newbie to the game. Jiu asks about this, and Urin says that the girl's eyes were closed when Jiu saved her. Thinking it over, Jiu believes he can finally live a secretly OP persona. He continues chasing after her and shamelessly asks for a boost to level up. He acts cute as he compliments her for being a pro. The girl remembers the party who just rejected her, and being called a pro lifted her spirits up. She immediately invites Jiu to join her party. Jiu saws the pink-haired player's name and stats. Her name is Love, and she is level 24. The two went to the starting dungeon near the front village. Love shows off by hunting multiple level 4 bunny bear. Jiu is sitting near a rock with Urin, complimenting how good Love is for fighting a mob of monsters on her own, since this can be dangerous despite its low level. Urin says there's nothing to worry about since Love's items are good. The weapon costs 10 million gold or 10 million wound, around $8,000 in real life. The rest of her equipment amounts to 100 million gold, almost $80,000. Now, this is whaling. Jiu is shocked by how much Love spends in the game. Love started telling him to attack the monsters with his wooden stick. Love nags how Jiu needs to fight to actually get stronger. As this happens, Jiu almost blows his cover when he bops one of the bunny bear behind Love. Love didn't realize that anything had happened behind her. She receives a message and tells Jiu to fight on his own for a bit, while she is gone for 30 minutes. Leaving him like that, Jiu and Urin wonder what kind of life Love has to be able to spend that amount of money in this game. In reality, a pink-haired girl logs out of Chrono Life. She smiles as she thinks about what happened in the game with the Noob. The door suddenly opens and a short-haired woman enters, while nagging Love for being a game addict. The woman continues to fuss as Love gets prepared. With numerous flashes of light, the program music banking is back on. They introduce the next performance, a singer who has been in first place for 13 weeks straight. The top idol singer and songwriter is none other than Sarang Han. And Sarang Han plays the character Love in Chrono Life. While waiting for Love to log back in, Jiu decides to get some actual practice done, and that is how to not kill with one swing. God watched over and was amused by Jiu's practice, telling his mother how interesting the guy was. 17-year-old Sarang Han is a freshman in high school and the nation's most famous idol and singer-songwriter. The public knows her to be sweet, childish, and unable to curse people, but her manager knows it's all fake. Sarang's real hobby is online gaming, and she swears like a gangster, especially when dealing with Jiu. As Love, Sarang bosses Jiu around, and Jiu sticks to his pretense as a noob. After logging back into the game, Love asks how Jiu fares from his practice and realizes she has never asked for his character name. As Jiu was about to answer, Love stopped him and said she'd just call them undies. Behind them, a group of people is following closely, and their target is Love, an old dude with crimson lipstick. The group leader commands all members to gather in the dungeon to serve justice. Love tests how much Jiu improved by sending him out to fight a level 22 bunny bear. Go undies. Jiu runs towards the bunny bear and wobbles as he nears it. He very lightly taps the hair of the bunny bear. It's super effective. The bunny bear suffers massive damage with a single bar of HP left. Jiu's practice paid off. He managed to attack with his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick without killing it. Seeing how Jiu almost killed the bunny bear with one hit, Love praises him for getting stronger. Great job, undies. Whoosh. A dagger appears out of nowhere, but Love senses it and kicks it back where it came from. The old dude with crimson lipstick catches the blade. He is Mr. Kim, a manager of Halison Guild, and he is accompanied by other guys who also have Mr. in their names. Learning that they were from the Halison Guild, Love was shocked. Mr. Kim orders everyone to attack them, and Love tells Undies to stay back. Love fights everyone alone, and Jiu and Urin are idly watching Love destroy the Halison Guild. From what they're seeing, they concluded that the Halison Guild has picked a fight with Love numerous times but ends up defeated each time. The old dude leading them refuses to give up his revenge. On the sidelines, Mr. Kim commands an elf to attack Love while she is distracted by the others. The elf dashes behind Love and uses steel. Love's Knuckles of Silence, which cost 10,700,000 gold, were stolen. Jiu is surprised by the situation. While Urin explains the skill used against Love, Jiu dismisses it, thinking there's nothing worth stealing from him since he only has his undies and cape. He then remembers his OP weapon and makes a run for it. Mr. Kim saws this and tells the elf to ignore him. Looking at his running half-nude form, the elf takes such interest in Jiu that she tosses the knuckles to Mr. Kim's way and chases after Jiu. She declares that it is more fun to steal from the poor. The elf appears before Jiu and calls him cutie. The woman raises her hand, and Jiu decides to attack. He yells and swings his wooden stick down. The crash causes smoke, and as it disappears, Jiu is now empty-handed, and his wooden stick is already in her hands. With lustful glee, the woman claims it as hers. The elf claims she will steal Jiyu's cape next, and all he'll be left with is those undies. The woman stops mid-sentence when she sees a shadow. Urus admonishes the woman for daring to take ownership of him. Shocked to see the eye of Urus' actual form, she shrieks and falls on her butt, letting go of the wooden stick. Jiyu calmly grabs the wooden stick from the ground, and a system interface appears. Jiyu regains ownership of the weapon because Urus' soul rejected the enemy. Urus appears in his chibi form and rants about how no one can own him except for Jiyu. And Jiyu pats Urus on the head. "I'm tearing up." Still recovering from the shock, the elf trembles in fear. Mr. Kim yells at her, and she immediately stands up. Love moves and kicks her from behind, but the elf easily evades. Love demands her weapon back. She promises to kill everyone when Jiyu very slightly hits her. Love faints, and Jiyu names his secret tactic, strike without killing. He really keeps things simple. The elf wonders why Jiyu hit Love. Jiyu replies that he's going for the secretly OP vibe. Before the woman finishes asking what secretly OP is, Jiyu kills everyone in Halison Guild. The elf is confused and questions what happened. Then Jiyu smacks her head with his stick using strike without killing. Jiyu admits that he killed everyone and tells the woman how much patience he has developed lately. But Jiyu is really irritated that he claims he almost died of a heart attack because of what happened. With those last words, he gives the woman a big smash in the head, which causes a big boom in the area. Love wakes up and immediately sits up. She sees Jiyu eating meat by a tree and asks what happened. Jiyu says they're in a field near the dungeon, and the old dude and the others have left. Love asks more questions, but Jiyu merely tosses her weapon that was stolen earlier. He then asks Love about the Halison Guild. Looking at how Jiyeon is acting, Love sees him in a better light. "I swear I hear the church bells ringing right now." Love asks if Jiyeon knows about old lineagers. Urus then explains that it refers to old men who play the game Lineage. Jiyu asks how Urus is knowledgeable, despite being an NPC from a different game. Urus admits that he looked it up on Wikipedia. "I thought," he'll say Google. Urus then recites a whole bunch of text that he got from his search. Love simplifies by saying that old lineagers are users who spend billions of wound on the game. Everyone in Halison Guild is old lineagers. Love became their target when she bought her knuckles from an auction. Though they keep attacking her, they obviously lose because they lack the control skills to win against her. Love asks if Jiyu stole back the knuckles from them. Jiyu avoids Love's gaze and claims they just left the knuckles behind. Love lets it go for now, but she says those old dudes will definitely return. Smelling a conspiracy, Jiyu says how strange that those old men are chasing after a 10 million gold weapon when they are people who are accustomed to spending billions. In the Halison Guild base, Mr. Kim is being punished by another old dude, the guild's boss. He dismisses Mr. Kim from the mission and assigns one of the other 4 guardians to take over. The other 3 guardians diss Mr. Kim's incompetence as one of the guild's guardians. Mr. Kim is only 4th rank of the guardians and has only spent 100 million wound in the game. The 3rd rank has spent 1.4 billion wound, and the 2nd rank has spent 1.7 billion wound. In comparison, the 1st rank has spent 2.1 billion wound or $1.7 million. They're ranked by how much they spent, and not everyone in the guardian position is an old dude. The 1st rank decides to take the mission and claims to bring the Knuckles of Silence to their boss before lunch. The old dude boss, Mr. Wang, laughs hard. It's no wonder he is the boss, for he has already spent 12 billion wound or $9.7 million in the game. There'll be a bloodbath, and we already know whose blood is going to spill. Out of nowhere, Jiyu appears inside the Halison Guild base, precisely behind the guild leader, Mr. Wang. He is picking on his nose with his pinky as he ridicules them. Mr. Wang asks how he got in. Jiyu flicks the dirt off his pinky and wipes it on Yura's head. Jiyu tells them that going after his boss, Love, makes it hard for him to keep his secret OP persona. Mr. Wang commands the Guardians to kill the intruder. The 3 Guardians and Jiyu starts fighting. The guild base gets destroyed. And outside the guild base, the Goddess of Life reappears in her light pink-haired form. The Goddess of Life hums as she walks on a path toward the Halison Guild base. Mr. Wang commands every guild member to attack Jiyu. Jiyu calmly claims that they need at least 3 million members if they want to kill him. He starts striking everyone with his wooden stick, causing enormous destruction with every hit. The guild leader's mouth hangs open as he sees how every heavy spender member is easily defeated. Mr. Kim, still in the ground from the guild leader's punishment, urges their leader to leave, thinking this is impossible. The leader finally realizes that the person destroying their guild is the wanted guy with a bounty of 10 billion gold. He finds it unbelievable that a guy in only his undies, cape, and wooden stick is the most powerful player in Chrono Life. Let's blacken the background and have Mr. Wang's backstory. Mr. Wang started playing games back in 2nd grade. At that time, games still had poor graphics. The design was not up to par like the modern games, and there were no quests or raids. Yet, it was fun to play. He was like any other kid gamer who plays behind their parents' backs and spends most of their time playing. As he grew up, he started adulting, too busy to even think of the past. In his mid-40s, he rewarded himself with an ancient computer to play games, but this didn't give him that feeling he once lost. Going back to the present brawl, Ji smashes the face of the last guild member to the ground. All that's left are the guild leader and Mr. Kim, for stealing other people's weapons despite having enough money. Ji declares that it's now time for a spanking. Let's jump back to Mr. Wang's backstory. I know it's confusing, so bear with me. As he is playing, he discovers how times have changed. The grinding he once put in to level up back then can easily be overcome with a few clicks by paying money. This is the vast difference between F2P and P2D players. The option of P2W made the games boring for the old man. He started trying all sorts of games, but they were all the same. When he began playing Chrono Life, he did everything to find that special thing he experienced back then. And back to the present, again. Ji smacks Mr. Wang in the head with his wooden stick. Using his secret tactic, strike without killing, Mr. Wang falls face down. Ji declares that the Halison Guild is over, and that they should stop coming after Captain Love and making things so hard for him. Mr. Wang struggles to stand up and he accuses Jiu, knowing he is the person who annihilated the World Guild Alliance. Thinking that Jiu is like every other player, he asks Jiu how much money he spent to achieve such a feat. He warns Jiu that his efforts are all for nothing, and he wouldn't find that special something because it doesn't exist. Jiu doesn't understand what Mr. Wang is saying, but he speaks the truth about spending a pretty penny in Chrono Life. Mr. Wang nervously asks how much, thinking it must be trillions or more. Jiu admits that he spent 55,000 wound on the beginner warrior package. Mr. Wang stares at Jiu as he walks away. He mutters to himself as he reminisces about the time he started playing games. That's Ragnarok, I tell you. Mr. Wang laughs loudly, then asks Mr. Kim how many games they have played after Lineage. Mr. Kim, still lying on the ground, answers that it's probably 8. Mr. Wang smilingly claims that this is the game he's looking for, where things are exciting. Hearing these words, a woman exclaims that Chrono Life is the best. The goddess of life finally appears and greets the Halison Guild on a beautiful evening. She then asks Mr. Wang for an update on the preparations for that. No, I have no idea what that is, but if she is involved, it is no good. Mr. Wang said preparations were going well, except they have no plans to continue. Their cooperation with the goddess of life ends there. The goddess then smiles and slashes Mr. Wang in half. The goddess then laughs, realizing she hadn't asked him for an explanation before killing him. She stabs the fallen Mr. Kim, then shifts to her black-haired appearance. She thinks of the warning Jiu left with the Halison Guild and wonders who love is. 998.99 turns to 999.0 as all of the members of the Halison Guild get slain. Jiu receives experience and looks at the system interface, congratulating him for reaching the maximum level. Jiu wonders what it is all about and shows his stats to Uris. The interface shows Jiu in a Lelich pose. His level is 999 beginner. His stats are still low since he hasn't used any ability points. His remaining AP is almost at 500. Jiu and Uris make a face when they see his current level. Chrono Life is literally the world's best game virtual reality game. Faker, or Sang-Yuk Lee in real life, is a Chrono Life pro gamer. In a Chrono Life program, he shared that he is far from reaching the max level. Everyone is grinding to achieve this, and no one has ever done it. Sang-Yuk says that getting level 999 master level would take decades to accomplish even if you were to farm 24 hours a day. Uris congratulates Jiu for becoming the first person to reach the master level. So why is Jiu already level 999? He was only level 7 recently. Thinking back to everything he has slain, 800,000 users, monsters who got hit in that first attack, Uris, 3 million members of World Alliance Guild, and destruction of the planet, his level makes sense. The system interface appears again and informs him that he has reached the master level and is entering the ascended plan. Then a very bright flash engulfs Jiu. In a different area, Love is on her back. She looks up at the sky. Thumbi's gone. Things seem dull, and she gets annoyed. She thinks back to their conversation and decides to give him 1 more hour before she logs out. It's a patience test. Jiu and Uris got transported to a floating island. There they meet the God of Classes, who serves as a guide of the Ascended. The God of Classes commends Jiu for reaching master level as a beginner. Jiu never advanced job classes, and now he gets promoted to a hidden class. Flashes of light once again engulf Jiu, as souls of all weapons enter his body. Completing the job advancement, he receives the hidden class Master Novice. All his stats got reset, and the ability points used up or returned 3 times. With all his stats back to 5, his AP now amounts to almost 15,000. Urin is more impressed with the number of AP than the hidden class. Getting 3 times the AP means that if another player reaches the master level, his master's status would be technically 3 times higher than others. After a short pause, Jiu grins and puts all of his AP into one stat to rule them all. Urin is horrified and thinks that his master is bound to stay a noob. In the real world, Diok Choi, the CEO of Chrono Life, gets notified about Jiu. The boss laughs when he sees the stat that Jiu chose to put all of his AP in. He sees Jiu as the best and worst possible character in the world of gaming. The God of Classes guides Jiu through the last step of Ascension. Jiu can choose one of the Ascended weapons that the God of Classes holds and keep it. After giving it some thought, Jiu demands all the weapons. The God of Classes cannot fulfill this request and says that greed breeds misfortune. And Jiu's greed is boundless. Jiu cuts off the God of Classes mid-sentence and threatens him to hand everything over or he'll beat him up. Urin, the Chrono Life staff, and the boss, who were watching, were shocked by this development. Jiu angers the God of Classes, turning them into an enemy. Angered, the God of Classes brings his axe down on Jiu. Jiu delays and pauses his attack as the axe comes down with a crash. Another big impact resounds as Jiu attacks back. He destroys half the face of the God of Classes. Jiu loses almost 3 bars of his HP. Because of the attack he received from the God of Classes, he only managed to survive because he placed all of his AP in Constitution, which affects the maximum HP and HP regeneration, and gives immunity to status effects. Urin then gives Jiu a lesson. Jiu made a mistake because all of the equipment in Chrono Life has a weight stat, which requires a user to raise their strength to equip items. With Jiu's current stat, he won't be able to equip anything besides his cape and wooden stick. Jiu simply says that those are all he needs. Facepalm. Ding! A system interface appears, indicating that he has unlocked a hidden skill. The requirements were master level, over 14,000 Constitution stat, and taking a set amount of damage after completing the previous requirements. Jiu receives Healing Factor, a hidden skill that lets him instantly recover from any amount of damage taken. This also makes him immune to poison, ailments, and paralysis. And here comes the plot armor. The Forgotten God of Classes is still angry and zaps Jiu with a laser from his remaining eye. Jiu gets stabbed with it and falls down. Jiu laughs and declares that Chrono Life is the best game ever, as the big hole in his chest fills with new flesh. The God of Classes continues attacking Jiu numerous times. Still, Jiu grins as he recovers his HP after every attack. Jiu thanks the God of Classes, for he learned something new. Then he once again demands all the weapons. He uses Swing Up and kills the God of Classes. This destroys the Ascended Plane and brings Jiu back to his original location. Jiu reappears, and all the Ascended weapons that the God of Classes previously held are now on the ground. Jiu now owns all the weapons of the Ascended, making him really happy. Love shows a demonic face for waiting for so long. Jiu then appears and Love punches him in the face. Love beats him up and decides to leave. Before logging out, she tells Jiu to log in the next day at a specific time. She said this with a beautiful shy face, then logged out. Jiu thinks Love is selfish and temperamental, but Urin smells the development of romance in the air. Jiu also logged out. Here comes spring. In real life, Jiu thinks about how much money he could get if he sells the Ascended weapons, and if the items are bound to his character. He then remembers the money Love spent on her equipment. This gives him the idea to sell his items and make some money. Jiu runs back and logs into Chrono Life. He goes to the Ravine of the Deceased, where Urin welcomes his master to his home. Jiu ignores the welcome and says he will stay over to pick out his loot. This is the story of how Jiu became a millionaire. Jiu slays all monsters in the Ravine of the Deceased. It is the most challenging dungeon in Chrono Life. Jiu makes it look easy by just using Swing Up. This creates a rain of expensive items. Jiu continues to eliminate these monsters even as they respawn. As it accumulated, Jiu quickly gained items that cost 15 billion wound or $12 million. The next day, Jiu shops for branded clothes and a sports car. Unknown to Jiyu, he causes a wave that affects the whole Chrono Life game. The CEO and his staff discuss the adverse effects of Jiyu's actions and what they can do about it. Jiyu then calls the Chrono Life boss, asking him if he wants anything for a gift. The CEO then curses Jiyu for causing trouble. Jiyu ends the call and returns to thinking about what he should buy next. Jiyu then decides to buy himself an apartment in a luxurious building. As a Korean custom, he goes to his neighbor to give them rice cake. As the door opens, he sees Sarang Han, and they stare at each other. This is the first meeting of undies and love in real life. Back in Chrono Life, trouble brews in the ravine of the deceased. A demon-like monster eliminates the 3 strongest bosses of Urin's Legion. He absorbed the defeated monster's levels and stats using tentacles. This phenomenon erased the data of the 3 bosses, and they won't be able to respawn once more. And the demon-like monster who did this is none other than Urin, the lost head of Uris. The first meeting of undies and love in real life happened without any mishap. It was just a typical exchange of greetings between neighbors. Jiyu only recognized her as the top idol, Sarang Han, not making any connection to his temperamental game boss, Love. Sarang didn't make any connection because all she remembered about undies was his underwear. She only looks below, perv. Thus, they didn't recognize each other in real life on their first offline meeting. Inside the game, Jiyu goes to the ravine of the deceased and discovers that no single mom is left. Jiyu asks Uris if the monsters ran away, and Uris says it is impossible unless there is a bug. Jiyu lets it go and decides that he can just farm in a different dungeon. Uris reminds Jiyu of his supposed meeting with Love, and Jiyu walks off to get there in time. Uris looks back and thinks about the familiar energy that he is sensing. In the snowy fields, Elaros, a level 190 giant serpent and field boss, gets absorbed by Urin. Urin believes that what he has absorbed so far is insufficient to eliminate humans. The goddess of life appears out of nowhere, and it is revealed that she is the cause of Urin's existence. Ignoring her words, Urin stabs her and starts absorbing the goddess of life. Yes, finally. Urin's absorption fails and the goddess appears behind him. Oh no, she starts scolding him for attacking her. Urin concludes that the goddess is inedible, and they smell similar. She only smiles and points toward a nearby village, directing Urin to go there and eat up. Urin's saliva drips as he smiles with glee and excitement. The dragon flews up in the air and heads toward the town. He starts the destruction and absorbs the levels and stats of numerous players. And sucked by Urin's skill means character deletion. The office of Chrono Life experienced a massive blow. Players are complaining about character deletion, and many issues have arisen. Learning that Urin is out, the boss of Chrono Life instructs his staff to have everyone monitor 2 specific characters. The first one is Urin. Wait, who's the second one? Back in the game, Urin has finished eating everyone in the village. Needing more, he asks the goddess of life where he should go next. The goddess thinks about it and smiles. She says that there is one person whom Urin will find scrumptious. Love is in the field waiting for Jiyu, and she is angry that he is late again. She hears a rustle behind her and starts yelling, thinking it is undies. There, level 24 Love comes face to face with level 999 Urin. Out in the streets of one village, a battered dude walks as he curses. This guy is none other than Hawkeye, the supreme commander of the World Guild Alliance. He was once on top, but this changed on Doomsday. He shouldered that event's responsibility, leaving his reputation in ruins. Hawkeye was cursing when a huge crash occurred in the village, and he becomes a witness to Urin's method of deleting players. The goddess of life sensed Hawkeye's presence, but chose to ignore it. She then leads Urin to where he can find his next meal. And that meal is Love. Love looks at Urin, thinking there shouldn't be a monster like this in that area. The goddess of life greets Love, calling her Captain Love like they are there with good intentions. Love breathes a sigh of relief, thinking these two are undies acquaintances. She even tries to banter with Urin for making a scary-looking character. With her leering eyes, the goddess comments how Love and undies are close. Love says she was only doing undies a favor since he wouldn't stop bothering her. Then the goddess of life smilingly says she was right in thinking that Love is really annoying, back from when she heard her name. Urin then stabs Love and starts absorbing her. The goddess of life gleefully tells her to die and learn her place. Someone's jealous. Love disappears with a poof, and Urin droolingly states she is scrumptious. The goddess says that it is because of the fragment of God, as she steps on the ribbon left behind by Love. The two of them were about to go when Jiyu and Uris appeared. The goddess happily asks how he's been, but Jiyu threatens her to remove her dirty foot from the scarf if she doesn't want to die. The goddess looks at it and moves away. Jiyu addresses Urin as a tentacled dude and starts swinging his wooden stick down. After a loud crash and blinding light, Jiyu tells the goddess to screw off like the disgusting roach she is. Hey, that's cold. The goddess tells Jiyu to stop pretending since he can't kill her, and that he should continue dealing with the enemy before him. She introduces Urin as her son. Don't imagine it. And Urin attacks Jiyu. Jiyu receives the slashes in his chest, and he remains standing. The torn flesh regenerates, and Urin makes a disgusting expression as he looks at it. Urin claims that he has nothing to fear, since all he has to do is evade Jiyu's attacks. Jiyu scratches his head, as he says he'll just increase his power. Unthreatened, Urin mocks Jiyu. Jiyu claims that all of his previous attacks have been regular attacks. A flash of light comes from Jiyu as he activates his unique attribute as Master Novice, the soul of the sword. He calls Urin Roach Jr. since the goddess of life is Roach Mom. He declares that this is the first time he will use an actual skill, and that Roach Jr. should do his best to dodge it. Jiyu activates his only sword skill, 1,000,000 strikes. The skill causes a big explosion that even destroys a neighboring planet. Jiyu remembers his interactions with love as this happens. The skill, 1,000,000 strikes, is nothing extravagant. It is only a basic swordsman skill used to strike an enemy multiple times, becoming OP with a basic skill. Hawkeye begins a live stream. He introduces himself to everyone, but everyone online is mocking him. He asks the viewers about the possibility of 1 versus 3 million, then disses the game developers. He then speaks about the monster that deletes characters and how he is chasing it in his live stream. He declares that he'll expose the seedy ways of the developers, and then asks the viewers to like, subscribe, and turn on their notifications. That sounds familiar. Jiyu looks at Roach Jr. and praises him for dodging his regular attacks. He asks who he really is, and Jiyu finally learns that Roach Jr. is Urin, the lost head of Uris. Uris tells Jiyu to be careful, because Urin may be the reason all the monsters from the ravine of the deceased disappeared, and also the Captain Love's death. Urin proclaims that Jiyu is dead, as Jiyu learns from Uris that Captain Love might gotten her character deleted. Jiyu bashes Urin's head using strike without killing. Time for revenge. Hawkeye sees the explosion from afar and runs toward it. He should change job to a reporter. Jiyu continually hits Urin using strike without killing. Then he comes up with strike without killing. A 1,000,000 strikes version. Hawkeye reaches the scene of the fight and looks at it agape. The live stream chat then goes haywire when everyone realizes that the person fighting the monster is none other than the guy from Doomsday. Hawkeye gets angry as he remembers the humiliation he got from that day. He pulls out his weapon and aims it at the two fighting figures, but stops releasing the arrow when Urin's horn breaks. The chat got excited when they realized that their characters were back. With multiple booms, a system interface announces that the stolen souls are returned to their owners. Urin's level and stats decreased, lowering his level to 723. Jave expresses how Roach Jr. has slowed, and Uris explains the situation. An employee in the Chrono Life office was relieved when he finally understood that the data was never deleted. The CEO chides the employee for being the head of the development team. Yet, he's ignorant of this. The employee corrects the boss that he is the head of the design team. They all look the same. Jiyu concludes that beating Urin will bring Captain Love back. Urin dashes to attack Jiyu, but Jiyu uses his 1,000,000 strike without killing version. Seriously, this skill name. These attacks continue to lower Urin's level and stats. As Hawkeye watches from the sidelines, the feedback forum is delighted with the current ongoings. Hawkeye puts down his weapon and idly watches the fight. In real life, Sarang watches Hawkeye's livestream and finally learns who Unbees is. Oh, hello there. Reduced to level 180, Urin falls to his knees. Uris reveals that Urin is now in his original state. Uris and Jiyu laugh maniacally at this. Jiyu asserts to finish things up. Stab. Urin once again declares that he will eliminate all humans, at a last attempt to defeat Jiyu. Urin stabs Jiyu in the chest with a tentacle and absorbs Jiyu's level and stats. Everyone watching was shocked. Urin laughs and shouts how absolutely scrumptious Jiyu is. Yuck. Urin. Uris' lost head is back to level 999. Being a glutton for power, he declares that he needs more. Chibi Uris falls on his hands and knees, bowing his head in front of Jiyu's wooden stick. He cries for his master. It feels right there. A system interface appears. The hidden skill, Healing Factor, gets activated. It then announces that the damaged body will regenerate. Urin's stomach starts to throb and gets big. Like a horror scene from those alien movies, a face, then a head forms from Uriken's stomach. It screams as it tries to get out. Uriken's mouth hangs open as he sees this scene. The head from Uriken's stomach slowly faces Uriken. With a large, creepy smile, it scares the crap out of Uriken as it speaks baby words. Uriken screamed for a long time as he saw the head from his stomach talk. The viewers seeing this scene are either speechless, laughing, or confused. The head from Uriken's stomach laughs and says he looks like a worm. Eurus approaches the head and asks if it's really him. Jiyu's head greets Eurus and affirms that it's him. Irritated, Uriken repeats his favorite line about eliminating humans. Jiyu mocks him as he regenerates his body from Uriken's stomach. The situation is reversed. Jiyu regains his whole body, while Uriken resembles a worm attached to him. The healing factor skill made this possible. In the end, it was Uriken who got absorbed by Jiyu. Jiyu burps and acquires a new hidden skill called Veracity. The skill lets him consume his enemy's level and stats, and to think he was OP to begin with. The goddess of life, also known as Roach Mom, is disappointed that it is already over. Jiyu admonishes her for being a heartless mom. Roach Mom says that she didn't give birth to Roach Jr., and she's only 21 years old, just like Jiyu. Jiyu, shocked that the goddess knows his age, asks her about it. The goddess smiles and says it's a secret. As she raises her staff, a crack appears in the space where she points her staff, and a humongous monster hand comes out of it. The goddess steps on it and bids her goodbye, referring to Jiyu as Noob. The CEO commands to end the interaction immediately and have an event to reimburse the players handsomely. He also reminds his staff to closely monitor the characters he mentioned before. The first one is Uriken, and the other character is Luna, the goddess of life who keeps pissing Jiyu off. Finally, a name for the mysterious woman. The users of Chrono Life rejoice and cheer as Jiyu appears in Front Village. As they welcome Jiyu, Jiyu turns off his secretly OP persona. Hawkeye's livestream peaked at more than 200 viewers, which let everyone know who Jiyu was. This let Hawkeye become the most popular streamer overnight. What a turn of events. Lol. A mob character then appears and reminds everyone how Jiyu previously massacred a ton of players. Hawkeye appears and comes to Jiyu's defense. Hawkeye happily greets Jiyu and reminds him of their previous meeting. He then invites Jiyu to his Justice Guild. Other people heard this and started asking Jiyu to their guild. With many people clamoring for his attention, Jiyu runs for it. Eurus makes fun of Jiyu that he should have dropped the secretly OP persona long ago. Not looking at where he's running, Jiyu hits a wall. Looking up, he finds a colossal golden statue of him in the middle of the village. This shocks Jiyu and Eurus speechless. Jiyu wonders if it really was a statue of him. And Eurus confirms that they even got the undies to a T. Behind them, a group of people appears. They are from the Halison Guild, all wearing capes and undies. Mr. Wang, the guild leader, claims they spent all their money building the golden statue. What the... Okay. After their meeting, Mr. Wang was so inspired that he got the sculpture made. It's the cult of the undies. Every guild member is sporting a Jiyu look of their own. Jiyu asks what happened to everyone's equipment. Mr. Wang claims that the statue cost 20 billion wound or $15.44 million, and they sold everything to make the sculpture. The people who were previously following make a reappearance, and Jiyu once again runs for it. In the real world, Sarang is on her bed thinking about her interactions with undies. She realizes how strange it was to find the Guros all gone then, how undies took the bunny bear in one hit, and how she got her knuckles back from the Halison Guild. She questions why Jiyu did all that, acted all weak, and lied to her. Looking back to her childhood, her head becomes filled with the thought that undies lied to her. Back in Chrono Life, things have calmed down a bit. Jiyu still receives stares and simply ignores them. He thinks he has forgotten something when he finally sees Love before him. He happily greets Captain Love and says something felt missing when she wasn't around. Love doesn't respond, and the people around them start murmuring about Love's identity. Jiyu then gives Love's scar from before and still acts like he's weak. Love quivers in anger as she says undies shouldn't lie to her. She reveals that she knows and asks why he lied. Jiyu tries to act dumb and says that he would never lie. Wrong move, dude. This angers Love more. Then she asks if Undies is the one who moved in next door. Jiyu scratches his head and asks her what she's talking about. Then he remembers his meeting with his neighbor. Shocked, Jiyu asks Captain Love with disbelief, and Love confirms that she is Sarang Han. Sarang gets scolded by her manager for revealing her identity in Chrono Life. She is now trending. The press is trying to get her to talk, and rumors are starting. The most idiotic thing is that her character is customized to how she looks in real life. Sarang says that she has no real intention of hiding who she is. She doesn't care about what people will say about her playing games. She was never interested in showing an innocent act to the public, and her manager made her do it, and that she never really wanted to lie to everyone. Sarang walks off and bangs the door closed to her room. Inside, Sarang logs into Chrono Life. Backstory time. A young 5-year-old Sarang sings in front of other kids. This is how she first displayed her talent for singing and made her music debut at a young age. Labeled as a genius prodigy with the voice of an angel, everyone praised her. She was supposed to be happy, but it was tarnished by greedy adults who were supposed to protect her parents. Sarang got exploited by her parents. She learned to act like she was okay, but soon reached her limits. She fell apart in front of a live broadcast due to intense pressure, and it became an unforgettable, painful memory for Sarang. Back to the present, Sarang holds onto the scarf that Jiyu wrapped around her before. Jiyu then appears, exclaiming how he finally found her. He recounts how he was startled when she ran away from him back then. Jiyu asks Uris what the problem is, and Uris says Captain Love is mad at him. Uris sighs about how his master knows nothing about women and how Captain Love is angry at his master's lying and hiding his powers from her. Jiyu continues asking Uris for advice, and Uris says his master should apologize for lying. Jiyu follows Uris' advice and tells Captain Love that he is sorry for lying and wants to tell her, but can't find the right time. Love says that sorry will not cut it, and that the word sorry amounts little to him. Damn, she really hurting? Screech. A griffin snatches Captain Love. A long-haired dude atop the monster claims he didn't intend to knock her out. Uris was shocked to see who the man was. Jiyu was enraged, and Uris tries to stop him but continues to use swing up to attack. The long-haired dude activates his skill 8 mirrors. The 5th mirror. The mirror of reflection bounces Jiyu's attack back to him. The attack causes enormous destruction in the area, but only destroys Jiyu's left arm. Jiyu's healing factor quickly regenerates his lost arm. Uris says that his master should have listened to him. The man who took Captain Love is named Habek, and he and Uris are the same kind. Jiyu asks if Uris means that weak loser kind. Habek's hexagonal instrument cracks. Habek smiles, saying that Jiyu is the first person to crack it after that person, whoever that is. Then Habek claims that Jiyu is only a human and has no right to possess a fragment of God. In the hidden tower in West Forest, Love wakes up and asks who the long-haired dude is and where she is. Habek tells Love to calm down, and that someone wants to meet her. Then Love sees people who look like her parents. Let's start with another of Sarang's backstories. After the live broadcast incident where Sarang broke down, she retired from her career as a singer. Despite her retirement, her parents were angry and used violence against her. They refused to accept it and continued forcing her onto the stage, while saying they loved her and that what they were doing was for her. After many years, even though Sarang's fame has faded, she still doesn't hold the choice to quit. When the cash stopped coming in, her parents did the unthinkable and sold her. Trash parents at its finest. Sarang ran and managed to escape from the situation. She immediately went to the police, and after that, it was ensured that her parents could no longer go near her. With the help of the law, Sarang was finally free from the terrible adults called her parents. Sarang may be physically free, but the trauma is still there, and she is broken inside. This caused her to be averse to lying. What happened made her a shut-in, and all she could turn to was online gaming. Her eyes became bad from playing too many online games in a dark room, and removing her glasses makes her anxious up to this day, and she could only return to the real world after some time. Back in Chrono Life, Love trembles as she meets her parents online, saying they have restraining orders. Her dad says that they're inside a game, and when they saw the news of her playing this game, they came to find her. They got help from Habek to do so. Habek then leaves to give them time to talk. Sarang's parents make small talk and say that the world is cruel for separating a child from her parents. Love gets angry and asks what they want from her. Her mother then says she is sorry and has wanted to do so for a long time. Sorry that they were too hard on her and asked for forgiveness. If Sarang agrees, she wants them to be a family again. If this is a trap, then F them. Outside the hidden tower, Habek was bothered when he saw Jiyu find the place they were in. Jiyu announces that he's there for round 2 with an irritated face. Habek snaps his fingers, and his griffin flies into the air. Jiyu looks up and claims that his first opponent is the griffin. He takes another look, seeing that the griffin has become 2. After rubbing his eyes and squinting, the griffin multiplied into more. Jiu thinks that it's a Control-C, Control-V nonsense, probably a Naruto shit. Habek used his fourth mirror skill, the Mirror of Clones. The multiple griffins attack Jiu, and Jiu swings his wooden stick to slay every griffin with one move. Jiu was shocked when the griffins simply reappeared. Uris then explains that Habek has 8 different mirrors, each with a different effect. The mirror of reflection from before can reflect all physical and magic damage. When Jiu hears this, he complains that it's too OP and imbalanced. This pot calling the kettle black. Uris then explains how the game developers never intended to have Habek be fair in the first place since he is not a user. Habek is a boss monster that requires a specific strategy to be slain. Jiu finds this silly and asks which douchebag came up with this concept. Unable to finish his sentence, Jiu was stabbed in the back by a griffin. The other griffins took this as an opportunity to launch multiple attacks on him. Jiu receives damage and launches his A Million Strike skill. Habek says that Jiu can keep killing them, but he will only make more clones with his mirror. Irritated, Jiu makes an ugly face and claims that you will also break that mirror. Habek shivers and Jiu launches another A Million Strikes attack. He does this multiple times until the mirror cracks. Habek was surprised as Jiu pointed his wooden stick at him. Jiu then mocks him for being a boss monster and says how Uris and Habek are both weak. With a forced smile, Habek replies that he is not weak. Jiu just happens to be really strong. Jiu, still irritated, tells Habek to wipe his smile off because it reminds him of a nasty roach. Jiu asks Habek why he kidnapped Captain Love and what the fragments of God are. Habek scratches his face wondering if he should answer, as Jiu prepares to give him another beating. Habek decides to use the fourth mirror one last time. Expecting another bird-like monster form, Jiu is stunned when he sees Habek summon a human clone. Not just any clone. It's an exact copy of Jiu. Jiu number 2, the clone, attacks Jiu number 1, the OG, using Swing Up. Due to too much shock, Jiu number 1 can only curse as he receives the attack of Jiu number 2. Jiu number 1 gets hit and his HP drops to 0. That was a lot of Jiu, but well, RIP. Habek looks at how Jiu number 1 died, at Jiu number 2's hands, thinking that he should have cloned Jiu in the first place instead of the griffin. Yep, a bit slow there. Habek. Uris calls Habek's attention and asks what his end goal is. Habek greets Uris and comments on how cute and cuddly Uris is in his current form. Uris irritatedly tells him not to change the subject and asks if the order came from them. Habek smiles and changes the subject again, asking permission to poke Uris' cheeks. We need a real-life Uris to poke. Ah, a sound from the ground made Habek and Uris look at it. A lump of flesh wriggles on the ground and starts to get bigger. Habek asks what that thing is, while Uris only looks at it while thinking that Jiu is again pulling a horror game crap with his healing factor skill. Jiu can't help himself from being disgusting. The flesh continues to wriggle as it forms into a human body. A hand comes near Habek, and a face forms in the palm, greeting him. This scares the crap out of Habek, making him run away shrieking. A scene straight out of Junji Ito. Jiu is disgustingly back to the world of living in the game, but has not yet completed his regeneration. He hears a step behind him, finds Jiu number 2, and calls the clone a fake. Uris then says that Jiu number 1 looks more fake because of his deformed body. Jiu number 2 uses Swing Down to attack Jiu number 1. Before the attack reaches Jiu number 1, his body completely regenerates, and he uses Swing Up to deflect Jiu number 2's attack. This shocks both Uris and Habek, and the two attacks cause a massive explosion as it cancels one another. Jiu number 2 and Jiu number 1 dash to one another and attack. The wooden sticks clash like swords and causes explosion around them. The two activate the Million Strikes skill at the same time, which causes more flashes and explosions, and the continuous attacks kill both of them. Habek is excited by what happened and expects both Jius to disintegrate. Uris disagrees, and as the smoke of the fight dispels, 2 lumps of flesh are wriggling in the ground. Ah, healing factor gets activated for both Jiu number 1 and Jiu number 2. And it's twice the horror. Habek asks Uris for confirmation if both are technically fine, and if they really have to do that horror show when they regenerate. The two get healed up simultaneously, and they continue their fight. It's definitely one of those unending fights. Seeing that this will continue for some time, Uris asks Habek again why he suddenly showed up and kidnapped Captain Love. Habek says that Uris should pay attention to the people around him. He continues by saying how everyone knows that Uris is the strongest monster in Chrono Life. Habek then asks Eurus why did he suddenly become a servant to a mere human. Eurus answers Habek with a question. He asks if Habek can't see what is going on right now. Habek then realizes what Eurus wants to say. Wouldn't you want to be a servant to this? Habek tries to smooth things over. He claims there were a few misunderstandings, and that he is uninterested in GU. His only goal is the fragment of God. Eurus asks if Habek is referring to Captain Love. Habek laughs, saying that it was preposterous. Sarang Han owns a fragment of God. It's the knuckles. Back inside the hidden tower, Sarang's mother asks for forgiveness. Waiting for Sarang's response, her mother looks at Sarang's hands and grabs her by the wrist. Her mother then reveals her ugly face as she asks Sarang the whereabouts of her knuckles of silence. Outside, Eurus learns Captain Love's wildly expensive knuckles of silence is the fragment of God. Habek explains that its monetary value is unimportant, despite how the price indicates value and functionality for players. The Chrono Life items are divided into different classes. There are normal, rare, unique, and mythical. Habek assumes that there are also the ascended items he hasn't seen before. Eurus then thinks of the ascended items he had seen for Chapter 11, perks of being GU's servant. Habek continues his explanation that mythical items are exceptional if you don't put ascended items in the picture, and this is particularly true for the gods. Luna, the goddess of life, watches over the current affairs near the hidden tower. She eats sandwiches, commenting on how Habek cannot keep secrets and asking her companion for affirmation. Luna's companion is God, the blonde dude GU met back in Chapter 4 when he destroyed the planet. God munches on a sandwich, saying that it's okay. He mentions how Luna herself is collecting the fragments of God. Luna sighs upon learning that God knew. God expresses how anxious Luna must have been when Urin absorbed the fragment of God. Oh, this means the fragment is now, well, we'll see later. This plot twist is just amazing. GU number 2 and GU number 1 are still fighting, and GU number 1 gets hit by GU number 2. Habek explains to Eurus that although they have the same stats and control abilities, they are inherently different. One is a player, while the other is a bot or an AI. Humans are prone to fatigue and mistakes, while an AI can give its maximum output because it does not experience fatigue. Learning this, Eurus flies to where GU is, human versus AI. GU rests on one knee as blood drips from his chest. Eurus worriedly asks him if he's okay. The slash on GU's chest regenerates with the help of healing factor. GU clenches his teeth and becomes red in excitement as he exclaims how fun this is. Eurus and Habek blankly stare at GU. His screw is loose. GU raves about how his previous fights are boring because they quickly die in one swing. He wants to fight with his clone some more and doesn't want to kill it. Eurus asks what GU is saying because, from what he sees, GU is in danger right now. GU number 2 dashes to attack GU number 1. Reassuring Eurus, GU admits he already has 2 ways to end the copycat loser. Eurus, Habek, and Luna are shocked. Only God remains smiling as he eats. GU number 2 and GU number 1 are still fighting. Each hit causes a big explosion that reaches outer space. It's not an overreaction. It literally goes outer space. GU's claim of having 2 ways to defeat him makes Habek curious, while Luna claims that GU is only bluffing since Habek is on a different level than other monsters. Habek's OP skill means he can't be taken down by one person. GU explains that the first method is to destroy the whole planet, which he already did before. This remark made both Luna and God flinch. GU continues to explain that destroying the world would end the game like last time, and Captain Love would get to respawn in the village while the copycat disappears. Thinking it's old, GU says he will use the second method. This made both Luna and God slightly at ease. In real life, though, CEO Deokbae Choi is biting his nail and nervously repeats, not the second method. The second option is definitely another bad idea concocted by the MC in the hidden tower. Sarang's mother shows her true face as she asks the truth about the knuckles of silence, telling her how she wouldn't get mad. The woman reveals that Habek promised them a large sum if they could bring that to him. She asks Sarang if she could give it to them, since they are not asking her for real money. The woman crazily reasons how she gave birth to Sarang. Can we just beat her up? Sarang says she doesn't know where her weapons are and that those just suddenly disappeared. Her father makes a sound of disapproval and admonishes Sarang for hiding them. Sarang swears that she doesn't know, but her father smacks her. He curses and verbally abuses Sarang as he continues to slap her. He uses the exact words his wife previously used and commands Sarang to give them their money. All the time, he kept on hitting Sarang. They're the perfect definition of trash. Outside the hidden tower, GU number 2 and Jiu-1 face one another as purple light emits from the magic crest on the ground. Jiu-1 activates his skill Veracity, and a gray tentacle emerges from Jiu's mouth. How disgusting can he get? The tentacle stabs Jiu-2 on the nape and sucks him. Habek sighs and says that the clone can do it as well. Jiu-2 then stabs Jiu-1 in the chest and sucks on him. The two continued using Veracity on one another. Let me rephrase that: how disgusting could they get? Habek explains that the clone is an exact mirror of Jiu. Anything he does can be done by the clone, and the battery keeps the clone going. With the strategy not working, Jiu goes for his plan B. Habek looks at Jiu in askance when Jiu then stabs Habek in the chest with a tentacle. Jiu claims that this is his second strategy, which is to kill the source. Habek realizes that this was all planned by Jiu as he gets sucked away. Okay, so option number 2 is absorbing Habek. Jiu-2 disappears because Habek has taken fatal damage. Jiu says that he had a good time and bids Habek farewell. Unwilling to lose, the almost dry Habek grits his teeth and slashes Jiu's tentacle with one of his mirrors. Surviving the Veracity skill, Habek exclaims how he has to fight hard this time. Having no choice, Habek finally surrenders his attempts to take the fragment of God. This shocks God, and he asks Luna if Habek knows that the fragment of God got absorbed by Urin. Luna laughingly answers that she never told Habek about it. She really likes inciting things. A real time waster. Habek then floats away as he expresses his retreat. Jiu pulls back his tentacle and criticizes Habek for leaving without permission when he obviously lost the battle. Habek agrees and tosses a mirror to Jiu. The mirror has no specific number but still contains one of the 8 mirror powers. Urin was shocked that Habek willingly gave a mirror to Jiu. Habek tells Jiu to consider it as a loot prize for beating him. While it may not be the official prize, it is still valuable enough for Jiu to consider letting Habek go. In a typical Jiu fashion, Jiu claims he'll get better drops if he kills Habek. Greedy. Habek says that Jiu is really evil. He then explains that the mirror only works if Habek, is alive. So keeping him alive would be better for Jiu. Habek says goodbye and vanishes in thin air. But it makes you wonder if this is the exact scenario the CEO doesn't want to happen. A system interface congratulates Jiu for taking possession of Habek's mirror. Jiu dismisses it since Habek is not his goal. Instead, he wants to get Captain Love back. Inside the hidden tower, Sarang continuously receives a beating from her father as she gets cursed by him. This reminds her of the time when she was young and got abused. Getting nowhere in reprimanding Sarang, her parents decide to just get their money directly from her. They claim that the restraining order doesn't have any effect in the game world, and it would be possible for the 3 of them to be together forever. Nope, nobody here wants that. Sarang cries as she prays for anyone to save her from that nightmare. Jiu appears as he digs his nose for dirt. He says that Sarang could easily log out. It is that easy, but please rid the room. Sarang's parents ask who he is, and scold him for interrupting them. Sarang realizes that Undies is there. The father then identifies who Jiu is, but Jiu simply smacks the father in the head with his wooden stick using strike without killing. Jiu asserts that he is always polite to his elders, but this doesn't apply to nasty old farts like them. Thank you, we badly need that. The father proclaims that they are Sarang's parents. This irritated Jiu more, and he stressed what kind of parents hit their kids and extorted money from them. The mother screams how they really are Sarang's parents, but Jiu cuts her off. He asks why they are bringing reality to the game world. This only loses the point of games. Exactly. And the woman argues some more. Jiu calls Captain Love and asks why she's just taking this abuse. He encourages Love to fight back since she is obviously stronger than them in this world. This shocks Sarang, then she explains how these people really are her parents. Hearing this, Jiu continues digging dirt from his nose and scolds Captain Love for discussing reality in the game world. Jiu gets what kind of family Captain Love has, then reminds her that bringing drama into the game world loses the point of playing. He then asks her if she will keep running away in both worlds. Captain Love gets angry with Undies, saying he doesn't know how much she has suffered. Her mother slaps her in the face as she undermines whatever kind of suffering Sarang has experienced with their own suffering. Stop hitting the waifu. Jiu laughs from the side, saying the woman can't read the room and that she's screwed. With Captain Love's strength stat, getting hit will hurt a lot. As Jiu says this, Captain Love raises her fist to attack the woman she called mother. All of the sufferings she experienced were thrown in this punch. Captain Love hits the woman in the face, and the impact blows the woman away. Finally, some peace and quiet for my OTP. The next day in the real world, Sarang admits in an interview how she enjoys playing Chrono Life. She explains how hitting monsters can help relieve her stress. The interviewer says how he had never seen this side of her, and Sarang answers how her personality in the game could be her true personality. She said this with a beautiful smile on her face that got everyone's heart thumping. Mine's also thumping right now. She also shares her newfound wisdom that if you're looking for something real in a game, there could be no point in playing. She definitely stole that from Undies. After the incident in the game, Sarang recovered from her trauma and became more confident in real life. She doesn't need to hide behind her glasses anymore. After her interview, she gained more fans, and Jiu is now a fan. Now, Sarang spends more time playing. Gamer goals, Jiu logs into the game, and there he is greeted by Captain Love's angry face. She beats Jiu up for lying and being late. Jiu explains how he watched Sarang's interview on live TV, but Captain Love continues to beat him up as she says it was pre-recorded. Rom-com pair. After beating him up, Captain Love tells Undies to follow her, and that she'll only forgive him this once. In return, Undies must boost her this time. Love admits that she is still a newbie to the game. She gives Jiu a beautiful smile, claiming that it would really help her if Undies boosted her since he is a pro. Okay, that last panel literally made my heart skip. The top 5 Alliance Guild or World Alliance Guild is at the top of all the guilds in Chrono Life. Each of the 5 guilds in this alliance has a power and uniqueness that makes them the best among others. One of the top 5 guilds is taking a different path. They have the most members in the game. All the guild members are Thief class. They are the Righteous Bandits Guild, the strongest of the 5 guilds. What makes this guild unique is its ability to gather information. But their reputation has fallen in one night. Hong, the leader of the Righteous Bandits Guild, stands atop a mountain looking at his fallen members at the mountain's foot. He turns and jumps off from the top. As he dashes off, a thug-looking character appears beside him. Surprise, Hong uses a backstep slash that slashes the thug in half. The thug says that Hong is better than the others as he disappears. Hong looks at the disappearing thug, thinking the death effect looks strange. Stab. The thug is still alive and stabs Hong in the back using a longsword. The thug claims that he couldn't be beaten. Nonetheless, Hong asks who he is and why the man would do this. The man then says he is doing it because it's fun, and he starts wearing a copy of Hong's mask, killing Hong in the end. And we've got a new villain. In a forest, a carriage is being pulled by a cat-like monster. The driver announces that they are almost at the Rock Mountain dungeon. Inside this carriage, level 999 GU is munching on a lump of meat like a Neanderthal, while level 24 Love holds onto a map. This carriage service is called Kitty Carriage. Provided in Chrono Life to travel to famous regions, a cat-like monster is called a devil cat and is tamed to pull carriages. The service originated from a regular tamer class user, and his success made him more money than CEOs of small companies. Cat lovers will eat this up. The carriage reaches the Rock Mountain dungeon, which is made up of a huge singular rock that stands more than 1,000 meters tall. It spawns monsters with an average level of 30, and many generate simultaneously. This is a good leveling spot for beginners. Undies and Love decided to go to this place to boost Love. Jiu thinks it's troublesome to help her boost to a specific level and wonders if he should just lead her to the Uris map to carry her to the max level. Let's go for the fastest route. Jiu looks at Captain Love's bare hands and remembers something. He brings out the knuckles of the Ascended from his inventory and presents it to her. Wow, the greedy MC knows how to give presents. Jiu says that he realized that her knuckles were missing when he gave her back her scarf. Since he has a pair with him, he'll just give it to her. Love blushes as she looks at the weapons and bursts into tears. It's the first time she's received a present, and Jiu asks about her fans. Love says that he shouldn't compare himself to her precious fans. Love hugs the knuckles to her chest as she wipes her tears. Love thanks Undies and promises to treasure them. Love finally asks Jiu for his actual character name, saying she forbade his name when she started calling him Undies. Jiu starts saying his character's name, but fails when the kitty carriage abruptly stops. Why? Do we really need more chapters just to learn his IGN? The stop makes them throw the things they were holding and fall into an awkward position. Undies is lying on his back with Love on top of him, and with Love's left hand on his thingy. Oh woo, my ship might start sailing soon. The devil cat abruptly stopped because of a hooded masked man's appearance. The man who looks like Hong, the leader of the Righteous Bandits Guild, asks them for help. Sus. In the carriage, the masked man retells how he was attacked by a player with his level and class hidden. He only discovered the character's name and how that guy was not a regular user. He explained that the person who attacked him had cloning powers, and made an exact copy of his traditional Ha-Ho mask right before him. And the name of that character is Buttman. He seriously needs to rethink his name. Love has never heard of him, while Urin imagines what the Buttman looks like. Jiyu seriously asks the masked man who he is as he picks on his nose, Undies, and his disgusting habit. Love tells Undies who the masked guy is as Urin looks at his master. Amazed by his master's ignorance, Love says that even little kids know who Hong is. Urin reminds his master that Hong was one of the 3 million people he massacred. Jiyu nonchalantly says that whatever it is, this has nothing to do with him. Hong then apologizes and removes his mask. He is actually a she, and a very pretty one at that. Seeing this pretty face, Jiyu does a 180, asks Hong what she needs of him, and tells her that it's actually his hobby to help someone in need. Love makes a face beside him in disbelief. Hong thanks him and reveals that the incident has something to do with Jiyu. A crossdresser. The server infrastructure support team is heading home from Chrono Life's main office. The manager, Sum Wonso, says he will do the overtime instead of his staff. The staff Kangshin teases their manager that he and the missus haven't made up from arguing. That employee sure has the guts to joke like that with his boss. The team banters as everyone goes home except for their manager. After being left alone in the office, Manager Sungwon's face changes as he mocks his staff for being losers and doing half-assed work. The boss sucks. He sits down and opens his drawer. He continuously mocks his team as he pulls out his virtual reality headgear. He puts on his headgear and logs into the game, claiming it's time to make cash. The game confirms his identity as an administrator and welcomes him as Buttman. With a crappy personality like that, he deserves the name Buttman. Buttman floats in the air and summons his weapon. His weapon is the plus 99 Blade of Enforcement with a unique rank. It was a weapon used by the Battle King, and only one existed. And this weapon also possesses the ultimate power of destruction. Still, nothing compared to Jiyu's stick. And as an administrator, Buttman has maxed out his level and all his stats. Reaching the master level makes one eligible to get the best of the best items in the game, the weapons of the Ascended. This became a hot topic among users, but no one has ever seen it to confirm its existence. This only means that the knuckles of the Ascended that Love received from Undies are the best of the best. With its value, it can efficiently serve as an engagement gift. Love nervously asks Undies if these are really Ascended weapons. Jiyu confirms and says not to worry about it and just use them since he still has a lot of Ascended items. Love dazedly looks at Jiyu, confirming if she heard it right. Love equips the Ascended rank weapon, and the knuckles of the Ascended are now bound to her for eternity. With a flash, the system announces that she is the new owner of the knuckles of the Ascended. The flashy-looking weapon suddenly poofs and loses its sparkle. The weapons become the sealed knuckles of the Ascended. As a user who has not yet ascended, the weapon deems her not qualified to use it at its full power, and a large portion of it has been sealed. Love can only raise the weapon's strength as she levels up. Love rants about how Ascended weapons suck if you are low level, as she says how it would have been better to equip a unique rank weapon. Her hands slightly tap on the rock where she's sitting. This causes a big crash in the area and shocks Love. Jiyu tumbles a bit with the meat in his mouth. Love looks at her weapon with wonder, thinking that a sealed weapon like this can still cause this destruction. Urin mentions that it was pretty weak as he munches on a meat of his own. He thinks that Ascended weapons were hyped, and he expected too much of it. Jiyu agrees with Urin as he stays in his awkward position. The level of expectations of OP characters is too high. Urin then asks his master what he plans to do with Hong's request. Jiyu plops into a sitting position and says he should help since it involves him. Hong previously mentioned how Buttman says he does things for fun, but Hong concludes that it is a lie and the real goal is money. Buttman's real plan is to copy items and sell them for cash. The Righteous Bandits Guild knows that Jiyu makes money by selling his items. She explains how his mass selling of items from Urin's lair brought down the value of the item. No use explaining. Jiyu is ignorant of these things. This caused the market price to fluctuate. What Jiyu did was still within his legal rights, while Buttman abused his authority and do the same thing, making it illegal. In this case, Jiyu is a part of Buttman's scheme, and if left alone, it'll ruin Chrono Life. Jiyu then says that the character should just be reported to have the character banned, and Hong says that Jiyu is more naive than he thought. Hong already did that, and all she got were a bunch of pre-made replies. Typical. Hong believes that Jiyu is the only person capable of stopping Buttman because of his history of the World Guild Alliance massacre. TLDR, Hong's request is to have Jiyu find and eliminate Buttman before the game gets destroyed. Jiyu thinks it's a hassle, but he must do it. He reasons that letting the Buttman go would damage his source of income. Jiyu can't randomly search for the guy, so he intends to threaten the boss. In the real world, Jiyu threatens CEO Deokbae Choi to come out and meet him in the soup shop or he will crash the servers again. CEO Choi asks him what it is all about when Jiyu suddenly hangs up. Rude. Jiyu laughs and turns off his phone. Boss Choi tried to call him back but was unable to connect. He curses and throws his phone in irritation. Jiyu imagines how he'll order an extra-large soup and have the CEO pay for it when he meets Sarang outside his house. Sarang tells Jiyu that she's coming with him and that he should call her Sarang out in the real world, making Jiyu blush. Too bad Urin isn't here to see this progress. In the real home-style grandma soup, the CEO yells for Jiyu, calling him a brat for hanging up on him. At one of the tables, the boss finds Jiyu and Sarang eating. Boss Choi then scolds Jiyu Homer style. He deserves it. The boss then asks who the girl is, asking if she is Jiyu's girlfriend. This makes Sarang blush, and she asks if that is what it looks like. But Jiyu immediately says it's ridiculous, explaining that Sarang is a famous idol star, and saying things like that will get him beaten up by Sarang's fans. Deokbae Choi continues to admonish Jiyu when Sarang slams her fist into the table with a smiling, angry face. Jiyu nervously agrees while CEO Choi looks at her with interest. The two tell Boss Choi about the Buttman and his copying skill. The boss then explains how Chrono Life's ironclad technology allows Chrono Life to trade cash for items. Jiyu reminds the boss that the copying and selling of items in real life have already transpired. The boss is still skeptical, saying that Hong could have been confused since there's not even a 0.1% chance for it to happen. The CEO forgot how Jiyu's wooden stick got reinforced. Jiyu continues to argue, saying it might be a bug, and they start betting on it. Sarang then asks if it is possible to have the attack done from the inside. This gets the boss thinking, but he still says it's impossible. The employees have administrator accounts but don't have the function or ability to copy items. The boss then puts his spoon down and bids goodbye, leaving Jiyu to foot the bill and telling them to enjoy their date. This makes Sarang happy as she says goodbye, while Jiyu thinks the old dude wants him dead. Ha, you can't trick Chrono Life's president into treating you. Boss Choi lights tobacco outside the restaurant and calls for one of his staff. The CEO commands him to hire 5 men who can keep a secret. Oh, so he also thinks it's suspicious. Back in the game, Undies and Love are just outside the Rock Mountain dungeon, getting nowhere with their talk with Chrono Life's boss. Undies curses Buttman while Love voices her thoughts. She thinks about what Buttman wants because if the guy wants money, why attack the Righteous Bandits Guild? Love points out that Buttman's copying ability means he can copy any item in the game, so why ambush the guild with the most information about Chrono Life? Undies looks at her with a shocked face that looks like someone who just made a realization. Then he answers that he doesn't know. Let me hit this guy. Love was exasperated and says she couldn't expect anything from someone like Undies. Jiyu admits he's not the intelligent type as he and Urin eat meat. 5 AP and INT, definitely not intelligent. Boom. A large explosion occurs near them, and Love comments on how it is as big as the explosions that happen when Undies attack. Hearing this, Jiyu dashes towards the explosion. Amidst the smoke, a man falls to his knees with blood dripping from his mouth and left arm. It is none other than Habek, and before him is Buttman. Buttman mocks Habek for being weak despite being a unique boss. Habek asks why a mediator of this world is doing something he shouldn't do. Habek reminds Buttman of the consequences of his actions. Buttman grabs Habek in the neck and says how an NPC shouldn't talk back like that, and him being a unique boss means he's unable to respawn and get deleted. Buttman threatens him with this, then asks where Habek's master is. Habek refuses to tell, and Buttman raises his sword to kill him. Before Buttman gets to strike, someone stops him. Seeing who it was, Buttman expresses how it is perfect that he doesn't have to go and look for her. Luna, the goddess of life. Buttman tells her to stay still, and that she will get her turn after he kills Habek. I would love to see him try. Luna insults Buttman, getting the guy angry. Luna expresses her disgust. Buttman throws Habek to the ground, saying he shouldn't be wasting time. Buttman walks toward Luna and asks her where Habek's master is. He then gleefully says it's okay if she doesn't answer because he can torture her. Looking at Buttman, Luna remembers the time she was threatened by Jiyu. She shares with Buttman how she had been in a similar situation before, but the feeling was completely different. Buttman begins to ask when a giant monster foot squashes him to the ground. The colossal monster's foot came from a portal that Luna controls. With blood splattered on her, she says that the experience with Buttman is repulsive. She really likes undies. Luna turns her back and walks away. She hears Buttman and flinches. Buttman says that the goddess is cocky for being the master of the monster from the portal. Luna looks back, sighs, and says she'll ensure he is dead this time. A colossal monster peers down at Buttman from the portal. Luna claims that scoundrels like him have no place in the world. Buttman tells her to shut up as the surrounding changes color. The area becomes a unique space called the GM Zone, which can only be created by a GM or Game Master. The space is where administrative tasks like game testing are conducted. Definitely an abuse of rights. Buttman mocks Luna, saying that it's only a game and that she should get over it. In an area close by, Undies and Love are still dashing toward the explosion. Geo believes that the explosion would have something to do with Buttman, and he feels that this was indeed an inside job. He remembered that when they were talking to the CEO, Jiu saw Deokbae Choi's face looking worried. Our boy is all grown up. He's now paying attention to those around him. I'm so proud of him. Jiu claims that killing everyone in the Righteous Bandits Guild in one go can be possible if Buttman uses a special account. Love then expressed that it's good he came up with that, but they should run faster. Their agility stat is very low. Love only has 14, and of course, Jiu only has 5. A master level character with 5 agility. Jiu and Love reach an area with traces of a GM zone. They have no idea what it was, but Habek, who was sitting on the side, explains that Buttman left those, and he teleported away. Habek then greets Jiu with a tired expression. Jiu notices Habek's missing arm and asks about it, while Love thinks about how this guy kidnapped her last time. Habek explains that this was done by Buttman and how that guy took Luna to the GM zone. This confirms their thoughts on how this was an inside job. Jiu asks who Luna is. Habek thought Jiu knew her since Luna always talked about Jiu. Habek says that Luna claims Jiu is madly in love with her, making Love angry. Habek then describes how Luna has long, straight black hair. With that, Jiu concludes Luna is the roach who calls him a noob. Glad to know that we're not the only ones who are slow in learning everyone's name. Love then mocks Undies for having such a type. Jiu explains that Luna is spreading rumors that isn't even true. He recounts how Luna mocked his parents, so there's no way he'll be in love with someone like that. He expounds on how he doesn't care about her. Love fidgets and blushes while saying that Undies can like whoever he wants. Between them, Urin looks happy with the development. OTP. I tell you. Habek suddenly coughs blood, and Jiu asks if he's alright. Habek admits he's not at his best, but would appreciate some help and healing. Undies and Love put on their evil faces as they discuss how having Habek's death can give them loot, and they will share it equally. They're perfect for each other. Habek asks Jiu if he's sure, since one of Habek's mirrors is still with Jiu. If Habek disappears, the mirror will also disappear. With this realization, Jiu taps Habek on the shoulder and says he'll heal him. Habek justifies that Jiu is a selfish jerk. Love asks how Jiu plans to heal Habek because she didn't bring any HP potions. Jiu reassures Love that it's okay, with a flash. Jiu uses his unique attribute Master Novice and activates the soul of the cleric. He then confidently uses the skill, Heal. Habek does get healed. The only problem is that the HP he recovers only amounts to +1 HP per heal. Habek frowns at Jiu and asks if Jiu is really using heal because he is barely recovering any HP. Jiu scratches his head and says he probably should have added some stats to his intelligence. Brah, you suck as a cleric. Kidding aside, Jiu asks what Habek will do with his left arm. While recovering HP can remove scars, severely injured body parts can only recover by logging in or out. Habek reminds Jiu that this only works for regular players. Monsters like him have to respond to recover their body. Jiu then swears to send him off painlessly. Habek stops him and explains further that he is a unique boss, and if he dies, he won't be able to respawn. Jiu frowns and asks what kind of boss monster doesn't respawn after dying. This only means that the game sucks. Throughout the game, there are only a few unique bosses. Not taking them down wouldn't affect the gameplay. One of the unique bosses is Urin, which explains why Urin begged for his life in Chapter 2. When Habek says that another unique boss is Luna, Jiu is surprised as he recalls the first time he met her. Inside the GM zone, Buttman rushes toward Luna to kill her. Despite multiple attacks, Luna doesn't seem to receive any damage. She claims that a human can never kill a goddess, and Buttman simultaneously says this line with her. He laughs at how cringe Luna's press-it lines are and mocks her. As an employee of Chrono Life for a long time, he claims to know what Luna's skill is. She might have duped Jiyu into thinking his attacks didn't work on a goddess like her. The unique skill of the goddess of life is the creation of life, and every time she dies, she uses her unique skill to recreate herself. Oh, it's a cheat. Buttman rushes and kills Luna, and Luna uses her skill, the creation of life, to recreate herself. Buttman explains how OP her skill is and reveals how this skill got the most opposing votes in its planning stage. He continues to talk, saying how Luna used her skill on Urin. Luna slashes Buttman in half, expressing her distaste for how chatty he is when this won't change anything. She claims that it is a fact that he can't kill her. With her slash, Buttman takes delight in finally making her attack on her own. The winged staff that Luna holds transforms into a heart-shaped version, and this surprises her. Buttman reappears in front of her without any damage. He then reveals why he specifically brought her to that space. Luna transforms from her goddess of life form into her light pink-haired form. She won't be able to use her creation of life skill. Buttman compliments and mocks her at the same time and directly stabs her. He reveals how Habek's master will show up after he kills her, and Buttman declares that Luna is no more. In real life, manager Sungwon So, aka Buttman, is enjoying his drinks with another guy wearing sunglasses. The other guy compliments Sungwon for his hard work and asks how the project progresses, and we've got the classic thug-like character. Someone retells how Habek refused to give information and got rid of Luna, but someone admits he couldn't kill her. This worries the Shades guy, but someone says that it's okay, since there are other ways to meet Habek's master. Habek's master is one of the vital boss monsters for Chrono Life's main storyline. Habek's master is the Great Merchant, Riot of Sloth. Someone explains how Chrono Life is all about freedom, meaning the boss monster can become a merchant if it wants to. The Shades Guide expresses how Sloth is similar to Uriken's veracity. Someone once again musters up his patience explaining how they are themed after the 7 deadly sins. In Chrono Life, there's Urus of Pride, Uriken of Veracity, Riot of Sloth, and Luna of Lust. They are boss monsters. But this doesn't mean they're NPCs. Shades Guy questions if they were users who got upgraded. Someone says that the freedom of choice that Chrono Life offers is beyond Shades Guy's imagination. It lets boss monsters become merchants, and regular users can be boss monsters if desired. We need this kind of game in real life. Back in the game, Jiyu asks Habek to answer whether Roach is a user or an NPC. Habek claims he doesn't know, but Buttman, the admin, might know. This only gives Jiyu more reason to kick Buttman's ass. Love expresses how she still doesn't get why Buttman wants to meet Great Merchant Riot if the goal is to make money. Buttman can quickly sell items in the auction, and his attack on the Righteous Bandits Guild doesn't make sense. Habek says that he might have an idea. He starts speaking of the fragments of god or mythical items when Hong appears out of nowhere. Hong's figure has become more feminine since the story revealed her gender. She removes her mask and tells everyone to accompany her because she found Buttman's hideout. Everyone goes and they reach a wooden cabin. Love asks if this is really the hideout because it looks too dull. Hong shows her use of the appraisal skill and how the wooden cabin hideout is owned by Buttman. There's no sign of Buttman in the area, and Hong expresses how unfortunate they can't see inside. In the middle of her sentence, a crash occurs as Jiyu hits the wall, which shocks Hong. Not us. Typical undies. They all head inside, immediately seeing a mess of treasure and items. Love asks if these are all cloned, but Hong contradicts her, explaining that all these items are not cloned, and everything is mythical. Looking at it, it might cost 5 billion won. Hong confirms that some mythical items here were pilfered from their guild, proving that what Buttman was after all along are mythical items. If Buttman did what Jiyu did on a large scale, he would immediately get caught by the head office. I can already see it. Buttman spending his time locked up. Hong explains that a particular buyer in Chrono Life can always purchase mythical items. Jiyu finally pieces all the puzzles together as he asks if that person is none other than Habek's master, the Great Merchant Riot. Habek confirms this and says this was also his guess regarding Buttman. Hong further explains how Buttman's actions won't be caught by the head office because selling items to the Great Merchant Riot wouldn't affect the public market. Hong concludes that taking and reporting a screenshot to customer support will get Buttman caught. She removes her mask and starts thanking everyone for solving the case with her. Jiyu is picking on his nose again and makes an ugly face, saying things aren't over until he says it. Writing to a manager won't cut it for him. He plans to teach Buttman a lesson. In the streets in the middle of a village, Jiyu is wearing Hong's mask when he meets an irritated Buttman. Love is with Jiyu, carrying a big bag. Love looks at Buttman with disbelief. She didn't think Undy's plans to make Buttman appear would work. Even in the middle of the village, Buttman mocks Jiyu for his ridiculous getup. Jiyu says he borrowed it from Hong. Hong, without her mask, and her guild members are over the roofs watching them. Like Love, she didn't think that Undy's plans would work. Yes, she referred to him as Undy's. Here's a flashback of what happened. Jiyu told them to take all the items and even borrowed Hong's mask. This makes him receive a kick from a jealous Love. When Buttman gets to his hideout, he sees the broken wall and immediately runs inside. The place was wiped clean of his cash cow, and a letter from Undy's was in place. By holding on to Buttman's items, Undy's makes him meet them in the central square in Front Village. Now, back to the present, with no choice. Buttman appears in the meeting place. Buttman pulls out his plus 99 Blade of Enforcement, and Undy's tells him not to get any closer. Undy's directs Captain Love to take one out, and Captain Love hands over the Dagger of the Fire Dragon, which is a mythical rank. He then threatens Buttman that if he gets any closer, he'll sell the item to the NPC shop. Lol. Jiyu's brutal. Worried senseless, Buttman screams that the dagger costs 200 million won or $150,000, and selling it to the NPC would only get him 300 gold. Sweating, Buttman asks what Undy's want. Jiyu laughs menacingly, licking the Dagger of the Fire Dragon, and says that he just wants to screw him over. Undy's kept on making Buttman mad. Buttman goes well with Undy's. Extremely mad, Buttman poofs from where he stands and moves behind Jiyu. He then uses the GM Zone Warp. It causes a flash that momentarily blinds everyone. Love calls for Undy's and sees that he and Buttman are gone. In the GM Zone, Jiyu and Buttman are fighting. Buttman mocks and curses Jiyu and swears to slice him up. Jiyu receives a big hit, splitting Hong's mask into two. Jiyu scolds Buttman for cursing at a game's user. Buttman expresses his distaste for users like Jiyu, who don't live in reality and get obsessed with gaming. They continue to fight, even as they speak. Jiyu asked Buttman what made him all salty, and if this is what they call a midlife crisis. This enrages Buttman more, making him commit multiple attacks on Jiyu. Jiyu doesn't see any of the attacks coming, while Buttman keeps talking about how all users are the same and how people like him get blamed for their efforts. And here goes another flashback. Buttman starts his story 7 years ago when he was still naive. He was just a developer in the Chrono Life main office with pure intentions. Jiyu cuts him off, saying he doesn't care about his origin story. Jiyu smashes Buttman in the face with his wooden stick. Undy's wouldn't let a criminal like him get his redemption arc, meaning no flashback for him. Thank God, a big resounding crash resounds in the GM zone. But this doesn't kill Buttman because he also has the heal and factor skill. This shocks Jiyu, and he gets slashed again. It only started making sense when Jiyu thought of Buttman as an admin. Buttman starts using his other hidden skills. Activating his strength stat hidden skill, Soul of the Giant. Buttman receives the strength of the giants. He screams as he absorbs the power with flashing lights. Jiyu comments on the flashy effects of the skill, and how Healing Factor doesn't have anything cool like this. Healing Factor has disgusting and creepy effects. Buttman exudes an aura like a character from the Morum genre. With the Soul of the Giant activated, his damage and attack range increased by 1000%. Literally OP. With a slash of Buttman's sword, he causes a big explosion. Healing Factor activates and Jiyu's body regenerates. He comments on how OP the skill is and how he wants it for himself. Our MC is always true to himself with his greed. This comment makes Buttman pause, and Jiyu takes advantage of it. Jiyu stabs a tentacle at Buttman and uses Voracity, claiming he will absorb all his stats to learn the skill. Buttman escapes by activating his agility stat hidden skill, Speed of Light. This lets him teleport to any location within his field of vision at the speed of light. He then continuously attacks Jiyu. Jiyu curses, stating that it is one of those skills. Buttman boasts how numbers decide the battle's outcome. In his case, all of his stats are at 99,999. Geez, that's just unfair. Lol. He claims that no matter what Undy's do, he'll lose. Then he insults Undy's skills in controlling his wooden stick, and how he is only a loser who got lucky with a good item. Jiyu gets angry, saying how Buttman's the last person he wants to hear that from since he's a criminal with an admin account. Buttman then teases Undy's into becoming an admin himself if he's jealous. This only irritates Jiyu more that he headbutts Buttman's face. The attack shocks Buttman. Knowing that Undy's agility sucks, He is surprised at how fast Undies is. Jiyu was lying face down because of his attack. Hearing Buttman, Jiyu raises his head and ridicules Buttman by saying it is his good control skill. It's incredible how he can still mock Buttman despite being on the losing end. Irritated, Buttman again uses Speed of Light and says that whatever skill Undies used, he still couldn't keep up with his speed. Jiyu stands up and says it wasn't a skill. He used the system to his advantage. Jiyu lifts his wooden stick and twirls. This movement confuses Buttman. Jiyu then turns off the adjust recoil option and swings his wooden stick. His attack makes a big explosion and he immediately dashes toward Buttman and hits him in the face with his stick. Jiyu got a clean hit in. With a crash, Jiyu comments on how smart his move is. Fine, you deserve his self-praise. He then asked Buttman how it feels to get hit by an attack that can crush planets. Buttman only laughs at Jiyu, saying that tricks to overcome his mediocre controls can't defeat him. Jiyu admits that there's no way he can catch up with Buttman's Speed of Light. Tired of it, Jiyu claims that it's time to finish this. Buttman just kept insulting Jiyu, saying there's no way Undies can defeat an admin like him. Jiyu ignores his words and says that he can. Jiyu raises his right hand, and it starts glowing purple. He then says goodbye to Buttman. And cliffhanger. We'll get back to them later. In the front village, Love sits on a bench, with a bag of mythical items beside her. She wonders how Undies plan to deal with Buttman. Hong is standing by the bench with an extra mask on. Hong says she didn't hear the details but thought he would have told his girlfriend. Love says he didn't as she blushes thinking of the word girlfriend. She tells Hong that all he told her is his plan to provoke Buttman to take him to the GM zone. Hong then wonders why Undies pushed back the encounter to a whole day. She thinks this move is related to how Jiyu will defeat Buttman. And we're back. In the GM zone, Jiyu's hand is glowing purple and starts whirring, creating a big flash of purple light. Buttman looks at the confident Undies, wondering if he really has something to defeat him. Jiyu activated his skill summoning, a basic summoner skill. Buttman just laughs because it is literally just a basic summoner skill. Buttman admits that he got scared for a second there, then gives Jiyu a lecture that the skill is useless if you don't have a high charisma and intelligence stat. At best, he can only summon a trash mob. A shadow of a man slowly appears in the summoning circle. Buttman's laughing face changes into shock when the summoned creature finally appears. With his signature tobacco and scar, the summon is completed, and President Diok Choi appears. Lol, in your face, buddy. This gives Buttman the biggest shock of his life. Jiyu laughs hard at Buttman's stunned figure, saying how bringing Chrono Life's boss into the game paid off. And flashback. The night before, Shades Guy asks manager Someone, aka Buttman, to spend more time with him. Still, Someone rejects him, saying he needs to finish some calculations. Shades Guy praises him, and the two bid farewell to one another. Shades Guy is walking with a girl by his side when they are blocked by men in suits and CEO Choi. In a dark alley, Shades Guy is beaten up and he reveals all of Someone's plans to make money and flee the country. Learning all this, Diok Choi commands his men to bury Shades Guy. The CEO walked away from the scene and approached Jiyu, who was doing a lookout while they threatened Shades Guy. In his head, Jiyu was questioning them if they are the mafia. Yep, you should watch out yourself, Jiyu. The CEO jokes with Jiyu, telling him he was ready to get rid of him when he called, thinking it's a waste of his time. CEO Choi discloses how Buttman will be fired and sued for his actions. Then, Jiyu asks if Mr. Choi has the time in the evening the next day and tells him the plan to teach Buttman a lesson. Back to the present, Buttman shakes with shock when he sees his boss in the game. He immediately yells lookout, but the system announces that he can't do so well in battle. Cursing, Buttman racks his brain for a solution and remembers. He closes the GM zone. No, you don't. Panicked, Jiyu tells the CEO that Buttman is getting away. Then Diok Choi opens the boss zone. Unlike the red surrounding of the GM zone, the boss zone is covered in green. With no way out, Buttman clenches his sword and dashes toward the president. Buttman makes contact with his sword, but nothing happens. Yeah, he's the real god of Chrono Life. Angered, CEO Choi removes his sunglasses and declares how Buttman is beneath a mutt. Diok Choi's status window appears, and his level and stats are infinite. OP and immortal. The boss clenches his fist to attack Buttman. He announces that someone is fired. Buttman can only close his eyes, clench his teeth, and curse as he receives his boss punch in the face. Boss Diukubei Choi annihilates Buttman with one punch, shattering the healing factor skill. Jiu can only quiver on the sides, thinking the old man can't be toyed with. Thus, the end of the Buttman fiasco. Finally, all mythical items were returned to the original owners. No, Jiu didn't pocket those. On the same day, Buttman was fired in real life with a huge beating from the president. Of course, Buttman tried to sue the president for assault, but he just dug a hole for himself. Buttman countersues to irritate CEO Choi, but the company's legal team just sued him for other things, regardless of the truth. And with that, Buttman has to pay the company for damage, and he got exiled from the gaming world when word spread. Everything is returning to normal, and Jiu logs out of Chrono Life. Then he regrets one thing: he never got to ask if Roach is a user or an NPC. He asks this to himself when he finally sees a woman with long, straight black hair sitting on his long sofa. Wait, what? Jiu's mouth hangs open, seeing her in his house. He looks closely, and the woman greets him. Of course, while calling Jiu noob. Weird as it may seem, Luna is in Jiu's house, and they are eating instant noodles. Jiu wonders what is happening but lets it go, since his question is answered. With Luna in his house, she is definitely not an NPC. Luna caught Jiu staring, making Jiu blush. Stop blushing, you dimwit. She then asks if she is that pretty. Jiu firmly denies it, telling her to shut up and eat. Jiu blushes as he eats, then he starts remembering Luna's insults. Refusing to fall for her innocent acts, Jiu asks who she is and how she knows his house and door passcode. Luna stands up and stretches. She tells Jiu to ask away, and she will answer everything. Jiu starts by asking about Luna's natural hair color, whether the real one is light pink or black. Luna says she likes Jiu for remembering the small details. Luna answers the question with black. Jiu doesn't remember a thing, and Luna lets it go. She suddenly asks Jiu if he prefers her light pink hair. Does her hair color really matter? Jiu ignores her by asking the next question. He confirms if Luna is a unique boss, and if her character got deleted when she got killed by Buttman. Luna answers that she did die, but the character wasn't deleted because she died in a human state. Attacking an admin in a GM zone can make you lose your divine power. This worked out in her favor because her character would be deleted if she died as a unique boss. Jiu expresses that it was a shame. A big shame. Jiu then asked if Luna will continue slashing other users to kill 1,000 players and advance to the Goddess of Life class. Luna explains that that is not all. Killing 1,000 players is only one of the requirements, and the others are actually harder to accomplish. She also adds that she can freely change between human and goddess mode. Jiu likes the detailed answer, but he says she never answered the real first question. Jiu once again asks who she is exactly. He says how she shows up in a game is understandable, but having her in his house in real life crosses the line. He won't hesitate to call the police on her. Luna claims that many people are getting in her way in the game. She then proposes to Jiu, asking Jiu to become her man. You shouldn't have insulted his parents. This proposition causes Jiu to enter a loading state. Finally getting into his head what Luna said, he looks at her in askance. The doorbell rings and Jiu flinches. Luna wonders who it would be at this hour, while Jiu thinks it is perfect timing. Outside, Sarang presses the doorbell and calls for undies. Sarang wants to talk to him and asks him to open up. Jiu looks at Luna and thinks of what he should do. Brah, don't open the door. There'll be a catfight. Sarang enters the house and comments on how clean it is. After some small talk, Jiu asks why Captain came at this hour. Sarang asks what time Jiu is logging in, and Jiu answers that it'll probably be after breakfast, and that he has no plans since it's the weekend. Sarang says she has no gigs and asks Jiu to boost her, setting up a date, while another woman's there. As they chat, Luna hides while holding on to her share of ramen. NTR vibes. Done with their talk, Sarang gives her number to Jiu and tells him to call her. As she leaves, she threatens Jiu not to ignore her messages. Jiu wonders what this is all about. Outside, Sarang blushes while thinking about how she finally got Undi's number. Our innocent Sarang. Inside Jiu's place, he expresses how tiring it was to have these happening all at once. Luna then asks why Jiu told her to hide. Irritated, Jiu tells her to just get out. And Luna happily claims that she'll be staying over, saying that she was kidding. She asks for Jiu's answer to her proposal. Jiu then scolds her for not answering his question about who she is. Luna just laughs at him. She wants to remain mysterious. Finally, she clarifies her ambiguous wording and asks him to join her party. In Chrono Life, Habek kneels on one knee as he greets his master. The great merchant, Riot of Sloth, asks Mirror King Habek what happened to his left arm. Habek answers that his incompetence led him to this state. The great merchant raises his hand, and with a flash, Habek's left arm regenerates, and it's not the disgusting kind. Habek looks at it and says he has gained another scar. The great merchant then asks who did this to him, and if it is the warrior from before. Habek explains that the said warrior actually saved him. If his master meets him, he'll definitely like undies. Habek then says he's a perfect candidate to become one of the 7 deadly sins. More of a BAM than a Meliodas. Paradise Silver Beach is a good farming area for users around level 30. This area is popular for those who are out of the beginning stages. The beach is filled with slimes, monsters that can melt anything that it touches. The only problem is the level 85 field boss monster, the giant octopus kraken. Aside from its big size, the shell is so hard, and its tentacles let it move freely between land and sea. And at this moment, Undies smacks the kraken in the face using strike without killing. The kraken is left with 1 bar HP, and Undies calls for Captain Love. Love then jumps and uses Fallen Dragon's strike on the kraken's eye, killing it. They're both OP at this point. Jiu asks Captain Love about her XP, but she says she didn't get a single XP point. Urin explains this is because of their vast level gap. The lower level user won't get any XP from boosting. Jiu asked about Love's skill, asking if it has always been strong. Love says it's because of the weapon he gave her. Thinking about it, Jiu says that Love can farm even without his help. Love thinks about it and concludes that she won't be with Undies if that happens. Love says she would instead get boosted since it's easier for her. Jiu's so slow, I'm crying. As they chat, Luna looks at the two from the air. She remembers how Jiu rejected her last night, saying that he wouldn't want to get stabbed in the back again. He also says he's at Captain Love's party, so joining her will get him beaten by Sarang in real life. Ha, she deserves it. Luna continues watching them while voicing her jealousy and wanting to ruin them. Then she turns her back and decides to let them go. She says that Undies will still end up killing Love and he will be Luna's man. And this will be for the sake of ending Chrono Life. Urin is angry, saying how boosting won't work, and no matter which map they go to, it won't work. Jiu asks Urin what they should do. Love sees Undies talking to himself and asks him about it. Jiu asks if Love can't see the silly dragon while poking at Urin's cheeks. Love looks around, not seeing anything. Took her long enough to ask Jiu about it. Urin reminds Jiu that no one can see him but his master. Then Urin reveals that if Jiu shares some of his magic power with him, he can manifest in the real world. Jiu says he barely has any magic power, but Urin says it should be enough. Jiu agrees to it. They should have done this from the start. Producing a purple flash, Urin's soul manifests into reality. The purple light condenses in one huge beam, and Urin pops out. Making his first appearance in front of Love, Love's heart throbs, and her nose bleeds because of cuteness overload. She asks Undies to let her pet him. Urin sighs and speaks with his original form's visual, saying how a human dares to touch him, asking her if she doesn't fear death. Ignoring Urin, Undies tells Captain Love to pet Urin all she wants, since it doesn't hurt him. Love then grabs Urin and rubs her face on him. I want to rub my face on him as well. As Love squeezes Urin, Habek and his griffin appear. He tells them he is in a pinch, and he rushed to find them there. Jiu asks how Habek found them. Habek reveals that it is one of his mirror skills. The 7th mirror, the mirror of detection, can lead to the location of someone he has met. Practical use of equipment. Habek says it's no time to chat, and he is coming here. Who's he? Jiu then expresses his amazement at how Habek got his arm back, cutting Habek off. He asks if Habek just stitched it back. Helpless. Habek admits it was his master to put it back together. Jiu congratulates Habek, and Habek tries to bring the previous topic back. The earth suddenly shakes, and Habek can only accept their fate. Habek announces that he is here. He pertains to Habek's eternal master, and the great ruler of the throne, Riot of Sloth. The great merchant arrives with a legion of armed angels. Jiu thinks about how he believes Sloth would take a human form. He didn't expect him to be so big. I don't think he's really that big. Habek flies riding Griffin. He greets his master, apologizing for not relaying the details to Jiu. The great merchant says it doesn't matter, and that he'll just speak to him himself. Habek hesitantly agrees. With great impact, the throne falls to the ground. From the throne, a voice greets Jiu, telling him how much he had heard about him from Habek. As the cloud of dust dissipates, Jiu finally sees the Riot of Sloth. Commercial break. This manhwa loves cliffhangers. In a different area, the goddess of life walks towards a throne. A skeleton sits on the throne, named the strongest warrior of his time. This corpse belongs to Yufa, the first brave warrior, and he's been dead for more than hundreds of years. Luna refers to this as the trope legendary warrior. Weird sounds were coming from the corpse, and the crest on its forehead flashed. Unsurprised, Luna raises her staff and insults whoever wrote the game's story, then says that this is the charm of Chrono Life. With a wire and a flash, Luna charges. Back to our main program. Riot, the leader of the strongest angel army, is often called the Great Merchant. He sits on a colossal throne made of 100% pure gold, and he is known for his grand appearance and opulence, a cute, midget half-naked angel. His appearance made Jiu and Love open their mouths and look closely. While hanging in Love's arms, Eurus comments on how overwhelming Riot's charisma is. Seriously. Riot floats towards Jiu, introduces himself, and asks Jiu if he is the warrior Habek keeps talking about. Jiu hesitantly affirms as he thinks about how this feels like he's being threatened by an elementary student. It's hard to be afraid with something so small and cute. Riot sighs and insults Jiu. Jiu then gets kicked in the face before he can even talk back. Riot spins and gives him another kick in the face. Habek tries to stop Riot by saying that Jiu is the one who's going to help them. Riot simply tells Habek to shut up, reprimanding Habek for being foolish and thinking their kind can bond with humans. Jiu recovers and says that the kid is right. Users can't be actual friends with monsters. He then asked Riot for a fight because of Riot's kick. Riot corrects him, saying that it was actually Jiu who made the first hit when he killed Eurus of Pride. They continued fighting as they talked. Exceptional multitasking skills. Really? Riot throws a big rock at Jiu's way, but Jiu deflects it with a swing as he asks what Riot means. Riot says that Eurus is the official strongest monster of Chrono Life. When Jiu took Eurus down, it put everything out of order. Then there's the Uraken of Veracity. Love tries to reason with Riot, but Riot scolds her with a glare, causing her to fall on her butt, shivering. Eurus looks at Love and looks at Riot. Riot kept talking about how Eurus' death brought Uraken into existence, and they are at the core of it. Nonetheless, all of these problems will soon be exterminated and done by the strongest human in the history of Chrono Life, Yufa. And this first brave warrior will soon be revived. Okay, so Yufa is Jiu's new foe. As Riot speaks of this, Luna is right where the corpse of Yufa sits, with the crest flashing in the skull's head, its eyes and whole body followed. Luna smiles and says it is not yet time for him to wake up, so she shares her power with him. As Luna transfers her power to the corpse, it gains flesh and armor. The corpse then stands up, and of course, she has to be responsible for this guy's awakening. Back in Paradise Silver Beach, Jiu asks who Yufa is and why he should even care about it. He says that if Yufa is a warrior, he'll be siding with the humans, so he doesn't see the big deal. Riot sighs at Jiu's foolishness and says that Yufa won't be reviving as a human. He'll wake as one of the 7 deadly sins, and he'll kill the humans who betrayed him. Back wherever Luma is, an enormous magic crest flashes on the ground. A rock on the ground wriggles, and the ground cracks as a skeleton hand reaches up. With a scream, it pulls itself up to the land, and the land was filled with the undead. Luna starts talking by herself. Crazy, she retells how Yufa, the strongest human in Chrono Life, trusted and loved humans more than anyone during his life. But before he died, he hated them more than anyone. She comments on how childish the story is. With a skeleton dragon and a legion of skeletons, Yufa, the first brave warrior, revives, and he is now Yufa of Rage. The continent of Chrono was a peaceful place until the demons came. They wreaked havoc on the continent, and during this time, a warrior and his party shed a light of hope. And that warrior is Yufa. Riot tells the history with seriousness while Jiu blankly looks at him. Jiu repeatedly says skip dialogue that Riot asks what he was up to. Jiu admits to using the skip button since he skips all story dialogue in the game. I do that too. TLDR, the good warrior became evil and has been revived. Jiu says he didn't take all those hits for a boring story dialogue. Jiu boasts that he smacked Eurus with 1 hit and cowering in fear for a warrior doesn't cut it. Once again, Riot expresses how foolish Jiu is. He lectures Jiu that he should know what kind of havoc another human being can do. Riot boldly states that humans will be raided by Yufa. With this, Riot turns to leave. Jiu asks where Riot is going, telling him they should continue their fight. Riot conveys his boredom, and his curiosity about Jiu only wastes his time. Yufa is the only warrior that Riot acknowledges, and Jiu won't be able to defeat the first warrior. We'll probably have a backstory of Riot with Yufa in the future. Jiu raises his weapon and says he appreciates the heads up, but letting him go after Riot kicked him won't cut it. Habek suddenly appears behind Jiu and grabs his arm, telling him to stop. Jiu commands Habek to let him go, but Habek keeps on clinging. He tells Jiu to calm down. Jiu, being petty, says that the kick from before still hurts. Habek says he is all healed up and decides to tell Jiu about the items he sold. This makes Jiu pause, and Habek reveals that the person who bought all 15 billion won $11 million worth of items is his master, Riot. I'm calling him Daddy. Cutting back to where Luma is, a skeleton dragon looms over Yufa, Luna, and the Legion of Skeletons. Yufa learns from Luna that the game's story is a complete mess and that she shares her powers with him so that he doesn't lack energy. Yufa thanks her and promises to compensate her as he leaves. Luna asks where he is headed, and Yufa says she already knows where. The skeleton dragon roars and flies in the air with another cry. All the skeletons run. Yufa looks back and tells how he has watched the world. Now it's time for him to destroy it. With a flash of teleport, Yufa disappears. He's out for revenge. Luna smiles and says she has done what she was told, but is unsure if this is right. A voice asks her if she regrets it, and she says that she had no problem when she dealt with Urin before. Luna says it was different with Urin because he was only an afterthought compared to the main story. The voice tells her to forget it and just enjoy the show. The voice belongs to the long-haired blonde dude. God floats in space as he watches over the world, saying they can just sit back and watch the world get cleansed. Does that mean Luna has no choice in this matter? In Paradise Silver Beach, Jiu looks at Riot in disbelief. Riot confirms that he bought it for precisely 15,303,890,000 gold and made a 37 billion gold profit when he sold it within the month. Jiu stares and starts calling him Sir Riot. He'll be more amicable if you call him boss. Jiu holds onto Riot's hand, apologizes, and asks Riot to teach him his great merchant ways. Riot gives him a look and tells him that he really has no pride. Jiu has zero pride, but his greed is maxed out. The ground suddenly shakes, and Riot declares that the world's end is here. They see the skeleton flying up in the air. War broke out. The front village is burning, and skeletons are hacking into every human they meet. Many players died before the system announced the Chrono Life main quest to protect the world from Yufa, the Warrior of Rage. With no time to look at the quest details, the users got surrounded by a mob of skeletons. Innocent players are dying everywhere again. A staff lights up and Flame Hurricane is cast. The skill swirls the mob in flames. The caster was Abracadabra, the most powerful mage of the royal family and leader of the Holy Land Guild. They were able to respond to the emergency this time, but it was not enough because they weren't ready for the destruction. Their levels and items are not strong enough to face this boss who came out years earlier than intended. It's our MC's fault. A boom resounds in Warrior Hill as Yufa arrives. He looks at the graves of his friends and remembers each of them. With a flash, Yufa raises his hand and revives his comrades. The ground rumbles and skeletons come up from it. The skeletons were a level 999 mage, a level 999 cleric, and a level 999 bard. With a level 999 warrior Yufa, the warrior party is now complete, and they aim to end the unfinished story. Would you be able to defeat them all? What transpired raises the main quest's difficulty to calamity. Our disgusting MC is once again digging in his nose for dirt as he boasts how he can easily smash the enemy's face with one swing. Looking at where the skeleton dragon is headed, Jiu thinks of how to use one of his continental breaking attacks again. Riot reminds Jiu that this kind of attack will also kill the other users. With the Undead Legion, physical attacks won't work unless it's of the holy element. If Jiu plans to use his planet-shattering attack instead, it won't work, since Yufa, and his minions will still be alive once the servers are up. Riot asserts that a war can't be fought alone, unless Jiu gets possessed by Saitama or comes up with another insane idea. Jiu only smiles and says it'll be a challenge, so he might as well try. Declaring wartime, Jiu raises his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick, turns off the recoil, and swings the wooden stick down. This causes a blast, and Jiu uses it to bounce and fly in the sky. Love asks where Undies is going, while Habek comments on his recklessness. Riot looks at the disappearing Jiu and admits that he at least has determination. The front village is burning amidst it. Jiu's golden statue is still standing while all the users are lying on the ground. A skeleton dragon hovers above the village while the skeleton soldiers litter the grounds. In real life, players are cursing the game as they log out. Respawning is useless because they'll just immediately die. Front Village was supposed to be a safe zone, but it was attacked again. A guy user says that he'll probably just quit. Real life Hong hears this and says that the game is more fun this way. The dude blushes when he sees her, saying she's probably right. The guy asks Hong to play together, but Hong immediately rejects him. Insta-kill. It was then that Chrono Life posted an announcement that shocked everyone. A staff complains to CEO Deokbae Choi, saying that users won't be able to clear the main quest with their current levels and items. He states that they should intervene as developers. The CEO eats as he lectures his staff about not interfering with the user's experience. The staff questions the CEO's decision because the announcement clearly states that Chrono Life's main quest has begun. The end will be determined by the user's ability to defeat Yufa. Back in Front Village, the skeletons roam as a loud crash falls. Jiu appears from the cloud of smoke, saying he needs to work on his landing. Jiu sees the skeletons around him and is glad he landed in the right place. The skeletons start attacking Jiu, and Jiu just smacks them. The skeletons simultaneously attacked him, and Jiu could not avoid the attacks due to his low agility stat. Unaffected by the attacks from the skeletons, Jiu bonks the skeletons in the head. Finding the task tedious, Jiu opens his skill window. A skeleton slashes him from the back, but Jiu ignores it, making the skeleton tired. Jiu looks at his skills and reads the Veracity hidden skill. Laughing crazily, Jiu confuses the skeletons. Jiu activates Veracity and declares it's showtime. Crazy Time activated. The tentacle from his mouth swirls and stabs a skeleton. This causes the skeleton to disappear, and he absorbs the levels and stats. Jiu gleefully states that it was full of calcium, and his stats increased. He receives double the stats because he has already reached the maximum gain level. Seeing his stats go up, he starts talking to himself. As he does so, the skeletons around him become nervous, saying that he can't be a picky eater. He looks at the skeletons with evil intentions. Work smart. Jiu declares it's feeding time, making the skeletons shiver, turn their back, and run for it. Skeletons don't have rationality. All they have is their instinct, which tells them to run out of fear. Jiu makes a scary face with the tentacle coming out of his mouth. The tentacle chases and stabs a running skeleton. It was a repeating cycle of stab, suck, and poof. The approximate number of 2,000 skeleton warriors that terrified most users all turned to dust. With the skeleton warriors gone, the strongest undead monster, the skeleton dragon, appears. This skeleton dragon may be nothing compared to Urin, but it now reigns as the king of the dragons. This information doesn't really matter to our MC because it is so easy for him to stab, suck, and poof. Absorbing the skeleton dragon's levels and stats, Jiu finally maxes out his status to 99,999 each. Urin screams delight and praises Jiu, claiming that even Buttman can't touch him anymore. Jiu tells Urin to not compare him to trash. OP in a flash. A person appears behind them, and Jiu turns, thinking it's another meal. It was the goddess of life, and Jiu deflated, seeing that it was just Roach. Luna flashes as she turns off her goddess mode. She turns to her light pink-haired character, and says she doesn't want others to watch this moment. Jiu asks what she means and gets shocked. Luna kisses Jiu on the lips and clings to him. What the? This moment shocks not only Jiu, but also Urin. Urin looks at them with disdain. We're team love. Jiu is confused as Luna clings to him with a knee between his legs. She surprised Jiu with a kiss. It would have been better if it was love. Luna pulls back, and Jiu blushes like a schoolgirl as he hides his lips behind an arm. He is speechless, then stutters that this was his first kiss. It startles Luna, then she smiles. She claims that it was an accident, and that she slipped. Yeah, right, still blushing. Jiu says it was no accident because she even grabbed his neck. Luna keeps on smiling as she points out how Jiu remembers every detail. To make it worse, she reminds him that his agility stat is already at 99,999, and it would have been easy for him to dodge. This only darkens Jiu's blush. Jiu tries to rebut, but Luna reveals it was also her first kiss. Oh, why does it have to be that special type of kiss? Luna advances to Jiu while Jiu backs off and asks why she did it. Luna persists that she slipped, then changes the subject by saying she has an item for him. She reaches inside her sleeve and pulls out a golden wear-in jewel. It was a mythical rank item, but the other details are not indicated. Luna explains that her having this item and her giving it to him shouldn't be seen by anyone. It is the reason why she turned off the goddess mode. Jiu hesitantly takes it. Unable to let it go, Jiu asks Luna again why she kissed him. Of course, Luna commits to her a slipped explanation. Why? Just why? Luna goes back to explaining that the item she gave him is precious and will surely help him. Love calls Undies and asks why he has run off. She runs up to him and pauses when she sees a girl beside him. She looks at the distance between the two and activates her girl senses. Undies apologizes to Captain Love and says that he just got too excited that he took off. Love walks towards them and then pinches Jiyu's cape as she asks for an introduction with the other person. Jiyu says that they've met before. Luna frowns at Love's hand in Jiyu's cape. With a sigh, she turns on goddess mode. Love is shocked and stammers when she sees the goddess of life. It's a girl fight. Luna asks if Love now recognizes her and curses at her. And Love remembers Luna from the time she got killed by Urin. Ignoring Love, Luna calls Jiyu a noob and asks if he will fight Yufa. She warns him it won't be easy because she has shared her energy with Yufa, making him level 999. And at that moment, Yufa would be at the center of the demon world, the castle of the demon king. Her reviving Yufa and her advising Jiyu. She's confusing. The warrior party walks inside the castle of the demon king. A white sword is stabbed to the ground inside the castle, with a cloaked figure floating beside it. The party meets Death, the right hand of the demon king. Death greets Yufa, the person who killed their demon king. Death asks what Yufa is after. Yufa tells Death not to act like he doesn't know as he approaches the sword stabbed on the ground. Yufa voices out that he is there to claim what was his, the blade of the brave warrior. This mythical rank weapon is the strongest blade in all of the land. Jiyu's stick is still ego rank. Death asks Yufa if he is sure, because the energy of the demon king is sealed within the sword. Yufa confirms as he grabs his blade. A green aura whooshes as the system announces a quest completion. With this, Yufa advances to a hidden class. The white sword changes to black and Yufa pulls the sword from the ground. Death happily announces the birth of a new demon king. Excalibur revives, except he's a demon king. Yufa receives the special abilities of the demon king class, and all of his stats are now multiplied by 10. He also unlocks the hidden skill, the demon king's almighty power, which lets him dominate the demon race. As the new demon king, Yufa commands Death to gather all demon soldiers and eliminate the human world. With a large smile, Death complies. Death changes his form, goes to the top of the demon king castle, and gets bigger. Yufa commands his soldiers to charge, and Death opens his mouth. Death activates the dimensional teleportation portal leading to the dimension of the human world. Love looks up at the sky while grabbing Jiyu's arm. Jiyu sees Captain Love's expression and looks up as well. Up in the sky, the big open-mouthed face of Death can be seen, and demons flew out of the portal, the start of Chrono Life apocalypse. Riot sighs as he asks if this is the scale of rage that Yufa feels for humans. Unfazed, Jiyu uses Swing Up, making a loud boom. He celebrates too early but stops short when the demons are still alive. Luna explains that demons have formidable strength and infinite magic in their horns. With Yufa as the new demon king, the demons have gained immortality. This makes these demons the most powerful, and even veracity won't work. Still unfazed, a flash of light emerges from Jiyu as he activates his Master Novice unique attribute, the Soul of the Cleric. He uses a blessing on his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick, so he did listen to Riot's long rambling. With a manly face and figure, Jiyu uses a holy swing up and makes a masculine, sexy pose. Or not, it's honestly a new disgusting look of Jiyu. And the attack disintegrates the demons in one go. Luna stares with dead eyes as she curses. The demon race has a tough physique and infinite magic power, and they also gain immortality through Yufa's power. But all of these seem to be nothing to Jiyu. He claims to be bored and asks for Yufa's appearance. Ashes of the demons Jiyu has slain are floating in the air, and they start clumping together. The remains have bundled and recreated each demon that Jiyu just killed. Disoccurrence confuses Jiyu because the demons revive even with all the holy attacks he did. Holy attacks that literally looked unholy. Luna explains the demons will still revive if Yufa has MP or mana points. Thinking it's an endurance test, Jiyu repeats more holy swing-up attacks. Please don't. Our eyes can't take it anymore. Luna makes Jiyu stop, explaining that it's useless and that Jiyu should take Yufa down for efficiency's sake. Jiyu comments that Luna doesn't want him to use his skill. I'm sorry, but I'm with Luna on this one. Jiyu asks how he can get to the demon world, and Captain Love says Jiyu might be able to make it there using the large portal above them. Jiyu seems to favor the idea, but Luna stops these thoughts by saying it's a one-way portal. Going through it would only make them stuck between dimensions, and Luna ridicules Love's suggestion. She doesn't let the chance to curse at Love slip away. Dis angers Love, asking how she was supposed to know it when no Chrono Life user ever made it to the demon world. Luna only smiles as she says being a goddess lets her travel between dimensions. That's an incredible perk. As she says Dis, she reaches out a hand to Jiyu. She tells him to take her hand and she'll take him to Yufa. She says it's the reason why she came to see Jiyu. Confused, Jiyu almost blurted out about the item Luna gave him. Luna glares at him, and he manages to stop himself. Thinking it must have been imperative, Jiyu grabs Luna's hand and tells her to take him to the demon world. Do they really have to hold hands? Love was surprised by Jiyu's decision. Jiyu explains that he has no choice if he wants to defeat Yufa. At this time, Luna is busy looking at Jiyu's hand holding hers. She blushes, grins, and cheerfully asks Jiyu if they can go. Still shocked, Love tries to come with them, but Luna cuts her off. With a happy face, Luna claims there's no more space in their party and she can only take one person with her. You just want to monopolize Jiyu. Luna irritates Love more by leaning her head on Jiyu's shoulder and announcing they'll see Love after their date. And like an innocent boy, Jiyu blushes at Luna's words. Luna activates her skill dimensional shift, and the two of them disappear. With this incident, Love swears that Luna is now her sworn enemy. Sorry Love seems like the goddess of life has the upper hand in this arc. In the demon world, Jiyu and Luna appear in a flash. Jiyu looks around a bit before looking at the altar where Yufa and his party are. Yufa claims that only rage remains in his body and begins his monologue. Before Yufa can continue, a loud boom resounds and a big explosion destroys a part of the demon castle. Jiyu curses with a troubled face, saying he totally skipped the cutscene. You're not the only one who skips the cutscene. The throne room is destroyed, and there's a large wall in the demon castle. Jiyu looks at Luna and tells her they should return since they're all done. Luna says no since their date has only just begun. Luna's response confuses Jiyu a bit. Yufa compliments Jiyu, saying that even the previous Demon King didn't possess this much power. Jiyu was shocked that Yufa could dodge his attack when his stats are already maxed out. Yufa lifts his sword and lectures Jiyu that attacking and dodging don't only rely upon stats. With a swing, Yufa strikes Jiyu using Crescent Slash. Yufa continues his talk, saying one should observe the opponent to predict their attacks. Jiyu suddenly appears behind Yufa, thanking him for the advice. This completely surprises Yufa, and he swings his sword toward Jiyu. Jiyu once again disappears, confusing Yufa. A voice comes from below, taking Yufa's attention. Below Yufa, Jiyu's head is between his legs, smiling with a really creepy face. You really can't stop yourself from being disgusting for just one chapter. Seeing Jiyu, Yufa quickly stabs his sword at Jiyu's head, but Jiyu instantly escapes. Too bad it missed. Our MC fits the description of a cockroach who moves too fast that he can't kill it. Jiyu laughs, claiming having a high agility stat makes the game of toying with the enemy so fun. Yufa can only glare at Jiyu at his remark. In Front Village, Love curses Umis for leaving her alone with the flying demons. She accidentally trips on her own foot, and a demon looms over her. Love remembers how Undi's left with that woman she hates. Love clenches her teeth in irritation and stands up. She thinks about how that woman leaned her head on Umis, making Undi's blush. With annoyance for Luna, Love punches the demon with her fist. Great way to release some stress. The demons attacking the village right now are at least level 100 and above. As a level 25, Love's attacks wouldn't work, but since she has the Knuckles of the Ascended, she gets a power that equals more than 100 extra levels. Thus her punch is super effective. To top that, her weapon has a secret ability that lets it change the element of its attack appropriate to the target's weakness. At this moment, Love's sealed Knuckles of the Ascended is infused with holy attributes, killing the demon in one hit. Love gains XP and levels up to level 39. Aside from the basic XP, she gains bonuses for participating in the main quest. The Ascended weapon is starting to show its OP aspect. Still irritated, Love calls on the demons to be her sandbags. The problem with this is that there are a lot of demons. Love can only sigh as she sees Dis, and promises Undies will become dead meat once he returns. Resolved, Love closes her eyes as a demon hoof looms over her. Don't give up now, Love. Back in the demon world, Yufa compliments Jiyu for being stronger. He also confirms that Jiyu's stats are higher than his. Knowing this, Jiyu asks Yufa if he could just take the hit and die, so they wouldn't waste more time. Yufa says Dis is like all the reckless, hopeless battles he fought before. His undead party appears behind him, and Yufa claims they'll emerge victorious. You still haven't fought Jiyu, so it'll definitely be different. Jiyu and Uris look at them blankly. Jiyu then says that Yufa only wins because he has his party, making Uris laugh. Jiyu claims that warriors should fight one-on-one. Uris comments that Yufa's idea of an honorable battle means ganging up on his opponent. Luna advises Jiyu to be careful, saying that the warrior party has a 100% success rate when going into raids, and has never lost. To win, Luna offers to do it together. You're still sus since you're the one who revived Yufa. Is this your goal? Waking an enemy so that you'll get to party with undies? Real sus. Love's eyes are closed, awaiting to get crushed. But it doesn't happen. So she takes a peek and sees that the demon's leg is cut off. Hong appears, activating her Moonlight Assault skill, slaying the demon. Hong removes her mask and asks Love if she's okay. Love was glad to see her, but this was not the time for a chat because a horde of demons was coming their way. Like a classic cliche of humans versus demons, Hong remembers her interaction with a player in real life who thought of quitting. Hong smiles as she says that Chrono Life is really interesting. Hong shouts to every member of the Righteous Bandits Guild to turn off their stealth mode and enter battle mode to protect the front village. With the enemy demons receiving the protection of immortality, she commands everyone to cover their weapons with holy water. Hong declares war on the demons, and every guild member follows her orders. I'm literally tearing up with excitement. Hong's guild members attack the demons, and Love is amazed by the guild's cooperation. Hong says that it's only the second time she's using it since she became the guild leader, and the first time was when they fought with Love's boyfriend. Love blushed and sparkled when Hong called Undies Love's boyfriend. You're too easy to please Love. Hong tells Love that there are others there. A flash of an arrow shot and hit multiple demons simultaneously. Hawkeye, the leader of the Justice Guild, appears with his guild. Hong says this battle requires all forces, and Love sees that all the top 5 guilds are in the fight against the demons, and war has broken out in the lands of Chrono. Avengers assemble. A large explosion comes from the demon castle. The undead bard strums and activates the Song of the Seraphim to increase the warrior party's speed. If the second verse is played, a hidden effect will also activate. The skill effects amaze Jiyu, and Luna explains it's one of the bard's ultimate skills that alters time. Luna then urges Jiyu to form a party with her, but Jiyu only glares at her. Jiyu then raises a finger and curses at Luna. Jiyu reminds her that he'll not party with her, since there might be a scheme behind it, and Jiyu proudly says he can take them on his own. Jiyu pauses, then suddenly dashes towards the warrior party with his 99,999 agility. He stops before the bard and says the support must go first in any game. But before hitting the bard, he crosses weapons with Yufa. Yufa deflects Jiyu's attack, causing Jiyu to stumble and miss. Uris comments that Yufa turning his sword was smart. Luna says it's called perfect parrying. Wait, she really can see Uris from back then. Uris has taken a physical form, but she's not even shocked to see or talk to him. Luna continues her explanation, saying it's Yufa's best skill. Uris yells, saying that Yufa is too OP. Luna points out that Jiyu can only pierce the parrying if he attacks faster continuously. The bard's skill, the Song of the Seraphim, activates its buff effect. It rapidly increases the warrior party's speed by altering the time axis. It's okay as long as they don't regress. Jiyu only thought that Yufa was a bit faster with the buff. Still, Yufa activated his hidden skill, Glory of the Brave Warrior. It lets him sacrifice a large amount of HP to increase his stats twice the amount. Yufa sprints toward Jiyu and hits him multiple times with his sword. Jiyu may look worried, but he is enjoying himself, comparing Yufa to a cat who chases after a cat toy at Jiyu's hands. It is then that Jiyu realizes that the mage of the warrior party is casting a spell. The clouds in the sky swirl and rumbles, and a meteor appears. Jiyu expresses his amazement at the ultimate fire skill. Jiyu says he can dodge it with his agility stat, even with his eyes closed, but it would be a hassle. Jiyu raises his wooden stick and uses Swing Up. The meteor easily gets destroyed by Jiyu's attack, causing rocks to fall and scatter to the ground. Jiyu looks at the warrior party and asks if they have any other cool skills that they can show. Jiyu, this is not a show and tell. Yufa huffs as he states that this is only the beginning. Suddenly, the warrior party flashes with bright light, and the Song of the Seraphim's second verse starts, activating its hidden effect. The skill halves the enemy's stats, shocking both Jiyu and Uris. Jiyu's stats all drops to 49,999. Yufa then says that the hidden effects of becoming a demon king let him increase his stats 10 times more. Yufa's and Jiyu's stats can be considered the same with the help of the Bard's buff. He even mentions that Jiyu's disgusting tentacles won't even touch him. Then he asks Jiyu the same question, if he still has any cool tricks to show them. Should we start getting worried for the MC? Jiyu looks at them blankly and scratches his face. He suddenly smirks and says this is the perfect time to use that. Yufa wonders what it is, while Urin says it is the hidden skill of Buttman. Luna frowns, saying Jiyu hasn't learned it because he hasn't achieved the third requirement. Jiyu searches under his cape and takes out Habek's mirror. Jiyu activates it, and a bright flash comes out of the mirror. He got the second mirror skill, Mirror of Expansion, which lets the size of the target increase according to its maximum mana. Jiyu uses it on himself, and he becomes so massive that all that anyone can see in the demon world is Jiyu's white cotton undies. Only Love and Luna will genuinely appreciate this scene. Love slays a demon with one kick and levels up. Love comments on how there are more demons than before. Hong explains that with the protection of the Demon King, they keep on reviving. And with the portal still open, the demons will only keep increasing. Love screams that this is unbalanced as a demon comes after her. Abracadabra uses a skill and kills that demon in one hit. Abracadabra claims that the only way to clear the quests is to slay Yufa of Rage. Hearing this, Love suggests that they should all just log out. Abra, girl, your character name is too long. We'll just call you Abra. Abra informs Love that doing that will burn the world to ashes, ending the human world and turning it into another demon world. This worried Love, and she looked at Hong. Love says the game developers can just reset everything, but Hong says otherwise. Hong reminds Love of the previous announcement. This means that whatever happens in the game is determined by the user's actions within the game. And even if the world ends, the game developers won't restore it to how it was. Chrono Life will shut down if it has to. Real-world game companies would never do this. Love rants when she hears this, while Hong only says this is precisely why she likes the game. She enjoys the thrills it gives. Love is worried that everyone doesn't know about this, but Abra assures her that everyone else knows it by now. Many players are already fighting the demons, even if they're not part of the 5 main guilds. This is all to protect the world. Or not. Some players are too excited with the item drops and EXP. Back in the demon world, Yufa looks at undies, thinking that Jiyu must be over 10,000 meters. The bard continues to strum and activates the highlight effect of the Song of the Seraphim to reduce Jiyu's stats to 1/5 of its maximum. Urin rants, saying the healing factor should give Jiyu immunity to this debuff. Luna explains that the skill used isn't precisely a status effect. Instead, it alters the time around the target. Luna says it might be OP, but it doesn't work now because Jiyu is out of the skill range. Luna is undoubtedly enjoying the view right now. Jiyu's big face is shrouded by darkness as he calls for Yufa. He asks if Yufa can still parry his attacks. Jiyu mocks Yufa as he looms over the demon world. He's definitely bigger than a titan. Yufa can only clench his sword as he looks up at Jiyu. Jiyu raises his wooden stick, thinking about where he should swing. As he stands in the demon world, he decides to swing down. Jiyu aims his swing at the warrior party and the demon castle. This scares Yufa momentarily before he closes his eyes and accepts his fate. The wooden stick smashes into the demon world, and with a flash, it destroys the world into many pieces. We now have a colossal version of the planet-shattering swing. The world disappears with a bright light, and a system announces that the effects of the Mirror of Expansion will disappear due to excessive use. Jiyu returned to his original size and is sorry that Habek's second mirror is broken. It can only be used again once a certain period of time passes. I hope it gets fixed soon, and he can use it when Love is present. I would love to see Love's reaction when Jiyu acts like a colossal titan. Jiyu looks around, realizing he destroyed a planet again, but the servers didn't go down this time because it was the demon's planet. Urin appears glad that Jiyu is back to standard size. Jiyu comments that Urin is still alive, and Urin says it's because he's a spirit. Urin only disappears when the servers are down. The goddess of life also appears, remarking on Jiyu's recklessness. She asks how Jiyu plans to clean up this mess this time. Jiyu also comments on how Luna is still alive, but Luna responds that it's only natural. Our MC probably hopes otherwise. Jiyu and Urin start looking around, thinking Yufa must still be alive. Urin says Yufa is probably dead, and Jiyu says that kind of dialogue only means the enemy's still alive. Yep, Urin raised a flag right there. They hear a coughing sound and find a tattered Yufa sitting on a rock. Jiyu and Urin laugh, seeing that Yufa really is still alive. Jiyu then compares Yufa to a roach who remained active even after the explosion, ending up in space. Space roach. Luna looks down and says that Yufa will soon die because his life force is already fading. Seeing that the quest is as good as complete, Jiyu approaches Yufa. Yufa confirms that he's about to die. Hearing this, Jiyu starts teasing and mocking Yufa. This, of course, irritates Yufa, claiming that the warriors of the modern day don't have manners. No, we have manners. Undies is the only exception. Yufa sighs and admits that Jiyu is still the strongest man he has ever met. Yufa then acknowledges his defeat. Back in Front Village, everyone is still fighting and about to reach their limits. Hawkeye encourages his members to hold on longer and to keep going because their role isn't to win, but to buy Undies the time he needs to defeat Yufa. The demons are probably still there because Yufa is not yet totally dead at the moment. Lug is already tired and has received a fatal wound, worrying Hong. Hong realizes that everyone has already reached their limits. Panicking, Hong gets grabbed by a demon, thinking it might be the end for everyone. The hand holding onto Hong unexpectedly turns into ashes. Every demon screams its anguish as they disintegrate into dust. Lug, still tired, compliments Undies for winning his fight. Back in outer space, Yufa glows brightly, saying he'll disappear soon. Chibi looks at him and suddenly asks Yufa a question. He asks how Yufa ended up hating humans after killing the Demon King. I'm also curious about this. Yufa answers that it's not a very interesting story. He claims that being extraordinary made everyone love and envy him. Tears drop from his eyes as he says he loves humans more than anyone. But it seems that those humans Yufa loved so much ended up betraying him. This is probably why he doesn't feel bad about turning his friends into undead like him. Luna looks over, thinking how Yufa loves humans more than anyone. Yufa completely disappears, and the system announces that the main quest is cleared. Jiyu receives the rewards for clearing the main quest. As the main contributor and slaying Yufa on his own, Jiyu receives additional rewards. From afar, something sparkles so bright as it comes closer to Jiyu. With long golden hair and slippers, the man greets Jiyu. Jiyu recognizes him as the being who calls himself God. The head honcho, who can still exist even with the servers down, is back. God compliments Jiyu for taking Yufa down, saying he has additional rewards for Jiyu. A system interface appears and offers Jiyu two choices. Jiyu can choose to advance to one of the 7 sins, or he can choose to remain human. God explains that Yufa was given the same reward when he defeated the Demon King, but he ended up dying a tragic death not too long after. Ultimately, Yufa became one of the 7 sins because of his hatred for humans. Deep down, Yufa still loves humans, because those were his last words. "You're the biggest sus here, God." God smiles as he offers this to Jiyu. Jiyu glares at God as he remembers Yufa's last moments. Jiyu then smiles, saying he doesn't need to think about it. Jiyu presses on one of the options, and the system announces that he has made his selection. Behind Jiyu, Yura squeezes over to Luna to look at what Jiyu has chosen. Luna had a shocked, worried face and was speechless. God asks Jiyu why he made that choice. Jiyu smiles as he says it's obviously because. What the? It's a freaking cliffhanger. Come on, let's hurry to the next chapter. It's already the next day, and real-life Jiyu stares blankly at the ceiling, with drool on his mouth. He was lying on his bed when his phone vibrated, and Jiyu saw Captain Love messaging him. They share a snappy banter, and Jiyu rants that he deserves to rest as the main contributor to the quest. Sarang then asks him out to dinner, which confuses Jiyu. Suddenly, Luna was lying beside him, saying Sarang was probably flirting. Luna rambles on how a student should focus on her studies. There's a stalker in the house again. Seeing Luna in the same bed shocks Jiyu off the bed. Jiyu asks her how she keeps getting inside his house and yells at her not to change the subject again. Luna claims that she's only returning the shirt she borrowed last time. Yeah, right. Jiyu wondered if he lent her a shirt, then remembered how Luna looked back. Jiyu blushes and asks Luna if the shirt she wore back then was his. He already forgot. Luna then asks if Jiyu is going out to eat. If he is, she's tagging along. Jiyu gives an unfathomable face, thinking that he's screwed. Inside their favorite go-to restaurant, Sarang blazes with anger while Luna happily eats. Jiyu sits at the same table with the two and can only gulp while sweating. With a devil-like face, Sarang asks Jiyu why Luna was there, saying it was supposed to be just the two of them. Jiyu sweats profusely, making up a story that since the two have met in-game, he thought it would be good to have dinner together. Jiyu is so confused that he's making up excuses. He says he ran into Roach Lady, so there's nothing to worry about. He looks like a boyfriend trying to calm down his angry girlfriend. Seeing this interaction, Luna reveals they were lying together in bed a few moments ago. She's adding more wood to the fire. Ji-yu can only look blankly at Luna for saying this. This angers Sarang more, and she starts questioning Ji-yu. Ji-yu can only think how screwed he is at that moment. Luna sighs, saying that Love and undies are not dating, so why does Love question him like he is her boyfriend? Sarang falters as she answers that they're in a party, and she's the party's captain. Then Sarang angrily asks Luna what her relationship is with undies. Let me answer that, she's undies' stalker. Luna smiles as she says they have a very special relationship, both in real life and in the game. Ji-yu remembers the kiss they shared in the game and looks away while dismissing that the stuff in the game never happened in real life. Calling him noob, Luna claims that what one feels in Chrono Life is also felt in real life. Touching her lips, Luna asks if she should repeat it in real life so that Ji-yu can compare. Ji-yu looks at Luna while blushing. Sarang yells, seeing that the two are so close together. Irritated, she fumes that she is purposely being left out, and that Luna keeps comparing the game to real life. It is then that she stops, realizing what Luna means. The thought shocks and scares Sarang as she tries to confirm. Luna smiles as she mocks Sarang. Sarang suddenly stands up and leaves the two with a mixed sad and angry countenance. No, my OTP is at risk. Luna was happy, while Ji-yu only told her to finish her food and go home. The two finish their meals and talk outside the restaurant, with Luna reminiscing about their past. Luna then asks Ji-yu why he made that choice. Finally, well, we learn about it now. Ji-yu asks Luna if she didn't hear what he talked about with God. Luna admits she did, then asks if the decision was made because of Sarang. Ji-yu only scratches his face as he asks Luna what she's on about and leaves. Wait, so what did our MC pick? Ji-yu logs into the game and Urin welcomes him back. Urin looks around, realizing they are in an alley in Front Village. Ji-yu is relieved he can relax in the game, making Urin question why Ji-yu can't do it in real life. Ji-yu makes a face saying it's hell in the real world because of Luna and Sarang fighting. A wooden stick suddenly falls beside Ji-yu, making Ji-yu look at the person who threw it. The person is the bald kid who gave Ji-yu his current weapon. Seeing him shocked Ji-yu, saying that it was him. Our Lord has appeared. Thank you for blessing our MC with that wooden stick. In the Chrono Life headquarters, CEO Choi watches over the meeting of Ji-yu and the bald kid. A staff member inquires what he should do, and the CEO only responds to keep watch on him. The CEO watches, thinking about how, of all times, these two meet now. He then questions if this is a prank by the gods above. Ji-yu is so happy to meet with his benefactor once again. Ji-yu asks how he has been, but the bald kid can only stare at Ji-yu, not recognizing him. Ji-yu then tells about how he reinforced all of his equipment, but it all got destroyed, and how the bald kid gave him the wooden stick he has now. The kid remembers after a while, and the two get to communicate about Ji-yu's golden statue. Urin then appears, shocking the kid. Ji-yu then talks about Urin. Urin grumbles about how he should be revered, but the kid just hugs him tight. I wonder why our Lord couldn't speak. Happy, Ji-yu clenches his wooden stick and expresses his gratitude for receiving the stick that day. Feeling comfortable, Ji-yu starts to tell the kid everything that happened to him from the day he received the wooden stick. He found it strange that he could easily open up to this kid, being able to tell everything about his life. They reach the point where Ji-yu says he has to choose between becoming one of the 7 sins or staying human. The curiosity about Ji-yu's choice is apparent on the child's face, and Ji-yu reveals that he chose to remain human. Too bad, he would have been perfect as greed, or is the sin already taken? The kid is still curious about why Ji-yu chose this. Ji-yu stands up, saying they'll talk about it next time. Ji-yu says that he has something to give to the kid. Urin is now so comfortable with the kid's hug that he calmly eats his meat. With a flash of his hand, Ji-yu summons all the ascended weapons. The kid gets wide-eyed seeing all the ascended weapons on the floor. Ji-yu says that all of these are for the kid since he doesn't really need them because he has the wooden stick. The kid waves to Ji-yu, rejecting his gifts. Ji-yu asks why since the weapons are worth a ton. The kid thinks about it and writes on paper. He then gives it to Ji-yu. In real life, Ji-yu goes to the address written on the paper the kid gave him. What awaits him is totally unexpected. The person he opened up to and told his life story is sitting on a bed with life support, and she is a young girl with an incurable disease who only has 2 weeks to live. I'm getting some Asuna and Yuki vibes here. Let's prepare some tissues first. Ji-yu enters the room, and the sick girl pats the space beside her. Understanding her, Ji-yu sits down. The girl writes on a sketchpad, apologizing to Ji-yu for simply giving him an address, but she really just wants to meet him. She also apologizes that she can only communicate this way because of her sickness. Ji-yu assures her that it's okay. The girl scribbles and tells Ji-yu how much fun she had when she listened to his story. This experience led her to want to tell her own story. She says it won't be as exciting, but she wants someone to remember her. She admits that she may be being self-centered in doing this. Ji-yu assures her she wasn't, how he has the time, and how he likes listening to other people's stories. It's never self-centered to share your story. The girl laughs and accuses Ji-yu of being a liar, since she knows Ji-yu loves skipping the game dialogue. Ji-yu blushes and falters, saying it is because it's a game. She's good. She quickly caught her MC lying. She starts telling her story with the class she chose in Chrono Life. The girl decided to be a merchant, finding it fun to talk with everyone as she bought and sold items. She admits that she was too shy in the real world, while it's the complete opposite inside the game. In real life, CDO Choi tells his staff about the sweet girl who hands out potions to newbies for free and sells items for cheap. With her personality, she doesn't have what it takes to be a good merchant, for she is happy even if she doesn't make a profit. Everyone loved her, whether they were a user or NPC. He describes the girl as not flashy, that she could light up a room like a star in the night sky. She's extraordinary. The mood gets heavy when CEO Choi says the girl suddenly stopped logging in. Everyone was looking for her, and wondered why she stopped showing up. After much time passed, the people who knew the merchant girl leveled up and moved to different places. Ji-yu is probably the only high-level user who still wanders the front village. The CEO continues his story. He tells how the merchant girl returned to the game, but lost her long, beautiful pigtails and wore the cheapest in-game clothes. At least she's still decent compared to our MC. The CEO narrates how the girl only communicates by emoticons and keeps giving all her items to other users to the point that she is left with a wooden stick. It is that wooden stick. She gave this wooden stick to a user, but the guy just threw it and went away while complaining. Your loss. She was sorry that all that she could provide was a wooden stick. It was then that she heard a cry of dismay and continuous clanging sounds. She peeks at the alley and finds a person in his undies, with broken equipment littered on the floor. She sees the tears coming out of the man's face, and she gets an idea when she glances at the wooden stick in her hand. I love the history of Ji-yu's wooden stick. A beautiful person gave it with a pure heart. The girl finishes her story and says that what comes next is Ji-yu's story of the plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. Look at that. She actually said the title. The girl admits she tried to act strong, but still cried so much, learning that she was terminally ill. She wondered if she would still meet her previous friends or if they had forgotten about her. Others may have wished for a miracle, but for her, she would rather have someone remember her. No one would forget that kind of kindness, though. Ji-yu runs home and immediately logs into Chrono Life. He goes to where Urin's Legion is and repeatedly slays every monster. Urin looked at Ji-yu, asking if he was okay, thinking how he had never seen Ji-yu get so emotional like this. He wonders why Ji-yu is conducting a killing spree. Stress reliever? Ji-yu slays numerous monsters as he remembers his talk with the merchant girl. The girl's disease is extremely rare, and the surgery fees would be enormous. Ji-yu suddenly says that he'll pay for it, even if it costs more than millions. He urges her to get the surgery. Oh, so he's hunting to accumulate money for the girl's surgery. Ji-yu stands sweating amidst the drops of dead monsters. He remembers how the girl was initially stubborn, thinking she was being given false hope. With a 30% chance to live after the surgery, the girl cries as she admits she is scared of not having 2 weeks left if she takes the surgery. Ji-yu assures her that she will live, and that no one will forget her. Even I feel afraid. Instead of feeling reassured, the girl bursts into more tears, telling Ji-yu that it isn't simple, and that he doesn't know what it's like to be sick like this. She describes how your whole world falls apart when you are sick, affecting your family, friends, and entire life. Back in the game, the goddess of life appears, and Urin comments on how she always seems to be appearing lately. Yeah, she keeps disrupting my OTP. Luna says it's not like her to frequently appear, because it takes away the mysterious vibe. She's here only to help. It's really hard to believe her. Luna steps beside Ji-yu and lets him know that she has prepared everything. In the real world, the girl sits on her hospital bed. Her knees are up and her face is down on her arms. She remembers her talk with Ji-yu. The girl trembles as she cries. She admits she's scared and doesn't want to die, wishing that she wouldn't be forgotten. A hand reaches for her and pats her on the shoulder. It was Ji-yu, sitting beside her with a smile. The girl looks up, and her eyes widen when she sees many people inside her room. Ji tells the girl that no one will forget her. These people were everyone she met and became friends with while playing Chrono Life. This is probably what Roach Lady helped with. Everyone expressed how the items they received from her really helped them out, and they reassured her that there was no moment that they forgot about her. Hearing this made the girl tear up more, and everyone told her that they all still love her. A few days later, the girl promised she would return happier, and she goes ahead with the surgery. It was Luna who helped Jiu find every user who knew the girl. The presence of these people gave the girl the courage to have surgery. She's terrific at managing to do that. She took the gamble of her life. For a small girl, she was braver than anyone. And despite real-life challenges, she'll always return to the game with a smile. A smile that would light up a room and bring warmth to everyone's hearts. A kind, generous girl merchant who can't make a profit. And we need more people like you in this life. Inside Chrono Life, Jiu stands beside an empty merchant stall looking forlorn. A person walks towards him, and Jiu looks with shock. It was a girl with long hair and pigtails. Jiu's mouth was open with surprise, and he blushed. Suddenly, tears started falling from his eyes, and he smiled. For he saw the only person he truly opened up to. And that girl was the Starlight flower. This chapter really made me cry so much. I'm delighted that the girl lived in this story. May the soul of that girl in real life rest in peace, for she is still loved by many. The destroyed demon world got its Dana wholly restored, but the demons within it started to kill one another. It was caused by the resentment they felt in gaining and losing their king at the same time. With their rage and inability to dominate the human world, they used these emotions to kill their own. Death, the demon king's right hand, watches over them, worried about how to go from here, though it doesn't appear on his face. Thinking of how to calm every demon, he pulls out the essence of the Demon King, a jewel that will let one advance to the hidden class of Demon King. Picking it up earlier near the Demon King's castle, he is thankful it wasn't at least sealed in the blade of the brave warrior like before. With that ore, there's still someone who's bound to become the Demon King. Will it be one of the surviving demons? Thinking that he couldn't just hand it to anyone, Death wonders if there's anyone appropriate for the role. I honestly thought that Death would just use it on himself. Death suddenly thought of Jiu. He thought of Jiu's disgusting face with a tentacle from his mouth, Jiu's unholy-like skill, Jiu's devil-like look as he loomed over the demon world, and the time Jiu shoved his ugly face in between Yufa's legs. Death's eyes suddenly leer, and a smirk forms in his mouth. He just thought of the perfect candidate. I must say, he is indeed the perfect candidate. In the human world of Chrono Life, Jiu is slaying bunny bears with only 0.0001% of his power. It's collecting bunny bear's tooth that can turn to HP potions once grinded. With all the bunny bears in the area slain, he and Uris head back to the town. Where will he use those? It's not like he needs it. At the entrance of the front village, Jiu looks for someone he is supposed to meet. Other users started to murmur when they saw Jiu with Uris walking by. Jiu suddenly stops and waves a hand. It was his benefactor, the Starlight Flower, or simply Star. We get a golden star. Star calls Jiu Wooden Stick Man and greets him with an emoticon. Jiu hands the materials he collected to Star. Star receives it with thanks and uses her skill Mix Potion, a skill to create potions. The bunny bear's teeth all turn into a potion with a poof. Jiu exclaims that Star could make a bank if she sold everything. Star agrees, but says she didn't make them to be sold. It's impressive how Star can easily ask Jiu to do things for her. Star runs to the carpenter NPCs and hands out the potion to them. Star thanks them for their hard work and ensures they'll drink the potions. The carpenters were so happy as they thanked Star. From afar, Jiu stares at this happy picture, then tells Uris they should gather more. First time seeing our MC whipped. In real life, Sarang is still tormented by what happened in the restaurant with Jiu and Luna. She was suddenly halted in her thoughts by her manager. Sarang's manager was annoyed with Sarang's wallowing while she ate her Rays chips. These Rays are too thin, even if they're tasty. The manager asks Sarang what's with their lamenting and if Undies dumped Sarang. Sarang thinks about it and consults with her manager, pretending it is about her friend. Her manager just goes along with it even though she knows it's obviously about Sarang. Too obvious, Sarang. Sarang says that her friend has an eye on this guy. At first, the guy was a regular user, but they started spending a lot of time going through things together. The friend would get mad, be anxious when together, and for some reason, her friend couldn't help but miss the guy. The guy saves Sarang's friend, and her friend would cry and smile because of the guy, until their friend finally realized that all she could think about was that guy to the point that she wanted to know more about him. So that's how Sarang developed her feelings for Ji-yu. Realizing what she just said, Sarang says that her friend doesn't actually like the guy yet. She just wants to meet with him more often. Sarang admits this with a blush on her face. Once again, realizing her reaction, she yells that it was what her friend told her, then just laughed awkwardly, while her manager kept on munching on rays. This is why she's an idol and not an actress. Sarang's manager gets straight to the point and asks her what kind of relationship she wants with him. Sarang says it wasn't about her, but her manager just cuts her off, saying she's a crappy liar. The manager reminds Sarang that as Sarang's manager, she already knows that the guy is Undies, whom Sarang is always in a party with. Sarang stares in shock but lowers her head, finally admitting the truth to her manager. The manager sighs and crumples the leftover bag of chips. She reminds Sarang that fans tend to leave when an idol gets into a relationship while tossing the trash. The manager explains that getting into a relationship can be seen as a betrayal by the fans, and everything Sarang has worked for will fall apart. Hearing this makes Sarang worried. Her career is on the line if she pursues a relationship with Undies. Her manager smiles and says she won't stop Sarang because it is her life. Her manager says she will always be on her side, no matter what Sarang does. This made Sarang happy, and her manager jokes that she can just work for a different talent and get a fat severance paycheck. Kidding aside, her manager asks again what kind of relationship Sarang wants with the guy. Sarang says she doesn't know, as she remembers Undies' interaction with Luna both in-game and in real life. Remembering it angers her, and she admits she wants to make Undies hers. Yes, an admission. I hope Ji-yu reciprocates her feelings one day. The manager was proud of Sarang's decision, but retracted when she thought about how Undies is an adult and might get arrested for dating Sarang. Since Sarang is only 17, she decides to first make Ji-yu fall for her and start dating 3 years from now. Knowing that her manager is by her side, she asks for advice since she has never dated or talked to a boy. Her manager agrees, and Sarang decides to log in and meet with Undies, and Sarang asks her manager to advise her through the game chat. As Sarang logs in, her manager gets her phone and uses his search engine. She then types how to get a guy. Sarang's manager is actually known as one of the best managers in the industry, but at the same time, she's never been in a relationship since birth. Oh. Inside the game, Death is in the human world, looking for Ji-yu without much plan. As he thinks about how to look for Ji-yu, he hears loud booming and crashing sounds. Death suddenly smiles, declaring that he has found him. Nearby, Ji-yu is slaying more bunny bears and grabbing their teeth. He suddenly hears steps. It was Sarang, and she killed a bunny bear with a kick. Urin and Ji-yu were surprised by Sarang's appearance. With a blush on her face, she reaches out her hand to Ji-yu and gives him some bunny bear teeth. This causes an awkward pause, but Ji-yu then scratches his face. Love is programmed to log in and look for her crush online like anyone else. While blushing, Ji-yu apologizes for what happened in the restaurant last time. He was sorry for bringing the roach lady without telling Captain Love. He didn't know that Love and Luna were on bad terms, and to make up for it, Ji-yu promised to buy lunch next time. Dude, just how thick are you? What would it take for you to realize that 2 chicks are after you? The offer makes Love smile and agrees to the lunch. She then gets close to Undies with a serious smile, making Undies nervous. Love asks if what the roach lady said back then was true. Love asks Undies for an explanation with a smiling, grim face, making him sweat profusely. Ji-yu says it was nothing, and that nothing much happened. Love leans on Ji-yu and says that something did happen. Undies shake his head, but Love is not having any of it and jumps on Undies. Meanwhile, Death floats by and hears Undies screams. Death finally finds Ji-yu, but Ji-yu is under Love, trying to make Undies spill the truth. Seeing this makes Death think that Love is stronger than Undies. Death is so amazed to find someone who can dominate the man who has split the skull of Demon King Yufa. She can, because she's the waifu. Death admires Love's demonic expression and changes his mind. He believes that Love is the perfect candidate to become the Demon King. Death floats to where Love and Undies are, making the two pause their play fight. Death, you're bothering Love's moment with Undies. Death offers the green orb containing the Demon King's essence to Love. Not thinking too much about it, Love takes the jewel while still on top of Undies. She asks who the small floating guy is, but the orb flashes brightly. A system announces that Love has received the essence and has advanced to the hidden class of Demon King. In a different space, God looks over still without eyes. God states that everything is in place with a new final piece. Yufa, who was supposed to be the last piece, was replaced by Love. God remembers how Luna offered her help to Ji-yu inside. He thinks that this is the first time Luna has gone against orders, But whatever Luna is scheming, God deems that she is already too late. God declares that now is the final chapter. God and Luna are both up to something, but it seems to be different from one another. The bright light blinded Jiyu, but then he saw Love float and advance to Demon King. Receiving the special abilities shocked Love. She flails in the air as she complains about how someone just changed her class and how she never wanted to be a Demon King. You have no choice now. Jiyu and Eurus can only look at Love as she advances and receives the skills of a Demon King. Jiyu asks Eurus what's happening, but Eurus also has no idea. Love continuously complains about the system modifications and asks what the Demon King descended even means. Hearing this, the system enters the Demon King tutorial system and uses Love's skills as a demonstration. The skill, the Demon King descended, it's activated. Love's hair sways and changes to white, and her warrior clothes turn black. She completely changes her look, more appropriate for a Demon King. A very sexy Demon King. Love is so shocked by the change in her outfit and hair that she squeals. Eurus comments on how Love is the new Demon King, while Jiyu comments on how Captain Love was basically forced into the class that she didn't want. Death declares that the Demon King descended is a skill where Love takes the form of the Demon King, who has infinite magic power. She prefers to be a warrior. Death explains that the Demon King skills can only be used when Love is in the Demon King descended state. Her passive skill, the Demon King's almighty power, is the only exception to this. Still in shock, Love asks about the unique Demon King skills. The system again demonstrates it, and the essence of the Demon King activates. The sync status is stable when the system announces the syncing with noise at 1.3%. 4 bat-like wings spread from Love's back, long horns grew from her head, and her eyes turned red. The skill activation with its cool effects rumbles, making Eurus and Jiyu amazed as they watch with their popcorn. I suggest you guys grab your own popcorn as you watch this. With a snap, Love speaks only one word: annihilate. A ball of red light forms at the end of her finger and grows bigger. The red light shoots from Love's finger, causing a massive explosion in the distance. Annihilation is one of the hidden skills of a Demon King, which lets them gather infinite magic power to release a powerful beam. The downside is that it takes time to charge up, kind of like Yusuke's ray gun from Yu Yu Hakusho. Love was shocked and speechless after the skill demonstration. As she drops to the ground, her horns and wings disappear. Jiyu was excited about the demonstration as he commented on how awesome and strong Captain Love was. It's a totally different reaction from Love's response. Love looks at Undies and asks him what she should do now in a faltering voice. Love is so worried about what to do. She asks if it means she must fight against humans, and if she has to fight him. Jiyu scratched the back of his head as he thought about it. Love clearly doesn't want to be at odds with the other users. With tears in her eyes, Love continues complaining about the change, worried that she looks strange. Jiyu looks closely at her and only blushes as he answers that Captain Love doesn't look odd. You don't look strange, Love. You look sexier in your new outfit. Death looks at Love, saying that he made the right choice. Love's ability to use the exclusive skills for the Demon King immediately, with a sick noise of only 1.3% amazed Death greatly. Death declares that Love's heart harbors darkness even stronger than Yufa. Is Death referring to Love's trauma from before? Irritated, Love yells at Death as she pulls on its face. Love screams at Death to turn her back to normal, with his face still being stretched. Death says he can't do that because the essence of the Demon King will only leave her body once she dies. Death further explains that as the Demon King, she is now considered a unique boss monster, meaning its character deletion once she dies. While Love panics, Jiyu is chill and smiling as he looks at Love and Death. Jiyu comments on how Death looks squishy, and that he also wants to pinch him. This gets Eurus' attention, and he frowns at Jiyu. Someone's jealous. Eurus starts complaining to Jiyu, saying he's way more squishy and soft than Death, making Jiyu question Eurus' concern for who's squishier. This makes Undies and Love a better-looking tandem, since they both have squishy flying companions. Love asks if she has to stay in the Demon King form, and if there's a way to get rid of it. Death whistles as he says he wouldn't tell, since he would rather have a Demon King around. This irritates Love more, making her pull on Death's face harder. Death accepts the pulling as he says a firm no. Jiyu and Eurus stare at the two. Jiyu comments on how Captain Love can probably say, "Turn off Demon King mode to make it work." Jiyu then delivers the bunny bear teeth to Stars since she's probably waiting. Eurus says Jiyu is almost like a big brother, but Jiyu asks what kind of big brother is actually nice to his sister. The rare ones do exist, though I'm not one of them. In one of the main 3 castles of Chrono Life, soldiers patrol on top of the walls of Castle Arden. The soldiers suddenly hear rumbling sounds as a monster-like being runs toward the castle. The soldiers are perplexed by this sight. Suddenly, it jumps up to the walls of Castle Arden. Seeing it up close shocked the soldiers. They were only able to shout as they got slain immediately. The soldiers are unsure if it's a monster, asking if it is a werewolf. The monster suddenly speaks, angry that he's being called by a monster. "Okay, I'm sorry. We don't know what to call you yet." The unknown being then says that humans are blind. Hearing it speak shocks the soldier. Out of nowhere, 2 more monster-like beings appear on top of the castle walls. They announce that they are not mere monsters, but called Anthromorphs. The lizard Anthromorph then slashes the soldier. People started running toward where the Anthromorphs were. These people were Hawkeye and the members of the Justice Guild. As the master of Castle Arden, Hawkeye commands everyone to eliminate their enemies. Hawkeye looks over as his men attack the invaders. He suddenly asks everyone who's watching his live stream to like, subscribe, and turn on the notifications. He talks to the viewers regarding the monsters, while every one of his men is fighting. "Do join the battle." Everyone's more interested in the new monsters. Hawkeye was interacting with his viewers when he suddenly stopped talking and looked around him. The place is already quiet, and every member of the Justice Guild presently lies dead on the floor. The Anthromorphs see Hawkeye, and Hawkeye shudders in fear. Everyone in the live stream chat told him to run. Before Hawkeye even read these, he immediately dashed off while thinking about what those things were. Hawkeye is panicking as he runs. Hawkeye sees a shadow looming over him. He looks back, and the wolf Anthromorph is already behind him. Hawkeye is known for having high agility as an elf. Still, even with this, he was unable to outrun the Anthromorphs. The wolf Anthromorph catches him with his mouth. That's a gruesome death. Hawkeye and Castle Arden have fallen in a short period to the mysterious species called the Anthromorphs. Back to Jiyu and Love. Death smiles as he urges the new Demon King to summon all demons and destroy the human world. Love refuses, and Death starts complaining about what she should be doing. Love banters back and asks why she should even kill humans. Death says it's the privilege of possessing sheer power. That's according to Death's standards. Hearing Dis, Love says that she's screwed since she's really weak. Dis' statement makes Death confused. Death confirms that Love should be the strongest, since she can beat up Jiyu. Love corrects him, revealing that her level is only at 92. Dis makes Death more confused. Death then asks for Undi's level, and Jiyu says he's at level 999, the maximum level. Death worriedly asks how this is possible, when it is clear that Undies was getting beat up by Love earlier, and Undies even calls her Captain Love. Undies explains that he has a long history with Captain Love, making things the way they are. Hearing Dis makes Death curse inside. Death feels like he got scammed. Out of nowhere, a crack appears near the group, making them all stare at it. Love was shocked, while Jiyu tried to remember where he had seen it. A colossal monster claw comes out, with it peeking through. The clawed hand reaches out, and Luna is atop it. Luna glares at Love, who's still in her Demon King form. Luna goes to the ground, face to face with Love, mockingly commenting on how much Love has grown. Goddess of Life versus the Demon King. The Demon King and the Goddess of Life glare at one another for some time. Luna started to move her staff and was immediately stopped by Jiyu. Jiyu asks if Luna is thinking of killing Captain Love. With a grim face, Luna admits that she was, but has now deemed it a waste of her time. Gotta admire our MC for saving Love there. Luna walks off and says things are going as planned to the point that it is almost ridiculous. Only then did Love realize that she almost died, and got her character deleted if Undies hadn't intervened. Luna compliments Love on her new look as the Demon King, saying that Love is quite pretty to the point that Luna wants to kill her. She doesn't bother hiding she's jealous of Love. Jiyu calls Roach Lady and asks about her exact role. She had helped with Star's surgery, but Jiyu still couldn't tell if they were the good guys or just villains. Luna doesn't answer the question. Instead, she says Noob probably likes the good girl type with a suggestive look. Luna says she can play that role for him if that's what he wants. She constantly changes the subject whenever she's asked a question. Jiyu doesn't fall for it and just tells her to go away. Luna finally says that the game, Chrono Life, is about to end. Jiyu says it won't happen, since the developers can just throw updates and DLC to make it a never-ending story. Luna says that was also what she thought of before, and mysteriously says that Jiyu will see the truth soon. The changes are happening at an alarming rate. Urus of Pride becomes Jiyu's sword, the second head becomes the Sin of Veracity, the appearance of Riot the Sloth, and the revival of Yufa of Rage. These are all story arcs that were supposed to span over the years. If it wasn't for our MC, things would have gone slower. Luna explains that the regular player would have a hard time in the main quest of defeating Yufa. Still, Jiu cleared it immediately, and another person became the Demon King. Luna lifts her staff and points it at Love. Jiu covers Love, saying that Luna cannot kill Captain Love. Yes, protect your waifu. Luna's staff begins to glow, and she smiles at Jiu, saying she won't kill her yet. Luna uses teleport on Love, shocking both Love and Undies. Love can only call for Undies before she completely disappears. Jiu grabs Luna by the shoulder, asking where did she teleport Captain Love. Luna smiles, as she answers that it's the final chapter. No, you didn't. Luna won't kill Love because she thinks someone else can do the job for her. Love coughs as she opens her eyes. She sees dead bodies on top of a castle wall. Love has been transported to Castle Arden. Back to where Jiu and Luna is, Jiu asks Luna why she would send Love there, and Luna explains it is the first challenge of the final chapter, the Anthromorphs. So how many challenges are there in the final chapter? In Castle Arden, a shadow looms over Love, and she sees the wolf Anthromorph behind her. Jiu only smirks since he knows Captain Love will not lose over some furries. Luna looks at the hand Jiu lifts from her shoulder, feeling disappointed. She touches the shoulder Jiu just touched, and replies that Jiu isn't exactly wrong. She really fancies Undies. Feeling more swift and light, Love uses the Falling Dragon strike on the Anthromorph. She thinks that she can take on any enemy. The Anthromorph says that it does sting a bit as it stands up. Love was shocked that it talked, and she realized that it was no ordinary werewolf. Simultaneously, Luna explains that those Anthromorphs are different. They were born 10 times stronger than humans. Jiu realizes those furries would have the same stats as the Demon King. Luna says that if the story progressed as it was supposed to, Anthromorphs would have appeared 10 years from now. As a new Demon King, she will have difficulty taking them on. But why does Love have to face them? Luna's on a power trip. The Anthromorph activates a skill, Claw of the Beast, and slashes at Love. Love immediately dodges, avoiding the attack that can easily split a forest in half. The Anthromorph activates another skill, Hunt of the Beast, gathering power in its claws and unleashing it in a slash attack, causing a big explosion. Jiu comments that the balancing of the game sucks. This makes Luna frown with shock, saying that Jiu should be the last person to talk about game balance. She had the same reaction as Uris did from Chapter 18. Luna explains that everything happening in the game has only one root, Jiu. Jiu feels a hint of injustice in this statement. Luna says that Jiu's existence is incredibly invasive in the world of Chrono Life. Still, she admits that there is another option. Luna looks at Jiu's weapon, saying that his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick is the root, but Luna doesn't believe it because it's up to the person who uses it. She makes sense. If it was me, I use it against PK characters instead. Jiu says he doesn't care what other people think, as he pulls out the said wooden stick. He decides to go and save Captain Love. Jiu asks Roach Lady to send him to Castle Arden, but Luna immediately refuses. This irritates Jiu, but he lets it go and thinks of a way to get there directly. Luna acts all cute as she tells him to give up and stay there with her. Jiu ignores Luna as he thinks. He suddenly smirks and kneels in front of Luna, showing he's behind her. This shocks Luna as she eyes Jiu's ass. Jiu says he just had a great idea, with a face that screams evil intentions. Luna looks at Jiu's behind, thinking this is a good idea. She suddenly pauses, thinking about what Jiu means. At this point, I think anyone who falls for Jiu is a perv. Jiu suddenly runs really fast in circles. This confuses Luna, thinking he is just spinning in place to the point that he's creating a whirlwind. At the same time, back in Castle Arden, Love is having a hard time with the Anthromorph and is almost reaching her limit. Returning to Jiu and Luna, Luna looks at the whirlwind, wondering if Jiu will fly away. She notices that Jiu has been running for a whole minute, making her realize Jiu's real plan. A system announces that Jiu unlocked all the requirements for the agility stat hidden skill, Speed of Light. Jiu immediately activates the Speed of Light and transports himself to Castle Arden. Jiu smiles and greets Captain Love, saying he's there to save her. Love felt relief and gladness in finding that Undies is there for her. My OTP is coming true. Bye, Roach Lady. Jiu steps toward the Anthromorph and asks how it dares harm Captain Love. The wolf Anthromorph only laughs, excited to have another human on their hands. You won't be that happy in a little bit. The other two Anthromorphs make their appearance behind Love and Jiu. The three Anthromorphs start to converse, saying everything is going according to their plan, and they just need to follow orders. Suddenly, the bear Anthromorph dies with Jiyu's one hit, surprising the other two. And here I wanted to know who ordered them, Jiyu and his impatience. Oh wait, he just killed a bear. Does that mean he finally has the hidden skill for strength stat? With an irritated face, Jiyu tells it to shut up since he's dead anyway. This makes the other two shiver and sweat. The two Anthromorphs dashes toward Jiyu to attack, and Jiyu lifts his wooden stick to retaliate. Before he can attack, Love tells him to stop. Jiyu stops and just accepts the skill attacks from the Anthromorphs. He looks at Captain Love, and Love thinks she can't help, back when Jiyu went off with Luna to fight Yufa. With resolve, Love tells Jiyu that she'll finish it. She believes that she needs to be strong to stay beside Undies. There are some roads that one has to take alone. The Anthromorphs take a break from attacking Jiyu, feeling all tired. Still looking back at Love, Jiyu smiles and agrees to leave one of them with her. Still huffing, the lizard-like Anthromorph got its long tongue pulled by Jiyu. Jiyu tells it to come with him, since they wouldn't want to get in Captain Love's way. It's like he's pulling the leash of a big pet. Jiyu banters with the lizard, while Love and the wolf look at the two as they leave. Love prepares to attack while the wolf thinks about who the kid in the underwear is. With that crazy power, Wolf believes he should report it to them. Wait, who's them? Stop hanging us. The wolf also knows he'll die, so he plans to find the right time and escape. Love suddenly jumps and turns above the wolf, giving it a hard kick. The attack shocks the wolf because it is faster than before. You should still pay attention to the fight, even if you're confident. Love releases continuous attacks, making the wolf unleash his Claw of the Beast skill. Love dodges, but the wolf immediately launches Hunt of the Beast. Love manages to avoid it again, realizing that she's lighter and her movements are easier to maneuver. As the wolf thinks Love is irritating, Love jumps and points her finger at the wolf, activating her Annihilate skill. The essence of the Demon King gets activated, giving Love her wings and horns. Love tells the wolf to die, and a beam shoots from her finger. The wolf can only curse as he gets hit by the beam. Yup, you're dead. Not by the hands of Undies, though. Once on the ground, Love sighs in relief as the system announces that she gained EXP for slaying a monster. From 92, her level jumped to 139, making her look in awe at all the level up notifications. Behind her, Jiyu and Uris are eating meat as they watch. Jiyu congratulates Love for defeating the enemy on her own. Love then asks if it was a bug because she just leveled up 40 levels in one go. Jiyu explains it's not a bug, because those were ancient Anthromorphs. He hands Love a bigger piece of meat as he explains what he learned from Luna earlier. Done with the explanations, Love looks for the lizard that Jiyu dragged away. Jiyu says they're eating it right now, making Love spit the meat. Love hits Undies in the head, and complains about how disgusting he is for grilling one of the quest monsters. Jiyu meekly answers that the lizard looked like it tastes good. It's a game, so it's fine, but it's still disgusting. Love continues to scold Jiyu and tells him to revive it, even if he has to call the goddess of life. Undies reasons out that it wouldn't be ethical consumption if they revived a monster already grilled and eaten up. In a different area, Hawkeye drips blood as he leans on a tree. An ancient Anthromorph has cornered him and tells Hawkeye to stop resisting. Hawkeye curses as he says that he thought that Castle Arden was the target. The Griffin lets him know that the real target is him. This shocks Hawkeye, making him cover his chest and say he's not interested in furries. I doubt the furries are interested in you. His actions irritate the Griffin, so he threatens Hawkeye. The Griffin then gets close and asks him about his ability to telepathically connect with other humans. This initially confuses Hawkeye, but then he understands that the Griffin was referring to his live streams on YouTube. The Griffin commands Hawkeye to relay a message to all of the tribes in the South Continent. The Griffin wants to be a live streamer as well. Hawkeye prepares and goes live. He was to quit streaming because of the previous Castle Arden annihilation, but was forced to return. Hawkeye calls to the Griffin to let the Anthromorph speak. The Griffin shocks the viewers and proceeds to greet the South Continent. He introduces himself as an ancient Anthromorph from the Northern Continent. He commends humans win against demons, since the demons have been their enemies since long ago. Is this why Love has to fight them earlier? Then, the Griffin declares that in return for the humans' deed, the Anthromorphs will invade the South Continent in precisely 30 days from now. You shouldn't be attacking them if you're thankful. Giving a month's extension is not a reward. The Griffin then paints a picture of what will happen on that day. To help announce their intentions, the Griffin lets Hawkeye live with the promise of killing him in 30 days. And this ends his live stream. This is the main quest that comes after the invasion of the demons. With its greater difficulty, the users did not receive the announcement well. It became a hot topic worldwide, making Chrono Life's reputation extremely low. It's only natural to hate the game developers at this point, since they wouldn't adjust the game difficulty. In a VR arcade, Hong sits in one of the capsules. The guy who sat beside her last time sees her and approaches her. He thinks he'll get some brownie points if he's optimistic about the game. He confidently tells Hong that the game is fun with the significant events happening in a row. With a smile, Hong curses the game and tells the guy to not talk to her. Insta-kill part 2. Hong kept smiling while looking at the update, saying they'd crossed the line this time. Rage and hostility have filled the users because of the recent news. Instead of having a good time enjoying the game to relieve stress, it made the users feel powerless. None of the users even contacted customer service because they knew from experience that the developers won't do anything to fix it. In the Chrono Life main office, the CEO laughs as the company becomes a villain once again. He declares that the quest won't be easy to clear like the others and bids his users good luck. He literally looks like a villain in this panel. Despite the low users' rating of Chrono Life, they recorded the highest number of users log in at once. Still stuck in her Demon King form, Love asks Undies if he watched Hawkeye's live stream. She questions if it's possible to grind quickly within a month to fight off the Anthromorphs. Love speaks in a panicked tone, and Jiu clenches his teeth. He suddenly screams, announcing that he can't take it anymore. Love looks at Undies like he has lost his mind. He long lost his mind, even before he met you. Jiu says that waiting for a whole month to take the quest won't do. With a creepy, excited face, he declares that Undies now goes to the North Continent. Demanding his playtime, Love finds his face disgusting. Yeah, but you still like him. Jiu suddenly activates his skill, Speed of Light, and off he goes, leaving Love behind. Jiu flew off as he laughed excitedly with his creepy face still on. Love looks up from the ground, thinking that the Anthromorphs should run. Still transporting, Jiu maniacally laughs with his tongue out. He suddenly stops in outer space and looks back with an excited face. He looks at the world, wondering if the land before him is the North Continent. With a big smile, he activates Speed of Light and laughs as he returns to the Earth. Still laughing, Jiu suddenly hits a barrier, cracking his skull. That's got hurt. Jiu moves away and curses, realizing there's a barrier. A system notification appears, saying that the North Continent is currently unreleased and to please come back next time. This saddens Jiu, as he thinks this is how Chrono Life wants to play it. In the Chrono Life main office, it was CEO Choi's turn to laugh maniacally, as he watched over Undies. That laugh won't last long. They purposely blocked the continent, knowing the Undies kid would do something like this. A staff frowns, and he asks his boss how they said they wouldn't interfere with the user's experience. The CEO only tells him to shut up, and it's okay since they are already the villains for this episode. These few tricks won't be harmful. As long as he can pull a fast one on Jiu, the CEO will willingly change his ways. In the game, Love is updating her stats, while saying it was a crappy move to not let Jiu in on the continent. Jiu is pissed off, and Love comments that it's no wonder he's so salty. With the continent blocked off, Jiu can only just wait for a month, just like the other players. Still annoyed, Jiu asks if he should just break the planet again. This makes the developers flinch as they watch over him. Let's go break the servers. Luna appears, telling Jiu to not do anything he'll regret. Luna explains that breaking the planet only means server reset, which will not help. Jiu says it'll help with his stress. Then he asks why Roach Lady was there. Luna says she's looking to see who won between the new Demon King and the ancient Anthromorphs. Luna glances at Love and says she was hoping there would be at least a missing leg, definitely asking for a fight. This angers Love, making her scream at Luna. Luna only smiles, saying they never properly introduced themselves to each other before. Luna comes close to Love and introduces herself. You only realize this after numerous meetings. Still hot-headed, Love calls her Nasty Roach. Luna tells Love she's 21 years old and berates Love for not respecting someone more senior than her. Talking about respect made Love angrier. She reminded Luna of talking smack about Undies' parents and killing users during the Urin arc. Death suddenly flies to where Love is, saying he's glad she's still alive. Then immediately changes, saying she couldn't just died in battle, so he could find a stronger Demon King. He's awfully frank for a Demon King's right hand. Love pulls on Death's cheeks, but Death asks her why she's alone. Love sees that Jiu is off to the front village, but Luna is tagging along. Love throws Death away and chases after them, saying she's also coming. Jiu says they could come if they won't fight in front village. In the Great Western Desert, the members of Justice Guild, sorry, I'm a fan of the original. The members of the Justice Guild are fighting the field boss, King Sandworm. On top of a plateau, Hawkeye, Hong, and Abracadabra are watching their progress as they discuss how they could fight the Anthromorphs in a month. And a single ancient Anthromorph is as strong as a boss monster, a high-level dungeon. Hawkeye can only sigh as he admits that they can only rely on that brave warrior. In case you're confused, they're talking about Jiu. Abra says they should still be prepared, since it would be foolish to rely on someone else in a battle, and this was shown when they fought with the demons, while the brave warrior fought in the demon world. Hong says she has a good idea that will let them fight against the Anthromorphs, shocking Hawkeye. Hong admits it would be hard to make up for the 10 years worth of power gap, but her idea might work if they get help from the brave warrior. With a sigh, Hong announces that they should just rely on him. Star welcomes Jiu when they come back to the village. Seeing the two women with Jiu, Star asks if they are Love and Luna. Love asks Jiu who the kid is, and Jiu tells her the whole story. Hearing it made Love cry. You now feel our feels from chapter 35. Love hugs Star tightly, asking if she's all better now. Star says she's okay, and asks a question herself. She asks who Wooden Stickman's girlfriend is, making the three flinch. Jiu pushes a bag of bunny bear teeth to Star to change the subject. Star looks at the two, observing how Love has slowly developed feelings for Wooden Stickman, while Luna has a deep interest in the man. Star adapts a detective costume and poses while thinking. This is one of those love triangles she's seen on TV. Detective Star. Star then whispers to Jiu, asking who he likes better, or if he likes both. She is so open-minded. This makes Jiu blush, saying Star is still too young to talk about this kind of stuff. Star tells Jiu not to be shy, but she's sure Jiu has a hard time since both are beautiful. Then Star asks if there is someone else besides the two. Jiu agrees, and with a straight face, he says that he likes Uris. Uris and Star look at Jiu with disbelief, making them question his preference. Jiu tells them he's only kidding. If it was true, Luna and Love would have to compete with Uris. Suddenly, Jiu starts jumping, thinking of what he should do for a month. Star smiles and suggests that he slowly enjoys the game, since Star knows how Jiu is rushing to beat everything. This reminds Jiu of the advice of an old man, who told him to enjoy the game instead. Remembering it, Jiu once again gets annoyed at how the owner used his authority to block the continent, when it was the old man who mentioned not interfering with users' experience. The old man didn't keep his word. Out of nowhere, Hong jumps to where they are and greets Jiu. Hong asked another favor from Jiu, saying it's about the war with the ancient Anthromorphs. In the North Continent, Griffin reports to their great leader, Aventador. Aventador is the dragon of the North Pole. Wait, there's no Santa. Aventador praises Griffin and commands to have everyone prepared to take over the South Continent. With a flash, Aventador changes into his humanoid form. Aventador walks off and grins, thinking about how he'll meet again with his brother Uris. Uris has a brother. Back in Front Village, Hong talks about her plan that will rely on Jiu's help. Love thinks it is a great idea, while Luna believes it takes too much advantage of Jiu. Luna adds that doing this would cause conflict with the developers of Chrono Life. This last part made Jiu smile as he ate his meat. Jiu suddenly starts laughing, thinking that he would get on the bad side of the developers, but he doesn't care about that. Still feeling wrong for getting blocked off the North Continent, Jiu gives a devilish smile as he accepts Hong's request. He'll be happy to comply as long as it is bothersome for the game developers. Thinking it was a great plan, Jiu stands up and says goodbye to everyone. He activates the speed of light and disappears. Everyone coughs at his disappearance, and Star asks where Jiu was going without finishing his food. Hong explains that Jiu is off to give Hong a favor. Star asks what the favor was because she wasn't really listening earlier. Hong explains that in 30 days, ancient Anthromorphs are going to attack. To beat them, everyone needs to be stronger. The easiest way to do it is by leveling up. Still, there is another more straightforward and faster method to become stronger. The other method is through the equipment, so Jiu will be farming equipment for everyone. Understanding what Hong is saying, Star realizes where Jiu is headed. Hong confirms that Jiu is now in the most challenging dungeon in Chrono Life, which is the nest of Uris. He went there to gather equipment and sell that equipment to users. This made Star panicky, saying it would mess up the economy. Hong admits she knows Dis, but Dis is the only way to win the war. Hong also reminds Star that the brave warrior doesn't care about that. What motivates him right now is that the developers blocked off the North Continent. And after seeing Jiyu, Hong realizes that you can't mess with someone set in their ways. She has Jiyu all figured out. At that moment, Jiyu laughs crazily as he slays monsters, and this one is enjoying any excuse to piss the game developers. An announcement of a super special sale was released in the front village. Jiyu, with a mountain of weapons behind him, announces they're selling equipment from Uris Nest for low prices. Users gather, and a small boy comes forward who's looking for a sword to use. Jiyu asks for his level, and gives the boy the blade of the deceased for only 10,000 gold. The boy's eyes shine upon receiving the weapon, and he runs off, declaring he'll go on a level-up marathon. Everyone exclaims how cheap it was, that everyone else starts buying. I hope someone would do this in real life. Nearby, Love, Luna, and Hong look at Jiyu and start selling equipment. Love asks if they can just auction them, since it will take a long time and will exhaust Star. Hong explains that auction items always get bought by Riot of Sloth, so auctioning would be pointless. A large man steps in and cuts into the line. Hong immediately recognizes the man. Jiyu once more announced when the large man suddenly loomed over him. The man says he'll also take the blade of the deceased, sold to the level 19 newbie. Some users complain because the large man cut into the line. Before the complainer could finish his sentence, the large man grabbed his head and threw him into a wall. This causes a commotion, and the large man proceeds to buy some equipment. It's hard to get rid of this kind of character. Jiyu grins at the large man and says that the blade of the deceased costs 10 million gold. This angers the man, saying that Jiyu sold it for only 10,000 gold to the newbie. Jiyu explains that the prices are set to match the customer's level. The large man starts to complain, but Jiyu asks if there's a problem. Jiyu smiles as he says that if the man has any complaints, he can bring them up to Jiyu's wooden stick. The large man stares at Jiyu. Love looks at what's happening, and then asks Hong who the guy is. Hong says the man is Benedict, ranked 38th of the entire user base. He is also notorious for killing users. Benedict clenches his teeth and his face starts turning red. All of a sudden, he politely gives 10 million gold to Jiyu. Jiyu accepts and thanks the guy, reminding the man to not cut the line next time. Benedict leaves, murmuring how scary it is. Justice is served. Hong talks to Love, asking how her leveling up is going, and if she's stronger now that she's the Demon King. With a worried look, Love admits that she hasn't been able to level up much and is only around level 210 now. Hong flinched because Love was only level 139 a few days ago. Love is going with Undies to Uris Nest, but she can barely kill a monster or two, and Undies is making fun of her for being weak. Undies and Uris have deeply influenced Love's perception of weak and strong. Luna looks at Love blankly, while Hong can only smile, thinking how Love doesn't know because she hasn't played for very long. An average user will take at least 2 years to reach level 200. Luna goes back to staring at Jiyu, and Hong asks if Love will also level up today. Love confirms that she'll be going with Undies after he's done selling items. I wonder what Luna's and Hong's levels are. Hong wishes Love good luck, as she thinks about how they have hope for this war while looking at Love. In the Ravine of the Deceased, or what is commonly known as Uris Nest, Love fights with a giant monster. She easily evades, but when tentacles with mouths come out of the numerous mouths, Love expresses her disgust. Love still isn't used to disgusting things, even though she's always around Jiyu. Wanting to keep it short, Love activates the essence of the Demon King, charges forward to the enemy, and evades the tentacles. She stops beside its main body and uses Annihilate multiple times on the monster. Upon killing it, Love receives EXP, and the essence of the Demon King deactivates. Behind Love, Jiyu compliments her for killing the monster already, and how she's getting faster by the day. Love is happy with the compliment, but when she notices the mountain of dungeon drops behind Jiyu, she starts to moan. This kills Love's confidence and tells Jiyu to leave her alone now. From afar, Luna looks at how Love and Jiyu interact. I am slightly sorry for Luna, but she really shouldn't have done that to Jiyu before. And with that, time has passed. It is now the day of the epic battle. Aventador and the Anthromorphs gathered 1 million of them, announcing that today is the day they will erase the history of the South Continent. Aventador shifts to his dragon form, and all of them headed to the South Continent. The Castle Arden is the northernmost part of the Chrono Continent, and is a point that Anthromorphs must cross. This makes Castle Arden the first and last point of defense. The members of the Justice Guild are on top of the walls of Castle Arden, and they start sweating when they see the army of Anthromorphs heading their way. They'll duke it out on this battlefield. The approaching Anthromorphs were suddenly attacked on the side. The mages, led by Abracadabra, are on top of a mountain. They cast more offensive spells and release it simultaneously. Griffin starts to protest, but an arrow shot hits it by the ear from the other side. Hawkeye and the other archers are on a different mountain on the opposite side. Hawkeye commands everyone to shoot, making it rain arrows on the Anthromorphs. The big gates of Castle Arden creak open. Suo, the leader of the Crossline Guild, and Saintly, the leader of the Sacred Guild, led all their troops to fight against the Anthromorphs. It's a good opening strategy for this war. This battle will be recorded as the biggest war in a game, and this war will be ended by a single user. Of course, it'll be up to the MC to finish it. Jiyu clenches his wooden stick while flexing his muscles in an unholy pose. Our eyes. Declaring that he has waited too long, Jiyu is now ready to slay and swing his wooden stick. Love stops him, saying that swinging his wooden stick will kill everyone. Jiyu smiles and says it's okay, since they'll just revive, but it'll be lights out forever for the monsters. This simply means that they win. Love thinks about it, and concludes that Undies has a point. His logic is genuinely remarkable. Declaring that it's time, Jiyu starts to swing his wooden stick down. Before he does, he disappears from the battlefield, shocking Love. Jiyu gets transported to a blue-colored space. Jiyu looks around and realizes he's been there before. Seriously, we're about to get to the good part. God greets Jiyu, but Jiyu is tired of this god's antics. He wants to return immediately, but God wants to talk to him. God explains that not even the hairy old man can interrupt them because that man is too busy watching over the war. This makes Jiyu angry and curses God. He wouldn't let anything get in his way after waiting a month. He starts threatening God, making God sweat a lot. With a sigh, God stays firm and says no because Jiyu was bound to end everything quickly. So true. Still angry, Jiyu accuses God of being a spy sent by the developers. Still, God says he's not in any way associated with Chrono Life. He only brought Jiyu that space to fulfill all of the sins. A god who's helping out the sins. Back on the battlefield, Saintly and Suo are fighting together against the Anthromorphs. Saintly deals the most damage, while Suho defends both of them. Suo still deals some damage when possible. The preparations made for 30 days are coming to fruition. From leveling up, battle strategies, and weapons from Uris Dungeon. All these advanced them to fight on even ground. Until he showed up, the users looked up at the flash of light above them. A vendor collects power in his mouth and throws it to the users. Here comes Uris' brother. In the blue space, Jiyu gives God a chance to explain what he means by fulfilling the sins. God says he can't reveal more and gives Jiyu a skill in the form of fire. God tosses it to Jiyu and explains it is the ember of all creation, which lets him get a view of any place or being he wants. In Jiyu's palm, he views the battlefield. Oh, it's a godlike skill. Suo suffered critical damage from protecting himself and Saintly from the dragon breath attack from above, and Suo fell to the ground. Saintly can only look as a Ventador. The dragon of the North Pole descends to the earth. Seeing this view from the ember, Uris squeezes in for a better look. Uris recognized the king of the Anthromorphs, letting Jiyu know that the dragon of the North Pole is a Ventador, and he's one of the 3 great dragons. Uris explains that aside from himself and a Ventador, Gargantuan Dragon, Gallardo, is also recognized as one of the 3 strongest dragons in the Chrono Life story. So there's another dragon to meet aside from a Ventador. Jiyu says he has never heard of them before, while Uris explains that they were supposed to show up far later in the game. Jiyu smiles and asks if the other 2 are stronger than Uris, but Uris says he's the top since he can win one-on-one battles against the others. Then, Uris says that what's important to know is that a Ventador is the sin of greed, so it was already taken. I guess the empty seat of veracity was the one being offered to Jiyu before. On the battlefield, Saintly tries to stand up against the colossal dragon before her, saying they still have the weapons from the dungeon of the strongest dragon, Uris. With a flash, the dragon turns to his humanoid form, reacting to the woman's words. A Ventador claims that his beloved brother, Uris, has adjusted to life on the South Continent. Hearing this, Jiyu asks Uris if they are all brothers, while Uris says he's an only child. So they're not real brothers. A Ventador probably only meant it figuratively. Seeing the dragon's human form gave Saintly hope in dealing damage to it. She goes in with her spiral spear attack, which only poked a Ventador in the neck. A Ventador mocks her and releases tentacles from his back. The tentacles stab Saintly all over and suck her dry. This action was recognized by everyone on the battlefield, and it shocked them because they already knew what it meant to be absorbed by that skill. Aventador introduces himself to everyone on the battlefield, announcing that he is both greed and veracity. Dude, Jiyu does a better job of being greed and veracity than you, even if he's not one of the 7 sins. The announcement shocks Jiyu, asking why the dragon got 2 sins when he had already killed Urin. Uris agrees, since all he knows is that Aventador is greed. Calling God a blabbermouth, Jiyu asks him about the current situation. To explain, God brings out a giant hourglass. The existence of the 7 boss monsters represents the 7 deadly sins, with the duty to fulfill each of their sins. Uris of pride fulfilled his long ago, and Yufa of rage barely fulfilled his. Still, Urin could not complete his, because Jiyu killed him quickly. This lets Aventador inherit the sin of veracity, since he is the only unique boss monster in the game that can do so. Plus, he's also greedy. Wow, his greediness means more sins to collect. The hourglass God brought out is the hourglass of sins. Once it's full, it means that the sins are fulfilled, and each grain of sand in the hourglass represents a human life. That's messed up. So what will happen once it's totally filled? Hawkeye commands everyone to get into a defensive formation. Still, before they can do so, Aventador releases more tentacles and stabs the archers in the mountain. He absorbs everyone's levels and stats, and even Hawkeye gets absorbed this time. Our streamer is out of luck. Abra yells for him, but even she and the other mages are stabbed with tentacles and get absorbed. Aventador laughs at how weak the humans are. No one expected you to come out this year. The Anthromorphs rejoiced upon seeing this majestic move, and everyone is cheering for their leader. The balance of the battle tipped in favor of the Anthromorphs, and the users, having lost their commander, Hawkeye, do not know what to do. Hong clenches her teeth and makes a quick decision. She announces that she will take over as the commander-in-chief. Hong then boosts everyone's morale with her words and instructs them to avoid the veracity skill no matter what. She adds that if a comrade gets stabbed, they should end their comrade's game before they get absorbed so they can still revive. And with that, Hong commands everyone to charge. Hong is really suitable as a commander. She is not only decisive, but she also has the ability to empower others with her words alone. Seeing that the humans are still willing to fight, Aventador grins and uses his tentacle to stab. A tentacle attacks Hong, but she cuts it up using backstab slash. Aventador was impressed, but she only mocked him. Aventador did not back down and he simply pulled out more tentacles. The sheer number of those tentacles stunned the users. Aventador sent out 100,000 of these to stab them. Hong can only look in horror as she watches her colleagues get absorbed, at the same time strengthening their enemy. The system then announces that the Sin of Greed unique attribute is activated, allowing Aventador to unlock the maximum cap level. Aventador easily reaches thousands in level with his current power. The abilities of Greed and Veracity achieved perfect synergy, strengthening their ability owner. That's too much for these users. Just when will our MC get back and save everyone? Hopeless, Hong lets go of her daggers. What they had worked so hard on in the last 30 days only helped their enemy reach new heights. Aventador steps toward Hong with a tentacle hovering by Hong's neck. And Aventador is now level 3,890. From above, a red light of power collects in the finger of Love, and she uses her skill Annihilate on Aventador. Hong looks up at Love with shock, as the blast creates a large explosion. Hong somehow manages to make it out alive, and she is stunned to find out that a Demon King's unique skill can be so strong. As Love drops to the ground, Hong compliments Love for her attack at the same time, saying how she thought she would have died as well. Love only looks back, saying it would have been tragic, making Hong flinch. Something is off with Jiyu's girl. Love tells Hong to stay far away because her attack did not even harm Aventador. Love says she is unable to both protect Hong and fight with the dragon before them. Hong notices that Love's personality has changed. Love looks around them. With all of the Anthromorphs, she deduces that the probability of her winning is only 0%. With this sigh, Love calls for death and declares that the entire demon race is at war with the ancient Anthromorphs, and she commands Death to open the portal to the demon world. Death adheres to his lord's command, changes his form, and opens his mouth wide to open the portal. Before Death could even open up for business, something smacks him on the side, making him crash to the ground. For it being called Death, he really gets tossed a lot. It's like he is the one who was on the verge of dying instead of being responsible for creating deaths. From the crash site, a man appears, apologizing since he accidentally stepped on an ally on his way down. Love pauses, and her essence of the Demon King deactivates. Her face changes into a look of shock and calls for undies. Hong and all the other users who are now watching on their phones express delight in the hero's appearance. CEO Choi lights up his tobacco and can only curse at Jiyu's appearance. He then realizes that Jiyu only appears now when he would have usually started wreaking havoc from the get-go. He then assumes that it could have been the work of that man. The CEO and the gods' relationship is still shrouded in mystery. Just when will we get to learn more about it? Inside the blue space, God sits by the hourglass. The hourglass upper half is already empty. With all the sand filling the bottom part, God lets Jiyu go by opening up a portal. Before leaving for good, Jiyu threatened God not to pull this stunt again. With a serious face, Jiyu promises to kill God if he locks him up again. God sighs, alone in that space, promising that they won't see each other like that again. And with a smile, God says this is because it is already the final act. On the battlefield, Love tears up and starts beating Jiyu while complaining about his disappearance. Jiyu defends himself, saying he got dragged against his will. Love continues to scold him for stepping on Death, and how he stopped Death from summoning the demons. Jiyu can only apologize as Love beats him up. They are together again. Love feels weird when Jiyu's not around. It's like her dark side creeps out when he is not around. Hong looks at the two and smiles, seeing Love return to her usual self. Hong thinks she only imagined those things before. Nope, you were not imagining things. We also saw it. At the crash site, Death fainted, with only 1 bar of health points left. Yep, Death is dying. I wonder if potions or healing skills work on him. He might die if someone uses those on him, but I'm sure he'll make it somehow since he is not a unique boss. Love asks what they can do now that they can't summon the demons to fight the Anthromorphs. Jiyu looks at the Anthromorphs and Aventador. Jiyu only grins as he pats Love's head. He tells her to sit back and watch since he'll be cleaning up. Love stares at Jiyu as he walks toward Aventador. Yup, let this hero resolve this problem for everyone. Jiyu stands face to face with Aventador with his max level and skills. Aventador looks down at Jiyu with his own level 3,890. Watching from the Chrono Life main office, CEO Choi quivers with excitement as Chrono Life's most powerful user is against Chrono Life's highest level boss monster. Everyone watching this scene got their hearts thumping, and even we are excited by what will transpire. Aventador looks down at Jiyu and mocks him. Jiyu lifts his wooden stick and slightly hits Aventador on the left shoulder. Aventador is incredulous at this attack at first, but like a slow-motion film, it takes a bit of time before a loud crash resounds. All the Anthromorphs were shocked, and Aventador fell to his knees. Aventador loses a third of his face, his left shoulder, and an arm, shocking him at how much damage he got from such an attack. Everyone watching it was agape with shock as well. With an angry face, Jiyu starts scolding Aventador for talking too much. Jiyu is already angry because of the game developers and God. With all this happening, Jiyu wants to relieve his anger by spanking Aventador. Undoubtedly, this is a great way to relieve some stress. Aventador coughs because of Jiyu's attack. Seeing this, Jiyu squats and asks Aventador if his hit hurts. This shocks Aventador, but Jiyu only gives him a wicked smile, saying Aventador still has a long way to go. Jiyu starts beating Aventador using only his fists and legs. Jiyu enjoys himself with the punches, kicks, and occasional slaps on the butt of Aventador. It's to the point that Aventador is already acting weird. He's probably an M deep inside, and our MC is just helping Aventador discover this. Love looks over while thinking that Undies is back in his villain mode. The scene before them aggravates the Anthromorphs, and they start running over to save their lord. Jiyu smiles widely at the approaching Anthromorphs and grabs his wooden stick from his undies. Jiyu expresses his excitement about the incoming attack and swings his wooden stick, causing a big explosion. This annihilates a good number of the Anthromorphs, shocking the rest. Jiyu jumps over, and with maniac-looking happiness on his face, he attacks the Anthromorphs. He expresses his love at the futile attempts to fight back, making the Anthromorphs shiver in fear. Yeah, it is much more suitable to say that Undies has the makings of a great villain. Jiyu causes mayhem against the Anthromorphs while a dying Anthromorph asks their lord's forgiveness for their incompetence. As his dying wish, he wants their lord to consume them with veracity. Aventador asks if it is sure because he cannot revive them once they die. Knowing this, the Anthromorphs kneel before their lord and say that they would rather end as their lord's strength and die at the hands of a scoundrel. They are willing to do this because they know how much their lord has sacrificed for them to survive in the north. The Anthromorphs cry as they ask for another request. They wish their lord to lend his ear to the skies, for they will roar their hearts out to celebrate his victory. The scene gets so dramatic to the point that the viewers end up sad and crying themselves. The scene confuses Love, thinking how Undies is the nasty villain here. It really seems that our MC is the true villain of the story. Ji realizes that the Anthromorphs have gathered in one area. With a menacing smile of glee, he laughs and prepares a falling attack. But before he can even swing his wooden stick, tentacles stab the Anthromorphs. Aventador, feeling melancholic, thanks his brethren for everything. The crying Anthromorph speaks his last words, saying serving Lord Aventador has been an honor. Then Aventador absorbs everyone's levels and stats. In the end, even if Aventador wins against Jiu, the ones he has been fighting for are no more. This scene made Love, Han, and every other viewer cry tears of empathy. Jiu enters the scene, commenting on how Aventador finally resorts to cannibalism. Without a single strand of empathy, Jiu says he's actually better off absorbing them to raise his own level and stat. Still, either way, Aventador is total trash according to Jiu's standards. And what does that make? A compost? For Jiu, what Aventador did isn't something a leader should do. Jiu laughs loudly, and everyone seeing this can only think how much of a jerk Jiu is for laughing at the enemy's honorable sacrifice. Our MC's personality is nothing new, but not everyone knows it. Aventador can only frown as he accepts Jiu's words. He stands up, pulling back the tentacles, and his arm instantly regenerates. Aventador, exuding power, states that he is no longer hungry as tears drip from his eyes. The Dragon of the North Pole is now level 9,999. Aventador and Jiu run toward each other and exchange a single hit, Aventador using his fist and Jiu using his wooden stick. The impact blows away everything around them, literally leaving no rocks unturned. The attack destroys Aventador's right arm, but he quickly regenerates it using the reincarnation skill of the lizard Anthromorphs he absorbed. It is as powerful as Jiu's healing factor. Aventador's title as the Sin of Greed upgraded veracity to the point that he could also absorb skills. So why is Aventador's regeneration not gross to look at? And yet, for our MC, it is totally disgusting. This makes you wonder if the creators have a love-hate relationship with Undies. Aventador stabbed Jiu in the stomach with his hand passing through the back, shocking everyone. In absorbing approximately 1 million ancient Anthromorphs, all of the skills of those Anthromorphs were also absorbed by Aventador. And as the only dragon Anthromorph, he is on top of the food chain of the strongest predator. Aventador kept attacking Jiu when Jiu didn't respond. But all these attacks are for nothing because Jiu's healing factor activates and heals like nothing happened. This one is not that gross. Jiu asks Aventador if he is done and swings up his wooden stick to Aventador's face. This causes a big explosion. Angered, Aventador swipes his arm, but he only slashes through the air. Jiu activated his speed of light skill and launched attacks the dragon couldn't see. Love smiles with excitement, thinking that Jiu already won the battle. But Aventador suddenly flashes, and he transforms into his dragon form. Aventador flies and declares that he has nothing to lose anymore. CEO Choi was shocked that Aventador plans to use Ice Breath. A level 9,999 dragon doing this will disintegrate the entire continent, and he commands his staff to contact the server team to cut off the power. Desperate times come with desperate measures. Aventador is planning to destroy everything, just like our MC did when he wanted to slay Luna back then. Before the staff does as he says, Aventador releases Icy Breath. Jiu only smiles as he activates his hidden STR stat skill. Soul of the Giant, he finally uses it. Jiu receives the Ancient Giant's Strength, increasing his damage and attack range by 1,000%. Jiu swings his wooden stick up without much effort, and an explosion meets Aventador's Icy Breath. The explosion engulfs Aventador, and he disintegrates as the beam of explosion reaches far beyond space. No worries. No nearby planet is destroyed in this scene since Jiu already destroyed it in Chapter 14. Jiu looks up to the open space and declares that he only has one enemy left, and that is the Sin of Envy. Here is a quick recap of the sins shown so far. 1. Urus of Pride. 2. Urican of Veracity or Gluttony. 3. Riot of Sloth. 4. Lumina of Lust. 5. Eupha of Rage. 6. Aventador of Greed and Veracity. 7. And the currently unknown Envy. Love rushes towards Undies and compliments him with 2 thumbs up. Suddenly, Aventador drops to the earth and Jiu asks Captain Love to move back in case the guy uses Veracity. Jiu talks to Aventador, complimenting him for still surviving. Aventador admits his defeat and asks to be killed by Jiu. Jiu grins and says that he has every intention to do so, saying goodbye to the dragon. Jiu lifts his wooden stick up in the air. Aventador remembers the last moments of his kin as he awaits death. Tears drop from his eye once more, feeling sorry that their sacrifice is for nothing. In the eyes of the Anthromorphs, Aventador is the hero and protagonist of their species. Jiyu stops his swing and changes his mind. He doesn't want things to be too anticlimactic, so he asks Aventador to become his ego sword. Urin pops out and asks Jiyu if he won't kill the dragon anymore, reasoning out that he already reached the max level of 999. Jiyu won't get any XP from slaying Aventador, and the same applies if he used veracity. Aventador acknowledges Urin's presence and mocks him for becoming domesticated by a human. Laughing at this, Aventador refuses Jiyu's proposition. With the dragon's refusal, Jiyu sighs, smiles innocently, and says he won't force him. Acting like he was struck by Aventador's refusal, Jiyu smiles and declares that to deal with this heartbreak, he will head to the northern continent and go on a killing spree to clear his head. Jiyu laughs with glee as he repeatedly describes his intentions. I think our MC's moral compass has become faulty, but if you look at it from a different perspective, what he intends to do is no different from the Anthromorphs' goal. This angers Aventador, and he asks Jiyu if he is now threatening him. Jiyu smiles and waves his hand in calming motion. Then he gets near Aventador and says that he wasn't a dimwit after all. Jiyu states that he is indeed threatening Aventador. Everyone sees this exchange and gets pissed off at Jiyu's actions. I guess those people are easily affected by their emotions. They don't seem to remember that the world of Chrono Life almost ended because of the Anthromorphs. Unlike what others think, Urin believes that Aventador should have just given in like he did. Remembering his brethren's sacrifice, Aventador closes his eyes and says he will accept. In exchange, Jiyu won't harass the Anthromorphs. Jiyu laughs as the system appears, asking if he wants Aventador's soul. Urin asks Jiyu where he plans to imbue Aventador's soul since there can only be one soul per weapon. Jiyu thinks about it and decides to have Aventador imbued in his cotton white undies. That is a ridiculously bad idea, but who am I to stop our MC? With a big smile and sparkly eyes, he signals Aventador with a come-hither look. Aventador wants to rethink it, but Jiyu doesn't give him any chances and pulls the dragon into his undies. Aventador disappears and relinquishes his physical form and enters Jiyu's briefs. Jiyu enjoys it and does an unholy pose. His undies are now ego briefs with rank ego and infinite durability. I know this sounds weird, but Jiyu literally has a dragon in his underwear. Jiyu floats in the air as the system announces it. Love can only look up at him with an indescribable face. We also need Urin and everyone else's reaction to this scene. The system announces that the main quest has been cleared and everyone receives a chest. Upon opening, the item inside is a snow crystal of the Everfrost. When consumed, it lets the consumer endure the cold of the northern continent. The northern continent is now open. It excited everyone to explore the new map, hence increasing Chrono Life's user interaction. Jiyu eats his snow crystal, and the system announces that he can now adjust to the cold temperature of the northern continent. Wait, that's it? Aren't there other rewards for the top contributors in this quest? And that is how the war with the ancient Anthromorphs came to an end. We got the enemy-turned-ally route in this story arc. Jiyu logs out of the game and immediately feels hungry. A voice asks if he is done and says the lunch is ready. It was Luna, and she called for Jiyu to come and eat what she made. Jiyu sits by the table and compliments Luna for cooking a lot. Jiyu eats the food and thumps his spoon on the table. Fine, I'll let it go since our MC was hungry. With traces still on his face, he asks Luna who she is and why she is in his place again. He then threatens her that he will call the police. Luna is glad that Jiyu finished his food, commenting on how Noob is so fast in everything he does. Luna says she is there for an important business discussion. Jiyu asks what it is, and Luna grins. Luna smiles brightly as she asks Jiyu out on a date. It is a trap. Don't agree. This causes Jiyu's brain to load, trying to understand the word date. While this happens, Sarang hums while holding her phone with a plushie of undies on her lap. People, we have undies merch now. Sarang thinks that Undies is lazing around right now and wonders what she should message him. She types in a question, asking Undies if he wants to go on a date, but she doesn't send it. Instead, she punches the Undies plushie while giggling. Just send it, and don't mull over it too much, Sarang. Your nemesis getting ahead of you. Love's phone rings and she happily answers her manager's call. Love learns from her manager that a black-haired girl is out to steal Love's man. Love wonders who at first, then realizes it is the Roach Lady. She immediately runs for it while her manager tells her the two are leaving in a car. This is why you should have just sent that message. Sarang runs with a worried, crying face. Her manager gets her into their van and tells Sarang that she saw them head to the beach. Sarang starts imagining what kind of interaction those two will have and panics that Undies will fall for Luna's tricks. Her manager starts wearing white gloves and tells Sarang not to worry. Though Jiyu has the fastest sports car in the area, he's still no match for Sarang's manager's driving skills. And the car skids away. I bet if you give her a paper cup filled with water, she won't spill a drop even if she drives fast. En road, Jiyu remembers accepting the date to the beach. He has no intention of going with her. Still, Luna tells him that she has information that will be useful to him regarding the sin of envy. So in exchange for that information, she wants Jiyu to go on a date with her. They reach the beach, and Luna expresses how grateful she is for making a dream of hers come true. Jiyu looks blankly at Luna, and he can't help remembering that Luna's bright smile is similar to the fake smile she gave when they first met. He also recalls memories he wants to forget. Luna stabbing him and the look on Luna's face as she did, and he thinks about how clear those memories are. Does our MC want to forget those because they were terrible memories? Or is it because he wants to see Luna in a better light? Jiyu urges Luna to reveal what she knows. Luna smiles with disappointment, but tells Jiyu that his hasty disposition has already brought the last chapter. Jiyu has always saved those around him, and Luna calls him Noob. She stops and corrects herself. Luna then calls Jiyu the brave warrior. She then asks if she can ask him for a favor. Jiyu scratches his head, thinking she has another favor to ask and how shameless she can be. Tears drop to the ground, and it continues to do so. Luna is crying badly as she asks Jiyu to save her too. Wait, what's with this sudden development? Seeing Luna's crying shocks and confuses Jiyu. Sweating, Jiyu smirks and tells her to stop joking, saying he won't fall for the innocent act again. He is unsure, but Jiyu keeps going, saying that Luna will only talk smack again once he lets his guard down. Luna suddenly runs to Jiyu and hugs him. She asks for forgiveness numerous times. Hearing her weak voice and feeling her shaking only made Jiyu more confused. Luna's vulnerability made his brain stop. I don't think Luna is acting this time. Just how grave is the situation that she ends up crying like that? Nearby, Love runs around with her manager looking for Jiyu and Roach. Her manager says she is sure since the place is one of the top perfect romantic spots. Just like that, the two find Roach Lady hugging Jiyu. Sarang stops as she sees this and gives a death glare. Jiyu calls her Roach Lady and corrects himself. He asks Luna what she needs saving from, asking for more details. Luna is still shaking while grabbing into Jiyu's chest when suddenly Jiyu remembers at that time he got stabbed, meeting Luna in her goddess form and the monster that carries her around. He wonders if there is any deep meaning or purpose to all of her actions. Is there really? Might there even be a reason why Luna even mocked Jiyu about his parents? Because from the start, we haven't seen even a shadow of those parents he mentioned in the first chapter. Still crying, Luna laughs and pushes Jiyu. With tears still in her eyes, she says she really got Jiyu good. Luna claims that she is trying to play the villain with a backstory role. Luna laughs as she asks if Jiyu got a better image of her now. Still confused, Jiyu wonders if her crying and asking for help was all a lie. He was sure that there was something behind Luna's smile. He's about to ask her, but he suddenly stops when Sarang appears in front of him. I guess we won't learn more about it. Luna would not reveal more since the other gal is there. Jiyu curses as he sees Sarang looking like a corpse, but he stops realizing it as Captain Love. Still looking horrendous, Sarang asks Undies what he is up to. Scared, Jiyu denies that he's up to something, and Sarang accuses him of being a liar. She repeatedly says how she saw him hugging Luna with a horrifying face. Jiyu only admits that he's scared right now of Captain Love. Sarang makes Jiyu raise his arms and tells him to stay put. Scared of what Captain Love would do, Sarang suddenly hugs him. Sarang then commands him to put one hand on her head and the other on her shoulder. Jiyu panics, saying that it would be a full-on hug. Sarang tells him to just follow her authority as his captain. Jiyu does what he was told while blushing. With both hearts thumping, Sarang suddenly turns to Luna. Sarang laughs at Luna with a face that screams, "I win, you lose." I guess Sarang won't be hiding her feelings anymore. Luna smiles, clearly irritated with what she's seeing. She suddenly mentions the information she was going to tell Jiyu, and Jiyu immediately lets go of Sarang. Sarang glares at Luna with annoyance. Finally serious, Luna says there are two pieces of information. The first is his reward for defeating Yufa, a normal rank earring with a minimum wear level of 500. To be exact, it's called the Angel's Earrings. Jiyu hasn't seen it yet, but Sarang has already opened hers, so she knows what Luna is referring to. Sarang asks if Luna's for real since there's nothing useful found on it when it was appraised. Luna says they've seen it before, then she mocks Sarang for having a crap memory. They even fight over the smallest things. But Luna is right on this. They indeed have seen the earring before. Jiyu tells them to stop fighting. Luna continues to the second information regarding a quest. They must stop the change of the Master of the Sky. With nothing else to say, she takes her bag from Jiyu's car. She bids goodbye and says she enjoyed their date, irritating Sarang as she leaves. Jiyu scratches his head, feeling confused. Sarang blushes and tells Jiyu that she wants Jiyu to do with her what he did with Luna. Jiyu doesn't understand, so Sarang gets straight to the point and says she wants to go on a date on the beach too. Jiyu makes a face and just accepts his fate. Our MC is acting slow-witted. It probably is his method of playing hard to get. Luna walks on the streets and pauses to think about how she cried in Jiyu's chest and pushed him, pretending it was a joke. She knows that Jiyu would have helped her if she had been honest. Luna then remembers how Sarang hugged Jiyu and wishes she could have been honest too. She cries again, feeling jealous. I still feel bad for her even though I prefer Captain Love. It's already sunset, and Jiyu and Sarang are walking side by side. The two of them are both blushing as they do so. Sarang says Undies must have been bummed because he didn't see Roach Lady in her bikini. Jiyu pales and sweats at the thought, saying he never said that. Sarang blushes as she admits that she's both greedy and jealous. She doesn't want Jiyu to be alone with another girl. If he has to, she wants to be there as well. She tells him that she wants him to text her often and call her sometimes. She also wouldn't want him to peel a perilla leaf for another girl. Regarding other girls' numbers, he can only have up to 10 numbers. All of these admissions made Jiyu confused, and he told her that he wasn't her boyfriend or anything. Jiyu blushes as he asks her if she likes him. Sarang answers she does, making Jiyu sweat a lot. Sarang then says it. She confesses that she likes Jiyu, that's how it should be. She finally did it. In the game, most players consumed their snow crystal of Everfrost and started journeying to the northern continent. The person who was initially excited about it all is now staying in the front village in a state of shock. That's it? Are we already cutting to the game? What happened to the beach date? Jiyu sits on the floor with his mouth hanging open. Beside him, Uris is munching on a piece of meat. Star asks him why he's moping around. Jiyu doesn't answer her. Instead, he asks if Star is going to the northern continent. Star says she likes it in the front village and how some users are bound to return once they exhaust themselves in the northern continent. Jiyu laughs and comments on how nice she is while looking pale. Star asks Jiyu once more and comments on how Jiyu looks like someone who's going through love trouble. This makes Jiyu flinch, and he turns his head away. Star notices this and gets all excited. Wearing her detective hat, mustache, and pipe, she questions Jiyu. Which of the pretty ladies was it? Jiyu only shakes his head hard, refusing to answer. Love, in her Demon King form, arrives. Don't tell me she still doesn't know how to turn it off. She blushes as she says hi, making Jiyu blush and race his heart. He thinks back to Captain Love's confession, making it hard for him to act naturally. With the two blushing and trying to avoid each other's eyes, Star closes the case. She bids the two farewell to give them some lovey-dovey time, but Love stops her. Love asks her to stay so they can discuss the main quest. Still awkward with one another, Love tells Undies to open the chest from defeating Yufa. Jiyu falters as he says yes, and he's still blushing as he opens the treasure chest. The suspense is killing me. Just what really happened after Captain Love confessed. Love's heart is racing as she tries to calm herself down, thinking how Undies is finally aware of her feelings. She stops herself from being too forward and reminds herself to take it slow. Jiyu opens the chest, and inside is the angel's earring. Love tells Jiyu to try wearing the item since his level is more than enough to equip it. Jiyu frowns while looking at the earring, trying to remember where he's seen it. Impatient, Jiyu decides to just wear it. A system interface appears, saying Angel's earrings have been equipped, and its hidden option has been activated. With a flash, the wearer's physique has been altered. Jiyu's short hair started to get longer, and Love wondered if this was similar to the effects of her essence of the demon. The system announces that the physical alteration is complete, and he may now remove the earrings. Jiyu exclaims that it scared him just now, and he asks Love and Star what's with their shocked expressions. Jiyu scratches his head, asking about how the system mentioned physical alteration. The one talking is no longer the Undies we know of. He is now a she. The system announces that his character gender has been changed, and he now meets the requirements to enter the heavenly realm. Now we have a gender bender tag in this manhwa. The most important thing for the Chrono Life game developers is to give complete freedom to their users. The game automatically creates skills according to the main computer's AI's analysis of the user's actions. This also applies to the classes. weather, environment, and anything else that can be changed by the user's free will. The only thing that can't be changed is the user's outer appearance. Users can still customize the minor details, heal or recover from disabilities, or take other species-specific characteristics like elves, and users are only allowed to play the game as they are. So how come our MC's gender has changed? Shocked at his sudden change, Jiu asks Star for a mirror. Jiu looks closely and asks Love and Star if he looks kinda cute today. Despite how his looks changed, Jiu is still his annoying self. Other users have seen this change, causing a minor commotion. Love suggests they talk somewhere else, and they head to an inn. They rented lodging for adventurers on the second floor and have their talk. To start, Love asks Jiu if he can return to his original appearance if he takes off the earring. Jiu says no since he tried it while they were still on their way here. No? Is it permanent? Or is there a requirement to turn back? Love comments on how it's weird to call in undies now. After looking at Jiu and thinking it through, Love says he should be bra now. Jiu says they should just stick with undies. Star asks what Jiu feels now that he is in a different form from what he is used to because everything is supposed to feel realistic in Chrono Life. Jiu says his hair feels ticklish. Aside from that, nothing feels really different aside from... Jiu excuses himself to the bathroom, but Love stops him, saying they're in the game. Jiu then asks when they will log off since it's already bedtime. Knowing what Jiu was up to, the two only kept staring at him, and Jiu snapped, saying he'll do whatever he wanted even if it was in front of them. Love and Star stop him, and Love scolds him since they are already in dangerous territory for their age rating. Confused, Jiu asks what she's on about. Wow, fourth wall. Tired from the ruckus they've made, Jiu is calmed down. While lying on the floor, Love mentions how Roach Lady told Undies to take a good look at the earrings. Jiu doesn't care, so Love sits up and looks at the earring. She slowly remembered who wore those and realized they resembled what Riot of Sloth wore. Love felt proud for identifying what it was. Love tells Undies that they should see Riot to return Jiu to his original body. Jiu scratches his head, feeling lazy about it. He reasons that it's tedious to do so, and his gender really wouldn't affect his enjoyment of the game. Hearing Jiu out, Love doesn't force him. Love then questions him if he's sure he has no ulterior motives for staying as a girl. This question makes Jiu sweat and gets red in the face, saying he doesn't. Knowing how Jiu's mind works, Love wrestled him. Can't believe I'm seeing this wrestling move here. Getting back to the topic, Love asks if Jiu remembers the other hint that they must stop the change of the Master of the Sky. With this information, Love concludes that the last chapter will occur in the Heavenly Realm. Hearing the phrase last chapter got Jiu excited. He then says they have no choice but to meet Riot since they can't miss the end of the game. At the same time, he'll return to his buoyed body. Hearing this made Love feel relief in convincing Jiu. Love says the problem now is that they don't know where Riot is. Jiu claims they can just ask Habek since he's Riot's little minion. Jiu then looks for something in his skirt and pulls out Habek's mirror, which is still in recovery. Jiu puts the mirror by his ear and talks to it, calling for Habek to report back. There was no response, and Jiu just scratched his head. Suddenly, Habek's voice emerges from the mirror, asking if this was the brave warrior. Cool, it can really work as a communication device. Jiu exchanges pleasantries with Habek, and Habek comments on Jiu's high tone of voice. Getting immediately to the point of what he called for, Jiu asks to meet up with Habek. On the other side of the call, Habek was slightly startled by Jiu's request, smiling while saying they could meet. Habek thinks this was such great timing from the brave warrior. Habek then sends a warp gate through the mirror so that they can meet. Those mirrors are convenient. The portal opens, and Habek greets them in bad state. Habek's right arm and left lower limb are missing. This shocks Jiu, and he immediately crosses the portal to check on Habek. Habek is shocked by the appearance of an unknown woman, while Jiu asks why Habek keeps ending up in a bad state despite being a unique boss. Habek pinches Jiu's chin using his good hand and comes closer, putting on a smile. Habek says they haven't met before and asks for a name since his heart was stolen. Expectations versus reality can really be mind-blowing. Realizing that Habek is putting the moves on him, Jiu smacks him in the face and curses. Love and Star try to stop Jiu from beating up Habek more. Hearing the vulgar language, Habek finally realizes who it is. Jiu is irritated for being called vulgar. Well, you are. Habek notices the angel's earring on Jiu's ears, and understanding finally sinks in. They caught up on what happened, and Jiu healed Habek. Habek's thankful for the healing and comments on how significant the healing speed was with Jiyu's maxed out stats. While Jiyu comments that Habek hasn't changed, he still manages to lose an arm. Star calls Jiyu's attention by calling him Wooden Stick Lady. Star asks who the handsome man is, but Jiyu reacts to what Star calls him. Jiyu reminds Star that he's a guy, but Star only comments that he's a pretty lady now, making Jiyu blush. Jiyu then tells how Habek kidnapped Captain Love before, making Star change her perception of Habek. Jiyu asks Habek where Riot is, but Habek explains they won't be able to meet with his master because Riot is in the Heavenly Realm. Jiyu says they can just go there since he has already unlocked the requirements to enter the realm. Habek explains that Jiyu cannot meet Riot even if he can freely enter it. Not everything can be that easy. It would be challenging if the Heavenly Realm arc really is the last chapter. Habek suddenly comments that Love has exceeded level 500. Love says there's no way it can be because it was only at mid-300s the last time she checked, and she opens her status window. Love was stunned to see that she was already level 503. She managed to reach this level after grinding in Urin's dungeon, and she's already reached level 500 once the war with the ancient Anthromorphs began. Seeing this, Star says Love can also now wear the earring. Star thinks about it and asks if Love will turn into a guy if she wears it. It got Love curious, so she wears the angel's earring. Yep, she just wore it without any hesitation. Star laughs at how Undies and Love are becoming more alike by the day since they're both bold. The earring starts to flash in Love's ear, and the system announces the alteration of the wearer's physique. This blinds Star a bit, and the physical alteration is complete. Love's hair is still white, but is now shorter, and the gender of her character has changed to male. Love is a full muscle hunk now. The system also announces that Love has met the requirements to enter the Heavenly Realm. Star was struck at how hot Love turned out to be as a guy. Jiyu looks at the change with amazement. With a shaky voice, Love can't believe she really changed into a guy. Realizing she doesn't have a shirt, she covers her chest as she falls to the ground and shrieks with a low voice. Wow, manly shriek. The shriek disgusts Jiyu, and Love accuses Jiyu of looking at her chest. Jiyu says she shouldn't act like a damsel in distress while hiding her humongous pecs. Habek laughs at the spectacle and comments on how Love became handsome. He then explains that entering the Heavenly Realm requires a pure body. The earring lets them be reborn into a different gender, meaning they're no longer their old selves. This only means that the gender-bender thing is a requirement for them to enter the Heavenly Realm. Habek congratulates Jiyu and Love for becoming eligible to enter the Heavenly Realm. Star was sad that she couldn't join them. Habek explains that she needs to be at least level 500 to wear the angel's earrings. Jiyu asks Habek why he keeps saying they can't meet Riot in the Heavenly Realm, even if they can go there. Looking down, Habek says it's because Riot will soon die. Jiyu asks why, but Habek falls to his knees and calls Jiyu brave warrior instead of explaining. With his head bowed, Habek asks for Jiyu's help to save Riot, and in return, Habek will help them return to their original genders. Our MC is so powerful that everyone asks for his help when they meet him. The system announces the hidden quest to save Riot of Sloth, and succeeding will result in even more rewards than regular quests. Jiyu looks at it closely, and Habek once again asks. Jiyu agrees to help Habek to save Riot. This makes Habek look at Jiyu with shocked happiness and thank him. Jiyu cuts him off and says that in return for his help, Jiyu wants all of Habek's 8 mirrors. He says this with a demonic face, and Habek asks if he heard it right. Habek says that he won't be the Mirror King anymore if he does that. He's really greedy, but it also makes sense why he wants all those mirrors. Chi laughs, saying he won't save Riot with a devilish smile still in place, left with no choice. Habek hesitantly agrees and droops. Ji laughs as he thinks about how he'll get his original body back and gain extra rewards. But Ji realized that the journey was a huge mistake after some time, with Captain Love as a man and Jiyu as a woman. Things played out differently from Jiyu's expectations. In his cell, Jiyu got imprisoned with his hands tied up by glowing blue cuffs, and our MC looks like he is in a weak state. An angel soldier bangs on the prison doors, saying it's time to wake up. The angel calls Jiyu a disgusting human as he opens the prison. The angel points a sword at Jiyu and tells him she is waiting for him. The angel soldier grabs Jiyu by the hair and tells him not to run off if he doesn't want to get stabbed by a spear. Jiyu sniffles with tears in his eyes as he says yes. The other angel tells him not to scare Jiyu too much since he's wearing angel's handcuffs, which reduces the target's stats by 50%. Why is our MC acting like a damsel in distress? Did he really turn into a girl? The angel soldier pushes Jiyu out of the cell. and shrieks a bit. Womanly shrieks, of course. The angel tells Jiyu to consider it an honor that a human like him will be able to meet her in all her glory, but he might get executed on the spot. The angel laughs away as he says it will be an honor to die by her hands. Jiyu curses inside as he thinks about how he should just take off the handcuffs right now and kill everyone. Jiyu sighed and calmed himself down, thinking things were going just as planned and he shouldn't mess up, so it was all part of their plan. This is going to be a long flashback, a few hours ago in Habek's lair, before they enter heaven. Habek prepares a mirror to transport them and tells the two to stand on it. Urin, still eating a piece of meat, suddenly appears with a poof, saying there are 3 of them, including him. Jiyu asks where Urin has been this whole time. Angered by this question, Urin asks what Jiyu means when he has been there eating meat the entire time. Yep, he's been eating meat there since you were busy moping by Star's stall. Urin says you followed them all the way here to Habek's lair. Jiyu finally remembers as he thinks back. Urin then asks why Jiyu suddenly turned into a girl. You're so busy eating that you don't even realize when it happened right before you. Jiyu asks if the meat has gone bad since Urin is clearly sick or something. Wait, is the meat he's munching on still the same as the one he ate since Jiyu moped? Habek tells them to stop the chit-chat and get on the mirror to transport them. Left behind, Star waves them a safe journey and tells them to bring souvenirs. Jiyu waves back and Love comments on how cute Star is. The mirror platform zooms upward, and Jiyu comments on how fast it is. Habek says they'll reach the heavenly realm in 5 minutes with it. Love comments that getting to the realm is strict since they must change their genders. Love blushes as she looks at Jiyu, thinking she can't stop looking at him even though Love is not into girls. The thought makes her really flustered. Wow, Love is still attracted to Jiyu despite the gender swap. Jiyu asks why Habek doesn't need to wear the angel's earring since only those who have pure bodies can go to the heavenly realm. Habek explains that this only applies to the people of the lowly realm, which doesn't include him. Jiyu feels enlightened, while Love is still blushing. Love feels her heart racing fast even though Jiyu is in his female form. She wonders if it's because she turned into a guy. Habek says they'll reach the heavenly realm once they pass the clouds. Jiyu is excited, thinking it'll be all holy and pleasant in the heavenly realm. Habek suggests that they don't set their expectations too high with a worried look on his face. Some clouds dislodge and with a poof, Jiyu and the others all get thrown off the platform. Urin loses his meat in the process, by Urin's meat, while Jiyu is so excited to finally see the heavenly realm. Stepping on the clouds, Jiyu exclaims at how cool it is that they get to stand on clouds, while Love comments on how soft they are, like a nice blanket. They hear a sudden roar, and Habek can only think how it is already here. Habek cautions everyone to be careful since there's an enemy. Jiyu, Love, and Urin were shocked to see a creature with multiple eyes and wings. Love asks what it is, and Urin says it's an angel. That's an angel. The angel has an unknown level, and its biggest eye suddenly flashes. Habek tells everyone to watch out for the angel's magic attack, Angelic Burst. They all evade as Jiyu and Love think of how ridiculous the attack name is. A large boom explodes where the Angelic Burst hits. Jiyu and Love whooshes up to the sky, while Love complains that they only just got there and never even got to sightseeing. Pissed off, Love activates the essence of the Demon King and syncs noise at 1.2% with stable status. In her male essence of the Demon King form, she turns to Jiyu and tells him to leave this one up to her with a smile. She also reminds Jiyu to get somewhere safe, making Jiyu's heart race for a bit. But then Love calls Jiyu bra, making Jiyu horrified. Jiyu reminds her that she should just call him undies. Love's really a noob. She sets the atmosphere and immediately destroys it herself. Love says she'll be back and immediately goes. Jiyu can only frown and blush as he remembers how Captain Love coolly told him to leave it to her and go somewhere safe. Jiyu suddenly shivers as he thinks his heart is seriously beating faster for Captain Love in her male form. Male wife? Indeed. Jiyu flails around, thinking that his brain has been affected by the changes in his body. This makes him more desperate to get back to his original body. No, this is more fun. Stay that way in the meantime. Love gives the enemy angel a punch, making the angel roar. Love gets surprised when the angel opens its mouth, revealing multiple teeth, another mouth, and a tentacle for a tongue. The angel attacks back with its tentacle, but Love evades it. The angel flaps its wings and smacks Love with them. Love crashed into the clouds, making Jiyu worry. The angel roars again, and multiple beams are lit up from its eyes, attacking Love. This causes a lot of explosions. making Jiyu grab his wooden stick and curse at the angel for attacking Captain Love. There's nothing angel-like with this angel. Habek tells the brave warrior to calm down because Love's energy hasn't faltered. The smoke from the explosion dissipates, revealing an unscathed Love. Feeling smug, Love says how absurd it is for an angel to go against a demon king. Love points a finger and uses Annihilate. A beam of red light emerges from Love's finger and stabs the angel right at the center of its biggest eye. The angel meekly roars and pops in the air. Love gains XP for slaying a monster, and the essence of the demon king gets deactivated. With relief, Love runs to Jiyu, calling him Bra, and gleefully says she has won. Undies blushes and simply says to call him Undies instead. Love suddenly grabs Jiyu's waist and holds Jiyu's hand with his other. Love asks if he was hurt anywhere while calling Jiyu her sweet little birdie. Lovers pose in reverse. With Love's face near his, Jiyu scrambles away in shock while blushing. He asks what Captain Love is doing. Love only laughs and winks at Jiyu, saying he is so beautiful that she can't stop herself. Love's enjoying it so much. Jiyu only stares at Love with a blank face, thinking that this is a sick concept. Not really. I don't mind the gender switch as long as my ship sails. Habek comments on how close they still are, while Uris frowns as he thinks of something else. Uris then asks Habek about what happened to the Heavenly Realm. Uris knows that this realm is supposed to be kind to humans, but what they just saw makes him say that they would be more welcome in the demon world. You'll definitely be more welcome there since Love is the new demon king. Habek sighs as he says that Uris is right about how the beings of the Heavenly Realm used to love humans. He explains that the angel that Love just defeated would usually welcome outsiders and protect them. After thinking for a while, Habek asks Uris if he has heard about Leor. Uris mutters the name and says he never heard of her before. Habek then reveals the reason that Heavenly Realm's beings are hostile to humans, why his limbs were torn off, and why Riot can die any moment is all because of Leor. In a dark dungeon, a slight body hangs on chains by the hands. A woman's heels clack as it steps toward an injured Riot. Riot greets Leor. The blonde woman with different eye colors greets Riot, asking how he has been. Riot dismisses this, saying they had seen each other a few hours ago. Riot says he can exchange pleasantries, but Leor suddenly stabs Riot in the stomach. With a grim smile, Leor asks Riot who allowed him to speak. She brings the dagger downwards, saying she never permitted him to talk. Riot retches some blood because of this. Leor finally pulls the blade out. The action made Riot scream in pain. Leor looks as Riot retches, then she uses heal on Riot, and with a flash, Riot gets completely healed. Leor then hugs Riot, saying she loves him and that they should stay together forever, just like now. Then Leor darkly asks who the guests that the Mirror King brought. She then comments on how disgusting and vile the humans of the lowly realm are. Leor turns to leave and promises her beloved Riot that she will dispose of the abominable humans of the lowly realm. She smiles with glee and says she will do it for her beloved Riot. Leor is the ruler of the Heavenly Realm, and she's also Riot's younger sister. Wait, what? Jiyu asks Habek where Riot is since that is the first thing they should know to save the sin of sloth. Habek admits that he doesn't know. All he knows is that Riot is held captive by Leor. With a frown, Jiyu says that Habek is useless. With no clue where Riot is, Jiyu declares that he'll just do things his way. Jiyu's plans are bound to be bad but logical. A bit worried, Habek asks what Jiyu's way is. Jiyu smiles wide and grips his wooden stick. He announces that he will break things first and ask questions later as he lifts his wooden stick. Habek tries to stop him, asking if Jiyu plans to strike down. Jiyu smiles as he affirms and asks Habek if there is a problem. Angered, Habek yells that Riot is in a weak state, and Jiyu doing that will kill Riot as well. Jiyu only looks annoyed at Habek, saying if Riot dies, it's on him. Horrified, Habek reminds Jiyu that he was supposed to save Riot. Good thing Habek stopped Jiyu just in time. Jiyu gets an idea and grins as he declares there is a way to find Riot. Love and Habek look at Jiyu with worried faces, and Habek asks what it is. Jiyu smiles as he activates his skill. Jiyu opens his hand and uses Ember of All Creation, a skill given by God that lets him view any place or being he wants. Jiyu downplays it, saying that he got it from some random dude and that they can find Riot with it. Jiyu then tells the Ember to locate the great merchant, Riot of Sloth. An image of imprisoned Riot appears in the Ember and Habek screams for his master's name. Love was amazed that Jiyu's skill really found Riot. Though they can see Riot in a dungeon, they don't know where the place is. Habek was about to comment on it, but all of a sudden, a horrifying face appeared on the ember of all creation. That's an awful angle to show the yandere's face. Ji was so shocked he cursed and threw the ember of all creation to the floor, while Love fell on her butt with a shriek. Ji asks what is that thing that just appeared, and Habek says it's Leor. In the dungeon, Leor smiles as she says that someone is spying on her private time with her brother, and she guesses that it's Habek with a group of lowly humans. With a smile and eyes glowing, she loudly wonders where they are. Hearing this, Habek shouts to the brave warrior to deactivate the skill because their location is being reverse-tracked. Ji smiles evilly as he says they should come to them instead. Panicked, Habek says his master's life is in danger and they can't give Leor more reason to hurt him. Ji expresses his disappointment as he ends the skill. Love says that this is not how she imagined Leor since she imagined her to be the total villain by Habek's description. Didn't Love see that look on her face? It's like a face made to be a villain. Habek warns them to not be fooled because she's a formidable adversary. Ji asks Habek why he uses the word she when Leor is obviously wearing an angel's earring, which means she is actually a he. Habek explains that gender change only applies to those of the lowly realm. This means the people of the heavenly realm, like Riot and Leor, are in their original gender. But more important than this, Habek reveals that he has a plan. So this means Habek planned to have our MC imprisoned by the angel soldiers. In the dungeon, Leor smiles as she claims she can't let her guard down since many hateful creatures are after her Upa. Riot heaves as she says this. Leor claims this is only natural since Riot is so amazing, with his sweet voice, cute face, slender arms, perfect body, and porcelain skin. She happily claims that Riot is perfect. Leor declares that no one can have Riot except for her. Anyone who stands in her way will be killed. Leor returns and commands the angels of the heavenly realm to block those invaders. Her eyes glow as she gives the last command to rip everyone apart. Angels of all shapes and sizes flock to where Ji and the rest were. The sheer number shocks Love and Habek, and the angels' eyes glow as they prepare to unleash angelic bursts on Ji's group. Still in the dungeon, Leor smiles as she bids them farewell. The sky was filled with angels who were all about to release angelic burst. Of course, our MC is different. Ji smirks at this display of power and gets into position to attack. With a smile, Ji says swing up, creating a massive explosion with his attack. Our MC looks so pretty in that panel. The angels that were hit by this attack all turn into ashes, and the blast cleared a part of the clouds, making a clear view of outer space. Ji is still smirking, while Love is struck at how Ji ripped a hole in the heavenly realm. Habek can only smile with a pale face while thinking this is normal for the brave warrior. Leor's face doesn't reveal much, but she is stunned by what happened. The MC maniacally cheers as he is now having fun in the heavenly realm. And here it is. Our MC's disgusting, evil face in woman form. The angel's roar becomes more like a question than a declaration of the intruder's end. Ji suddenly appears above one of the angels and hits it with his wooden stick, causing a booming sound. The angel weakly roars and fidgets because of the attack. Floating in the air, Ji turns his head and mockingly mimics the angels while still wearing a maniac-looking face. The angels shudder to see this, and Ji jumps on the angels, hitting them one by one like he is only playing whack-a-mole with his wooden stick. Each hit makes a booming sound, and Ji happily exclaims that he's on cloud 9. The feeling of exuberance as he hits the monsters is clearly reflected on his face. He gleefully laughs as he continues to slay the angel monsters. With his current female form, he now has a higher tone of voice. Though his laughter is bright and beautiful, everyone who hears it is filled with dread. Who cares about those angels? At least our MC is having a great time. Filled with vigorous delight, Ji claims that this is what Chrono Life is all about. Ji's eyes are brimming with euphoria, saying he needs more, and he laughs. Habek and Love watch Ji with an appalling looks on their faces. They came to a realization from this scene before their eyes. When it comes to a battle of who is more crazy, Ji would undoubtedly win against Leor. Love comes up behind Ji, taps him on the shoulder, and tries to whisper. She tells him to tone it down and reminds Ji of Habek's plan. Ji looks at Love as he remembers the plan they agreed on earlier. Let's flash back to Habek's explanation. Yes, this is a flashback within a flashback, but this one's shorter. From what they've seen from the Ember of all creation, Habek deduced that Riot's location is in the Heavenly Dungeon. He makes it clear that there's no way they could get to the Heavenly Dungeon from the outside unless one of them purposely gets captured and saves Riot. Ji doesn't think this plan would work and suggests breaking things, saying it will eventually work out. Habek patiently reminds Jiyu that this will put Riot in danger. Habek also explains how the beings of the Heavenly Realm are originally Riot's loyal followers. While these angels can't be talked to, it is different for the people of the Heavenly Realm. So as much as possible, Habek wouldn't want them killed, and the plan of getting intentionally captured is their best option to make this happen. Jiyu finds this a hassle, but he still goes along with it because Habek gave him some of his mirrors. Habek already knows how to handle our MC. Too bad for him. He's losing all his mirrors in the process. And back to when Love just reminded our MC about the plan. Jiyu clenches his wooden stick and brings it down as he finally recalls it. He tells Uris to get into the stick since they will stick with the plan. Uris listens and disappears into the wooden stick. Clearing his throat, Jiyu puts both hands on his cheeks and starts screaming. Putting on a cute face, Jiyu starts lamenting how strong the angels are and how he is now powerless to overexert himself. No one would buy that act, Jiyu. The angels look at Jiyu in askance as Jiyu continues his pitiful show. Love drops back to the cloud, expressing disgust with Jiyu's poor acting. Habek thanks Love for stopping Jiyu in time while Love continues criticizing Jiyu's incompetent acting. Habek assures Love that it's okay since the angels are naive despite their appearance, and even with lousy acting like Jiyu's, they'll still fall for it. Jiyu falls to a sitting position and starts to sob. He sniffles as he admits he has no choice but to be taken hostage. Tears come out of his eyes and he acts like a damsel in distress. The angels stare at Jiyu in disbelief as they remember the maniac faces Jiyu had shown just a while ago. The angels continue to stare with doubt in their eyes while Habek and Love look at this scene with skepticism. But like Habek said, the angels are naive and fall for Undi's lousy acting. They took Jiyu away to the heavenly dungeon, even though they doubted what they saw. Habek and Love hid within the clouds as Jiyu was taken. Love was worried for Undi's safety since he'll be alone and surrounded. Habek laughs and convinces Love otherwise and that he is more concerned for the people of the Heavenly Realm. These beings don't know Jiyu, and he hopes they go provoke Jiyu. That ends our long flashback. Now we're all caught up where we left off from the first scenes of Chapter 48. An angel soldier wakes Jiyu up with a loud thumping through the cell bars, and he pushes Jiyu out of his cell. Jiyu is provoked and currently pissed off, and he wants to slay his captors, but he calms himself down and reminds himself of their plan. Thinking that he couldn't mess it up, he continued his act. Reaching the grand doors, the angel soldier tells Jiyu that Leor is waiting inside and tells him to get in. The great doors lead to the throne room, where Leor sits on a grand chair. Still, not as luxurious as Riot's chair. Jiyu takes a good look at Leor while Leor greets Jiyu. She refers to Jiyu as a human of the lowly realm. She accuses Jiyu of peeking at her brother and her earlier and calls him vile. A bit pissed off, Jiyu doesn't answer. Leor walks down the throne to Jiyu's level, saying she is curious about the human Habek brought to the Heavenly Realm. She asks Jiyu where his friends are, but Jiyu claims he doesn't know. He asks Leor where Riot is, admitting how he knows that Riot is in there somewhere. Leor is shocked to learn that the human knows her brother personally. Jiyu tells her how Riot came down to meet him before and how they had a quick chat. Now standing face to face with one another, Leor asked Jiyu if he is the person that her brother mentioned, the one who was called the brave warrior of modern day. Jiyu says that some people call him that, though he really doesn't like the nickname since it's childish. Yep, it doesn't suit your nature. Suddenly, Leor stabs him, making our MC cough. Leor insults Jiyu and admonishes him to learn his place. She claims that it makes her sick to have a human like Jiyu so satisfied with exchanging words with Riot. Leor then gives Jiyu a choice if he likes it up and down or left to right. She reminds me of the cheat code for Contra. Jiyu asks what she means, but he is robbed of the choice as Leor divides him into two. Jiyu's upper body was flung into the air, as Leor says left to right it is. Jiyu's bodies follow the thud, and Leor comments on how disgusting the beings of lowly realm are, and she turns her back to walk away. A system notification sounds and announces the activation of the healing factor. Jiyu's body starts to regenerate, and tentacle-like flesh wriggles from the divided part of his body. The two parts combine, and his upper body is once again attached to the lower part. We're seeing another horror scene from our MC. Leor feels that something is wrong and starts to look back. Jiyu fuses back with a face built for horror films, shocking Leor with the hideous show before her. Outside, Love and Habek start looking for Riot's sealed weapon. Habek says they need it to bring Riot back to his full power. Habek explains that Riot usually seals his full power, like how it was locked away when Riot went to the human world. Love remembers how Riot attacked Jiyu then and was amazed that it was only a part of Riot's real power. Habek continues his explanation of how this is also the reason why Leor was able to capture Riot. Habek's master is one of the Great Four, the individuals known to be the strongest in this universe. Love is unaware that there is something like the Great Four. Habek informs Love that aside from Riot, there is the Demon King of the Demon World, Urin, and the warrior Yufa, who makes up the Great Four of Chrono Life, and each of them represents the strongest of their respective tribes and territories. Love is suddenly nervous, thinking how a little brat like Riot is a very powerful being. This makes her ask why Riot is a merchant in the human world and why he seals his power away. Habek smiles and says that this is the exact reason why Riot is the sin of sloth. Riot is the type to abandon his duties and just lays around. Wow, I guess I could be the sin of sloth if Riot ever abdicates. Habek tells Love they should look for Riot's sealed weapon, since he already knows where it is. Love can't stop herself from getting worried. Love asks Habek if they'll be okay without undies, and she knows how Habek always gets beaten up. Love is seriously scared about this, but this comment hurts Habek's pride. The sound of flapping wings can be heard, and someone with wings speaks up, saying that she'll help them. Love and Habek were both shocked when they saw the goddess of life. Of course, Love still refers to her as Roach Lady. Getting back to our disgusting MC, Leor is shocked to tears, falling on her butt, and screams her heart out at seeing the horrifying and disgusting scene before her. The scary, deathly face of Jiyu speaks, asking what Leor is so afraid of, and asks Leor to play with him. This only makes Leor scream some more and yells at Jiyu to not call her name, because she feels like she's being cursed. Our MC really needs to tone down his disgusting habits. The grand door to the throne room swings open, and two angel soldiers appear upon hearing Leor screaming. They ask if she is alright, but they only end up getting horrified at seeing Jiyu's regenerating body. Getting back to her senses, Leor clenches her teeth, saying that she won't let this vile human of the lowly realm get away with this. What exactly do you expect? This is just a little revenge from our MC. Leor still has tears in her eyes as she admits that she was startled. She stands up and reaches out her right hand. Her hand flashes brightly, and Leor calls for the divine treasure of the heavenly realm. A weapon appears in her hand, and Leor clenches it. The weapon is a white-handled whip with a thorned red body and a blade at its end. Leor is still a bit horrified by what happened, but declares that she will slay the disgusting human of the lowly realm. Many have attempted, but they all failed. Seeing her bring out a red whip, the angel soldiers start to run away, claiming that Leor is about to launch an attack on the castle. With tears still in her eyes, Leor brings the whip down and causes mass destruction. Until now, Jiyu is in the process of regenerating as he looks at Leor with boredom since he's not even getting hit by the whip. He only thinks about how he really spooked Leor to the point that she's destroying their castle. Well, you can't blame her. You were both horrific and disgusting at the same time. Who wouldn't be scared? Leor finally stops with the whipping, and the smoke clears up. The two angel soldiers manage to stay safe in the havoc Leor caused, and they realize that the human they captured was now gone. A soldier asks if Leor is alright, but Leor ignores the question and issues a command. Leor's eyes glow as she tells them to gather all their soldiers to the dungeon where her brother is. The eyes of the soldiers glow as they heed Leor's command and rush off. Leor is mad and vows that she will slay the disgusting human. Are the angels being mind-controlled by Leor? Inside the castle, Jiyu is running around and wonders how he'll find Riot in a big castle. He comes across some soldiers who see Jiyu running toward them. An angel soldier yells to the others that Jiyu doesn't have an angel ring, and they all realize he is a human from the lowly realm. They tried to stop him, but they ended up getting smacked in their heads with Jiyu's wooden stick. Jiyu continues to run, leaving the fallen guards behind her. Jiyu was a bit bummed about how he couldn't just slay the enemies, but he kept holding back because Habek didn't want that. Let's pat our MC's head for listening well. Jiyu continues to run around the castle while screaming for Riot. Bored, Jiyu tells Urin to come out since he's done playing the damsel in distress. Urin pops out of Jiyu's wooden stick, and Jiyu asks him where Aventador is, since Jiyu hasn't seen him ever since he turned into Ego Undies. Jiyu wonders why Aventador doesn't pop out as a little spirit like Urin does. Urin tells Jiyu that he actually talked with Aventador in the inner dimension while in the wooden stick. He explains first how two ego items with one master have a connected inner dimension. Urin then answers Jiyu's question, telling him that Aventador has no lingering feelings for the real world anymore. Aventador's response pisses Jiyu, and he plans to threaten the dragon. Urin tells Jiyu that threats might not work anymore, and Aventador intends to stay in those undies for some time. Jiyu sighs at this and realizes something. Jiyu screeches to a stop and his face becomes red with worry. He starts cursing at Aventador, accuses him of being a perverted dragon, and shouts at him to get out of his underwear. Our MC only realized it just now. He shouldn't have made Aventador enter his undies. Eurus is confused at Jiyu's words, and Jiyu has to explain how Aventador is a male dragon. Eurus doesn't get it since Jiyu is a man as well. Jiyu can't rebut Eurus' statement as he stammers about how he is originally a guy. With his heart beating loudly, Jiyu gets another realization. He remembers how his heart started beating for the male version of love. Jiyu yells how he wasn't sure before, but this just confirms his suspicions. Yep, their minds have been affected by their current forms. Jiyu tells Eurus that they should split up to look for Riot and adds that Eurus should return to Jiyu once he does so. Eurus readily agrees, and the two split. Back to where Love and Habek are. Roach Lady drops to the clouds, and Love asks what she's doing there. Luna only replies with an insult, and Love is pissed at how Luna is already picking a fight with her. Love suddenly stops and realizes something. She asks Luna how she knew it was her despite how she looks like a guy right now. Luna feels exasperated at how slow Love is. To enlighten Love, Luna starts properly answering her questions. She reminds Love that she is the one who gave a clue to them, so it's only normal for her to be there. As for how Luna knows it is Love in a male form, Luna brings out an angel's earring and puts it in her ear. Luna glows with bright light and transforms. Luna explains how before Noob and Love, Luna is actually the first player to enter the heavenly realm. She says this in a male body with a handsomeness comparable to Love's male version. Why don't we just change everyone's gender while we're at it? Luna looks at Love and asks if she finally understands. Love stares at Luna and stammers as she mentions how Roach Lady, in her male form, is hot and kinda her type. Really, Love, it's only her body that's really changed. Luna's face didn't change as much as yours did. Luna blushes at this and expresses how disgusting it is. Yeah, it would change the genre entirely. Finally getting back her senses, Love deduces that Luna is already above level 500 and comments how not even those in the official ranking are above level 500. Luna criticizes Love for believing such things when Chrono Life has never revealed any official player ranks. She continues how it doesn't make sense that the top-ranked player hasn't reached 500 when Noob is already level 999. This statement makes sense to Love, and Luna explains how the rankings were made up based on the rumors and how most of them are users who are active in public activities of the game. Luna reveals that many users are already at high levels without the public's knowledge. I wonder when we can meet these users. Luna raises a hand to her head and says that this actually includes her looking all hot in her male body. Love can only think about how Roach Lady changes her personality when her gender also changes. Rating down her hand, Luna claims that she prefers to be in her female body. Luna says transformation and removes the angel earring from her ear. And with a flash, Luna turns back to her original form. Please turn her back to her male form. She's somehow comedic as a male. The change shocks Love, and she asks Luna if she just said transformation. Glad to know there's a way. Love asks Luna if she can go back to her original gender as well if she says the spell. Luna looks down and says it won't help her because she hasn't cleared the quest yet. Inside the castle of Heavenly Realm, our MC is still running around. Jiyu calls for Riot in a sing-song voice. Receiving no response, he starts complaining once more. Our MC really lacks patience. Jiyu tries to use the Ember of All Creation to locate Riot, but the skill is currently on cooldown, and it can only be used after 21 hours and 35 minutes. I guess the skill has a 24-hour cooldown after every use. This only pisses our MC more to the point he's stomping his feet around. He thought about how he finally received a good skill from that dude, but the cooldown only proved him wrong. Eurus suddenly appears and leads Jiyu to a passage to the basement. Jiyu was so glad that he kissed Eurus on the cheek. Eurus complains, but he still blushes. Jiyu makes fun of Eurus, saying that he knows Eurus likes getting a kiss from a pretty girl like him. As they move to the basement, Eurus comments that he needs Jiyu to return to his original gender. You're right, Eurus, or else our MC will literally turn into a woman. In the dungeon, the hanging Riot hears the sound of running, and he wonders who it is. He is sure it isn't Leor, since Leor would never run so vulgarly. He sees a figure from afar who is running straight toward him. Riot was disgusted when he finally made out the figure running towards him. That disgusting figure, who is like a villain running with his tongue out, is, of course, our MC. Jiyu hops around, glad that he finally located Riot of Sloth. Riot still hasn't figured out who it was. All he knows is that the woman before him is disgusting. Jiyu laughs aloud and claims that all of Habek's mirrors are now his. It shocks Riot to learn that the woman knows Habek, identifying that vulgar way of speaking on a maniac-looking face and the wooden stick stuck in the undies. Riot finally realizes that the person is the brave warrior of modern times. He declares how Jiyu was a woman because of the earring. Riot's realization stops Jiyu in his celebratory mood and tells Riot to take off the chains so that they can finally get out of there. Riot sighs at this and lectures Jiyu about how he would have done so earlier if he could. Riot explains that the chains holding him are Angel's handcuffs of unique rank. These handcuffs reduce the wearer's stats by 50%. It's similar to the cuffs our MC wore before, except these are made of chains. It's probably made that way to suit Lior's taste. Riot continues to explain how the cuffs won't be broken with sheer physical strength. Jiyu smiles and pulls on the chains, breaking them into pieces and making Riot stop talking. Riot falls to the ground with a thump and looks up at the broken chains, speechless. Yeah, our MC likes defying the typical character's expectations. Jiyu points out and urges Riot that they should get going. Riot was still adjusting from what he just saw, but a voice suddenly told them they couldn't go. It was Lior, with her whip and an army of Angel soldiers. And Lior is obviously angry seeing the disgusting human with her brother. Luna leaves Love and Habek in the clouds of the heavenly realm. Love pesters Luna about the quest she mentioned, but Luna simply tells her to shut it and just follow. Irritated by Luna's response, Love speaks out at how she acts tough, but when in front of Undies, she goes damsel in distress mode. Love also adds that it is considered harassment to hug someone without their permission. If you recall, when they went to the beach, Luna hugged Jiyu in real life. Luna can only tell her again to shut up. Luna sighs and talks about how Chrono Life values freedom yet limits people's appearance in the game. Luna asks Love if she knows why this is the case. Love says that it is related to the law and explains that users may commit crimes with looks that are different from theirs in real life. Luna says she is correct and adds that there are some exceptions, like hair color. The law only allows engagement in virtual reality as long as the person's character looks similar to their real-life looks. With this in place, developers have to abide by this rule, but one game developer company doesn't like this rule. Luna says that this company deems users' freedom with high regard. Yet, this enforced law limits how much the users can customize their characters. The company found a loophole allowing users to change their appearance to get around this law. Love finally understands what Luna wants to say. Luna reveals this is the ability to change the user's gender using the Angel's earring. She explains that this is the game developers' way of showing how much they want to give the users their freedom. Luna says they might only be the only users currently in Heavenly Realm. Still, there will come a day when other users will soon level up and reach that realm. Luna adds that it may or may not be on purpose. Still, the quest to return to their original gender is relatively easy to accomplish. With a wave, Luna points her staff to a wall of clouds and clears the path. Love is amazed by the scene before her. A tree in a small pond with clear water. Luna calls it the Spring of the Skies. She then explains that drinking water from this spring will cleanse the body and let them return to their original gender. What? It's that easy? I guess the company finds it fun to have everyone change their gender. Love is excited and runs toward the spring without hearing further explanation. She suddenly stops in her tracks and starts questioning Luna as to why she brought them there when their current goal is to search for Riot's weapon. Irritated, Love walks off and tells Habek that they should go and look for his master's weapon first. Habek awkwardly smiles as he reveals that this is actually where Riot's weapon is sealed. This, of course, makes Love stop once more. I feel embarrassed for my bias. Trying to brush it off. Love says the water is so clear that looking at it already quenches her thirst. She announces that she will drink, and Luna simply tells her to do so while mocking her. Love takes a handful of water and drinks it. A notification appears, saying that her body is now cleansed. With a flash, she transforms back to her original gender, and the system announces her clearance of the Angel's Earrings quest. It also explains how wearing the earring will let her change her gender whenever she wishes by using the transformation skill, which is a hidden skill with a 24-hour cooldown. Love is both glad and relieved that she finally returned to her original gender. Luna walks to the spring while saying that she did mention how easy the quest is. Luna takes an empty bottle out and fills it with water from the spring. She explains that it still works the same even if the water is placed in a bottle, meaning there is no real reason for others to go to the heavenly realm just to complete the quest. Wow, the goddess of life is being so generous with the explanation even though our MC is not present. Luna then adds that Noob is too busy saving Riot to come to that place, so she intends to give him the bottle with the spring water. Upon hearing this, Love reaches out her hand for the bottle and claims it must be heavy for her. This, of course, starts a verbal between the two. Habek stares at Luna and wonders about her real identity since she knows many things that even Habek doesn't know. He thinks about how she is always present in the crucial scenarios of Chrono Life. Habek can only describe her actions as someone who wants to be on the front row seat of the brave warrior's accomplishments. But as Habek mulls over it, he draws to the conclusion that while everything seems to revolve around the brave warrior, Luna has also been there the whole time. He starts to wonder if Luna is the actual center of everything happening in Chrono Life. Well, she is the instigator of most story arcs, so Habek's suspicions are not unfounded. A weird sound comes out of nowhere, startling the three of them. Luna tells them to prepare for battle as she hides the bottle with the spring water. Luna says that the guardian deities are coming to protect Riot's sealed weapon, and this is the reason why she came there to help them. She explains how the guardians are more challenging than the angels who greeted them since they are responsible for sealing Riot's weapon. A silhouette appears, and its unfathomable shape makes Love prepare herself. Luna announces that the guardian deities of the heavenly realm are called the minions. The minion comes in 3 types: the cannon, melee, and long range, and they look nothing like the banana-loving minions we all know. Their cute appearance makes Love gush at how adorable they look and rubs her face on one. Love claims that they really are dangerous since they just stole her heart. The minion she just hugged smiles innocently, but then it suddenly spits on Love's face, irritating her. The affection here is too one-sided. Luna then says that the minions despise anyone from the demon world. Love being the demon king doesn't really help in the situation. The minion now shows hostility by calling Love a dirty demon, and Luna warns her not to be fooled by their appearance. As Love wipes her face clean, she hears a crackling sound. The previously cute and small minion transform into a humongous super minion, which is their true form. All of the guardians are now in their real forms, and Luna announces that this is where the real fight starts. Back to our MC. Leora claims there is no escape against an army of more than 100 angels. Jiyu looks at them, ponders for a moment, and then claims this is the smallest army he has ever faced. Our MC's claims are valid, though. He has fought 3 million of the World Alliance Guild, 500,000 of Yufa's army, and 1 million Anthromorphs. Leora ignores him and commands her army to slay the human intruder, before Jiyu makes a move. Riot tells him not to kill the soldiers because they are only being controlled by Leora, so those eyes glowing before is indeed mind control. Riot adds that the soldiers didn't do anything wrong, but Jiyu simply reaches out an open hand to Riot, making a villainous face. Jiyu tells him to pay up. Riot looks at Jiyu with disbelief, thinking how despicable this human before him is. Feeling that he has no other choice, Riot offers to buy Jiyu's items for a high price without limiting how much Jiyu wants to sell. Jiyu smirks at this and admits that he is very satisfied with this deal. He then takes hold of his wooden stick and swings up at the approaching soldier. He comments on how lucky they are that he is only using strike without killing on them, while Leora can only stare what's happening before her. Now let's go to where another action is happening. A super minion swooshes in for an attack, and Habek lifts a hand and activates his 6th mirror skill, the Mirror of Defense. A big mirror flashes before Habek, stopping the incoming attack from the super minion. Habek says its durability is nearly infinite as the super minion continues plowing numerous attacks on it. Habek then smiles, saying it is his turn to fight back. Habek activates the first mirror, the Mirror of Piercing Light. The mirror appears above the super minion and illuminates upon it. Habek says fire, and a burst of light appears and attacks the enemy, making it scream as it vanishes. The light then disappears, and the cloud where the attack hit is left with a big hole in it. Habek suddenly wobbles when a big thud occurs from a nearby fight. He looks at the others and is amazed at all the explosions happening. Red explosions? We all know who's doing this. As the smoke disappears, Love appears in her unleashed essence of the Demon King form and uses Annihilation on one of the super minions. The enemy lifts an arm and shoots an attack of its own. The 2 attacks meet, causing a big explosion. Love is facing the long-range type of super minion, and it has the ability to copy an opponent's skill and utilize it by using its left hand. Habek watched the fight with admiration, thinking that he must help Love, but before he can even do so, Habek is suddenly stabbed by the super minion coming out of the hole. He is surprised that his piercing light attack didn't even make a scratch on the enemy. Apparently, the super minion that Habek is against is a melee type that has complete immunity to physical and magic damage. Now we know why Habek always gets injured. He tends to underestimate his enemies, causing him fatal injuries. Love got distracted by what happened to Habek that she wasn't able to defend against the copy of her enemy's annihilation. Suffering a critical hit deactivated her essence of the Demon King, and she fell to the cloud near Habek. Two of the super minions loom over them, and the long-range type prepares to attack using annihilation. With all her energy spent, Love softly calls Undies for help, but instead of Undies, Luna says boom, and it immediately explodes the left arm of the long-range super minion. The enemy screams its frustration at his broken left hand. Luna then mocks Love for being weak even though she is the Demon King. Love slowly sits up, but Luna tells her to stay back because she will take over this fight, and she plans to show them what the Goddess of Life can really do. Wait, does this mean Luna is already done dealing with one of the super minions? Anyway, let's start a new chapter with our MC's swing up. The soldier falls with a thud, and another soldier charges in, but Jiyu simply flips his wooden stick and smacks him. He smiles as he calls the attack flipped wooden stick smack. Riot is skeptical if what Jiyu did was even a skill. Like before, another soldier charges for attacking, but unlike the one before, the incoming soldier aims for Jiyu's back. Unfortunately for him, Jiyu notices and smacks him while turning. The soldier flies off with this hit and gets thrown off to another soldier. Once again filled with glee, Jiyu strikes every soldier he crosses paths with. He laughs, saying he will slay everyone. Of course, Riot hears this, and he scolds the brave warrior for having a memory of a goldfish. Jiyu only smiles at this and says that he will heed his request. He adds that he will do whatever he wants as long as the soldiers don't die. Riot pales at this, but he can't really stop Jiyu from wreaking havoc due to his current state. True to his words, Jiyu causes fatal injuries to his enemies while laughing his heart out. Riot can only scold the brave warrior in his head for being crazy. Jiyu suddenly stops, confused. He looks around and realizes that the 100 soldiers that Leor was boasting about had already fallen. That was quick. Even though he dealt a blow to each soldier one by one. He looks back, saying that there is only one being left to deal with. Leor glares at the filthy human as she clenches her whip. She deems that she has no choice but to fight herself and raises her whip. She mocks Jiyu. But our MC only smirks at her. Seeing that she's only planning to use her steel whip, Jiyu is confident that he won't get hurt by her crappy attacks. Riot yells for him to watch out, and Riot swoops in, carrying Jiyu off. Bridal style. Yo, what kind of development is this? Leor is bound to get angry. For sure. The whip hits where Jiyu was previously standing as Riot dashes off. Instead of being grateful, Jiyu calls Riot a brat and commands him to be put down. Jiyu tells Riot that he won't die by Leor's whip. Riot looks at Jiyu and claims that even he can survive her whipping all day. But then he reminds Jiyu that he got trapped despite that. Riot warns him that he should be wary of Leor's charm skill. He explains that this skill can dominate for a short period, and it can only be avoided if one has a high magic resistance. Riot says that Leor's charm is extremely powerful, and her eyes are not the only thing that can be used to charm. Leor can clearly hear them and finishes explaining for Riot, saying that she can also charm using her whips, and with that, she uses her whip against Riot. Riot falls with a thud as Leor approaches them. Like any typical villain, she explains that using charm with her whip is way more potent than using her eyes. She adds that no significant amount of magic resistance can even hinder it. She even specifies how a simple graze from her whip can surely charm her opponent. She's a really good villain. She even took the time to explain everything to our MC. Jiyu shudders at Leor's OP skill, while Leor only laughs at his predicament. Instead of being afraid, I think our MC is actually excited about this. She dares Jiyu to take her brother. Leor's eyes glow, making Riot's eyes glow and effectively charming him. Going back to our heroes in the Spring of the Skies, the super minion roars while Love ponders at the Goddess of Life's ability to partially summon a monster from another dimension. This makes Love ask if Luna plans to summon that monster to fight against the super minions. Luna looks back at Love and smirks at her. She claims that doing that is overkill and a waste for the small fries before them. This statement makes Love shudder with both horror and expectation. Wow, it feels like our MC and Love are quite in sync. They even shudder almost simultaneously despite being apart. Okay, ignore that remark, it's just me. Shipping. Habek wakes Love from her thoughts as he sits up and claims relief at their safety. He says that Luna is a unique boss who is also the sin of lust, which puts her on the same level as the Great Four. Habek then explains that having Luna face their enemies will ensure their safety. Instead of feeling relief, Habek's statement only irritates Love more. She doesn't like the feeling of owing Roach Lady anything. even if it is her life. To make his point, Habek points out that the cannon-type super minion that Luna was fighting is already gone. Hearing this, Love looks around and confirms it for herself. Habek is sure that Luna has taken care of it while they were busy dealing with theirs. Habek can't help but admit his curiosity at how Luna fights. The melee-type super minion grumbles, probably for being ignored by the human pests. He brings down his fists multiple times, making Love exclaim at how reckless their enemy is getting. And she worries that the clouds they're in might fall apart with its attacks. Habek smiles at this, reassuring Love that the clouds of the heavenly realm can take in these kinds of attacks. But then he adds that it might not be the same if the brave warrior decides to destroy it. Luna uses her skill, the creation of life, to create a new body. She raises a hand and mocks the super minion. The enemy rushes in for another attack, but Luna only clenches her raised hand into a fist. With a smile, she says boom, and the arm of the super minion explodes into nothing. The enemy roars as if in pain, but Luna only mocks at it with an apology. She claims that she will instantly kill him to make up for it. Luna once again lifts her hand and says boom. The melee-type super minion shivers in fear with drooping eyes. It mutters its last words and bursts into pieces. Boulders fall from where the super minion was, while Habek expresses his disbelief at what happened. Habek claims that melee-type minions are invincible, and seeing Luna crush them like nothing is quite a horrific scene. There's no doubt that her skills are on par with our MC's abilities, or they might even be greater. The long-range super minion looks at its crushed companion and mutters something before it runs off screaming. Love is surprised at how the enemy reacted, but Luna is unfazed as she raises her left hand again, as she says the word boom while closing her hand into a fist. The super minion also explodes into pieces. The enemy mutters its last as its head falls and crumbles. Luna smiles at this and looks back at her injured companions, claiming that the Guardians are finally gone. It's now time for them to look for Riot's weapon. Habek holds onto his stomach and asks Luna how she managed to slay a monster immune to physical and magic damage. Instead of answering immediately, Luna looks at Habek's wound and uses a skill on him. She then reminds him that she is the goddess of life, which means she has skills that deal with life, whether it is to heal or destroy one. Yup, there's no doubt that she's too OP. Luna gleefully smiles as she says this, but Habek only feels fear at this proclamation. She adds that immunity to physical and magic are nothing compared to her divine skills. Love listens intently, surprised that there are skills that fall under the divine category. Luna reminds them of their mission. Habek agrees but still can't help commenting on how scary Luna is. Luna simply dismisses this and tells him that she doesn't wish to get wet in taking Riot's weapon from the bottom of the spring. Habek immediately understands and says he will do it. Seeing that Luna heal Habek, Love asks Roach Lady if she won't heal her as well. Luna only looks away and says that Love can lick her own wounds. This obviously irks Love, but since they're love rivals, she can't really expect Luna to heal her just like that. Now let's go to the action happening with our MC. Riot chases after Jiu while our MC ponders how much of a mess things are ever since his character turned female. Lol, the developers might have tweaked some settings just to mess with him. Jiu is frustrated at how Riot is now chasing him right after Leor casts that charm spell on Riot. Leor doesn't want to charm a disgusting human and commands her brother to finish Jiu off, right after Leor says that Love and the rest arrive, claiming that they found Riot's sealed weapon. Jiu is relieved at their arrival and is about to compliment them, but he gets hit right on the face for not paying attention. Love is surprised by what happened, but Habek quickly deduces that his master has been charmed by Leor. As if things couldn't get worse, the sealed weapon glows brightly, and Habek realizes that the weapon is about to be unsealed since it is now closer to its owner. He then panics as he goes on about how Riot's real power will be unleashed once he holds his weapon. Thanks for the explanation, Habek, but you're too late. The sealed weapon continues to glow and flies off on its own. With a very bright flash, Riot takes hold of his weapon, and a notification appears. It says that the divine treasure of the heavenly realm is now in the hands of its master, and his actual power will now be unleashed. Leor shivers with glee at this development since it has been centuries since she last saw her brother's true form. With the seal broken, Riot's wings change form, along with some hairstyle change, eye upgrade, complete removal of his top, and a weapon in hand. The system announces the descent of the ruler of the heavenly realm, and Riot of the Great Four is now awoken. Jiu complains about getting his beautiful face hit and only realizes after that something has changed with Riot. Luna smiles as she explains how Riot is awoken because he now has his weapon. Ji is surprised by Roach Lady's appearance, and Luna simply smiles brightly and greets him. She also compliments his female form, but our MC is not buying any of it. Luna ignores the fact that Ji is not happy to see her and only presents him with a bottle filled with water from the Spring of the Skies. She then explains what it is for, making Ji stand up and thank her for doing something nice for a change. The compliment makes Luna happy to the point that she clings to Ji. This surprises Ji, but Luna claims that they are both girls right now, so it's totally okay to link arms. Wow, her logic is impressive. Though it is pretty questionable, our MC lets Luna do what she wants. This exchange makes Love jealous and curses Roach Lady in her head for being cunning. Leor is tired of their chit-chat, but she urges Ji to drink the water from the Springs of the Skies as a special gift from her. Ji mocks her but still drinks the water from the bottle, similar to what happened with Love before. The system announces the cleansing, quest completion, his return to his original gender, and the new transformation ability. Ji smirks at this and claims that his catfishing arc is finally over. Now that Ji is back to his OG form, Love yells at Roach Lady to step away. Unfortunately, Luna claims a dizzy spell, refusing to let go of Ji. Ignoring the squabble, Riot points his spear toward Ji. Ji sees this and prepares to fight. Riot charges up like a Super Saiyan and charges at Ji. Our MC easily evades, but the release of power destroys a big part of the castle. Riot continues to attack, but Ji avoids each piercing. Ji was obviously having fun as he comments on how Riot has become quicker and stronger in his awoken form. Ji grins widely and lightly bonks Riot on the head with his stick, as he claims that he is no doubt stronger than Riot. Our MC's stats are maxed out. If he takes the Sin of Greed title, he'll be undefeatable. Of course, CEO Choi would be the exception to this. Riot receives the blow, but instead of falling, he clenches his teeth and charges up once again, but this time with lightning. Ji is surprised, but Riot doesn't give him time to adjust and strikes. The hit connects, zapping Ji and making him scream. Deeming it not enough, Riot brings down his foot, releasing the lightning, and brings down his spear on the ground with a thud. Riot uses crashing lightning on Ji, electrocuting him with his summon elite lightning magic spell. Getting zapped all over, Ji falls to the ground with a thud. Our MC is cooked. Love is so surprised that she asks Habek what that skill is. Habek explains that during their first encounter with Riot, his master wasn't in his full power back then. Leor mocks at them and goes on another mode of explanation of how Riot uses his body as a conductor for lightning, making himself a lightning generator that even adds his level as the battle continues. She kept talking, but Love and Habek only stared at her since they couldn't really hear due to their distance. This character sure loves to talk. Too bad the others can't really listen to her explanations. As Leor commands her brother to slay the vile human, a creepy-looking head approaches her. The horrific scene makes Leor shriek, and of course, this is caused by none other than our MC. Love cheers for undies while Habek comments on how gross the brave warrior's healing factor is. Ji realizes that the person before him is actually Leor and not Riot. He then explains that his eyes haven't regenerated yet, and then drolls on about his eyes. This effectively disgusts and horrifies Leor. Then she remembers how this human also survived after getting cut in half. Yeah, it was a magic trick. Leor yells for her brother to get rid of the disgusting human. But before Riot could even make a move, Ji stretched his neck to reach Riot and chomped on his head. Ji continues to bite on it, declaring that he's getting his revenge. Everyone is disgusted by this scenario. Refusing to be continuously gnawed on, Riot charges himself with lightning. Ji quickly wavels away as Riot announces his intention to slay our MC. But Ji only mocks him. Angered, Riot charges. Ji simply swings up his wooden stick, calling the action. Swing up without killing. He then brings down his and uses swing down without killing. Ji is ecstatic at how he gets to fight someone who continuously increases his level since he can hit harder every time. He then unleashes rapid swing and, after a thought, adds no killing to the skill name. There's no doubt that our MC is a pro at irritating others. Leor watches this with disbelief, while Habek comments on how it seems like his master is being toyed with by the brave warrior. Love agrees with Habek and even adds that the Grade 4 is nothing against undies. As they watch, Habek can't help but admit that the brave warrior is undoubtedly the strongest being in Chrono Life. Riot falls to his knees, exhausted by the barrage of attacks he just received. Ji grins at the fallen form of another enemy before him, then adds that the entire world would soon bow down before him as well. Love scolds Jiyu as she and Habek come close. She asks if Riot is finally out of Leor's charm, but Jiyu says he isn't. Instead of going further, Jiyu asks the Whip Lady to free her brother from her charm spell. Leor refuses to do so and clenches her teeth with disbelief. She can't believe that her brother lost and thinks about how proximity determines the strength of her charm skill. If they take her brother away right now, he will surely be freed from the skill. Left with no choice, Leor determines that she must use her charm on the vile being before her. Yeah, she's pertaining to our disgusting MC. Leor aims to use her whip at the right time to make sure it works. Jiyu and Love look at the fallen Riot and gets a good idea. Love is worried about this good idea of his. Riot grunts and charges to attack, but Jiyu simply bonks on his head. This stops Riot, but he goes again for an attack, and just like before, Jiyu bonks Riot's head using his stick. Riot gets frustrated, but Jiyu consistently bonks Riot's head. He then smiles while claiming that when something is broken, you just have to whack it a couple of times to make it work. I'm pretty sure that advice only works for old devices. Love wonders if this would even work. Hearing her doubts, Jiyu says he's just teaching the brat a lesson and tells her to look. As the stick is about to hit, Jiyu suddenly pauses, and everyone can see how Riot just flinched. Jiyu laughs, saying that Riot will slowly turn back to normal with this as Riot trembles in fear of getting hit again. Seeing that the human is occupied with making fun of her brother, Leor takes advantage of this moment and uses her whip on Jiyu. Love yells for him to watch out, but Jiyu isn't able to avoid it. Jiyu wobbles as Love calls for him, but it is too late. Jiyu is now under Leor's charm. Leor laughs at this turn of events while Habek and Love look over with disbelief. Getting her confidence back, Leor challenges them to a 3-on-3 fight. Leor continues to blab away, not realizing the healing factor has activated, and Jiyu gets released from the charm skill. This yandere is celebrated too early. Jiyu blinks and observes what's happening before him. Leor continues to mock them, and she suddenly gets hit on the head. Leor sprawls on the ground, confused at what just happened. Jiyu laughs and admits he's unsure of what happened, but he is glad that there was a head asking to get smacked before him. The fallen soldiers recover, and they all get healed from Leor's charm. Love and Habek are confused by what is happening, and someone else speaks up, explaining that this is because Leor has fainted. It was Riot, and he adds that once this happens, everyone under her charm spell will be freed. He explains that this is Leor's weakness. Habek is glad that his master is back to normal. Still, Riot complains about his throbbing head, not remembering what happened while he was under Leor's charm skill. Habek says he'll explain everything to him later. Shush! Don't spill the tea, Habek. Now that everyone is back to normal, Jiyu announces that there is only one thing left as he looks at Leor. Leor grunts and suddenly wakes up. She sits up and yells about being ambushed. But she immediately stops when she sees herself surrounded. She looks around her, confused at what is happening. Jiyu reveals an evil smile as he announces that all that's left is to take care of her. The look on his face makes Leor shudder. Refusing to give up, Leor lifts her whip to attack, but Jiyu simply destroys her whip, effectively stopping her from using her charm skill on them. Jiyu grins as he says this move is a new addition of his destruction move series, Destroy the Weapon. If you remember, the first move of the destruction move series is Destroy the Planet. Jiyu looks down on Leor, mocking her. Instead of fighting back, Leor tears up at the horrendous face before her. Love tries to restrain Undies from looking like a villain. At the same time, Luna laughs at this development where Leor is surrounded by OP characters. Leor shakes with tears falling down her eyes, afraid of what will happen next. Jiyu laughs at this, saying she won't be killed. With an innocent smile on his face, he claims that he has no intention of killing her. This statement gives Leor a sense of relief, but she shouldn't have lowered her guards too quickly. A tentacle comes out of Jiyu's mouth as he announces that he will suck her until she becomes a part of him forever. This confounds Leor, and Jiyu takes advantage of it by letting his tentacle swoosh in for an attack. Seeing that she has no way out of it, Leor yells for her brother while closing her eyes shut. A hand grabs the tentacle, and everyone is shocked that Riot stopped Jiyu from attacking Leor. Riot looks down and tells the brave warrior to not kill his sister. Jiyu pulls back his tentacle and reminds Riot of what Leor did and how Habek even gave him a quest just to save him. Riot says it was a misunderstanding on Habek's part since Leor never really intended to kill him. He explains that Leor's method of showing affection is different. Yeah, your sis is a yandere. He'll end up in danger once again. But like the good brother he is, he claims that all of Leor's actions were all for his sake. Here's a short flashback from centuries ago of Heavenly Realm. Riot announces that he will go down to the human realm and tasks Leor to take care of the Heavenly Realm while he is gone. Right. I almost forgot that this kid is centuries old. Leor expresses her surprise at her brother's plan to be away for a few years, just to go adventuring. Riot then explains that he plans to help the humans, but the Demon King has invaded the human realm, and he is doing this because of Yafi the warrior. Back to the present. At the mention of Yafi, Ji recalls how Riot mentioned that he had fought by the side of Yafi before. While Love is skeptical at how this flashback was centuries old when Chrono Life wasn't even released at that time. My OTP is doomed. Why is Love being an airhead? Don't mind me as I quietly cry in a corner. Luna sighs at Love's reaction and deems it necessary to explain how Riot is only talking about the game's lore. She then asks if it was Love's intention to be the center of attention by acting cute and silly. This comment frustrates Love, but instead of replying angrily, she does the complete opposite. Love unleashes her cute side and talks funny by asking if Roach Lady finds her cute. I'm done crying. Love is hella cute and sexy at the same time. Seeing this only makes Luna pale. She takes back what she said and asks Love to stop it before she barfs. And that's how Love managed to get a win against Luna. Ignoring the banter between the two, Riot explains his sister became anxious because he hasn't completed his duty as the Sin of Sloth. So let's continue with the flashback. Leor is confused as to why her brother is doing this when Riot has always told her and Habek that they are against the humans. She thinks that there is no need for them to care if humanity survives or not at the hands of the Demon King. Her brother's intention to help those humans when he is one of the 7 sins only confuses Leor more. She mentions that as the great merchant, he even made the economy of humans flourish. She adds that he is doing all these other things, yet he has not yet completed his duty as a 7th sin. Leor's clenched hand trembles as she fears for Riot's safety if he comes. Is she referring to God here? Leor asks her brother if Riot has a soft spot for those humans. Feeling that his sister needs to know the truth, Riot mutters that she might be right. He then stands from his throne and announces that whatever the case may be, he will still leave that day. Riot then walks away, leaving his sister to look after the Heavenly Realm. Riot's duty involves humans, but his love for humans makes him unable to complete his duty as the Sin of Sloth. This act goes against God, and due to his actions, it is uncertain when he will meet his end. Knowing this, Leor swore to herself that when the perfect time arrives, she will annihilate the humans for her beloved brother. And she plans to do all of this, even if it goes against her brother's wishes. Now that we're done with that flashback, this sheds light on Leor's actions. Riot asks the brave warrior to end things by forgiving his sister. Jiyu expresses his dissatisfaction at ending things this way when everything around them is already destroyed. Our MC claims that Leor shouldn't have done it if she can't pay for her crimes and adds that paying with her life is only fair. Leor looks down, crying as she shakes in fear. Riot once again says that Habek misread the situation and Leor only did it for him. He once again asks Jiyu to forgive Leor. Jiyu only replies with a curse and expresses his distaste for villains who justifies their evil actions. Bringing out his tentacle once more, Jiyu announces that Leor should take her punishment. Jiyu makes a devilish face as he wonders where he should start sucking. But before he can proceed with his plan, Riot stops him by saying that he remembers how Jiyu is the type who won't do things unless there is something in exchange. To make Jiyu forgive Leor, Riot promises that he will uphold his previous promise to him for the rest of Jiyu's life. This completely stops Jiyu, and he looks back at Riot with a red face. Jiyu claims that Riot's promise is not enough to buy him. While Riot observes that he finally got Jiyu, Habek looks at them, thinking that he shouldn't have said anything before. Habek looks at Jiyu and Love, who are now glaring at him. Their faces are obviously scolding Habek for making this mess. They really suit each other. Even their thoughts are in sync. Feeling that he has no choice but to resolve this matter, Habek wobbles as he walks slowly toward Jiyu and Love. He then places all of his 8 mirrors in Jiyu's hand and tries to smile as he asks them to forgive Leor in exchange for the mirrors he promised. Jiyu and Love look at him with anger, and Love launches a verbal attack on Habek. But before Love can finish, Jiyu changes his mind and smiles as he accepts Habek's condition. As he did, the system announced the clearance of the hidden quest and Jiyu's new title as the Master of the 8 Mirrors. Too bad for Habek. He lost his mirrors for butting in on the business of the Heavenly Realm. Now that everything is resolved, Jiyu immediately uses a mirror to get back to the human realm as he bids goodbye to Riot and reminds the siblings not to fight. Thanking them for the good time, Jiyu, Love, and Luna return to Earth. Leora expresses her surprise at how Jiyu and the others just left. Riot says that Undy's already got what he wants and calls him greedy. Riot smiles at this, claiming that Jiyu is truly interesting. Now that they're back in the human realm, the first person they visit is Star. Star is curious about what happened, and Jiyu tells her about the water from the spring of the skies and how they can freely transform into a different gender. Jiyu, Love, and Luna use the transformation skill before her, making Star excited. They sure gained a lot from that short trip. A few days passed after the incident, and Luna shows up at the Heavenly Realm on her own. Riot expresses his thanks for how the previous incident ended smoothly. Luna smiles at this as she walks closer to Riot and says that things are not yet done. She expresses her distaste at how things ended this time, saying that it was childish and cliché. She suddenly stabs Riot in the chest as she says that the Heavenly Realm is a crucial story arc, and a fitting ending for it is his death. She smiles at Riot, expressing her glee, and pulls out her staff. She then throws a beginner's gray robe similar to our MC's, saying that this is a symbol of Noob. Wow, she never changed. She still stabs others whenever she wants and instigates trouble wherever she goes. But it's a relief that she used a cape instead of those cotton white briefs. Luna says that if one has a brain, they could easily tell that this is planted evidence that was set up to frame Noob. Then she mocks Leora, for she will surely not think twice about this matter. Luna smiles, claiming, as if narrating a story, that Leora will be filled with vengeance and will no doubt lead the Heavenly Realm army to attack the human realm. With half-dead eyes, she predicts what will happen since they are only AI puppets. With what she did, Luna is right about how things unfold. Brimming with rage, Leora led the Heavenly Realm army and waged war on the humans. Riot's death has shifted the balance. Luna smiles as she leaves the dead body of Riot on its throne. She claims that Chrono Life's last episode is now truly beginning. Whatever the last episode or chapter is, this is bound to be a very long one by the looks of it. The Earth is filled with chaos and destruction upon the invasion of the Heavenly Realm army. It's undeniable that they are so powerful, even if you base it on the level requirement to enter their realm, which is level 500. This only means that the user should be at least that level to fight against the beings of the Heavenly Realm. Aside from the soldiers, there are the angels with their monster-like appearance. This type of monster is utterly new to the eyes of many users. With their glowing eyes, they shoot beams upon the earth, making it undeniable that they are the strongest monsters from their realm. Wait, are there even other monsters in the Heavenly Realm aside from the angels and minions? The strong force of the Heavenly Realm makes it impossible for the average user to fight back. Despite this, there are still some users who can help. A man raises a hand and uses Sanctuary on the fallen users, effectively healing everyone within the set area. A man steps in and announces that there is no need to worry, for he is now there. Whoa, is the guy All Might? Or did he just steal the lines? The users cheer when they find the number one user of the healer class has arrived. The bald man with shades, well-cut mustache, and beard is none other than Mr. Physical Therapist. The guy is a priest who heals and buffs others. The angels ignore this and simply shoot Angelic Burst upon the users. The injured users lay on the floor, and Mr. Physical Therapist appears before one. Let's just call him Mr. PT for short. Mr. PT tells the wounded man to clench his teeth and uses Holy Punch. The injured guy is surprised by getting a punch on top of his injuries and shouts at Mr. PT. The bulky priest claims he has just healed him, and the man checks his status and finds that he is indeed entirely cured by the punch. Now that Mr. PT is done with one, he turns to the others and announces that it is now time for a PT as he cracks his knuckles. Mr. PT, while known as the rank 1 healer, uses a unique skill called Holy Punch. Though getting punched hurts, this is a very effective healing skill that can heal almost instantly. One of the punched users complains about the skill and asks to be normally healed by Sanctuary instead. But like any other game, such skills have a long cooldown, and this is the case for Mr. PT's Sanctuary skill as well. The scene happening on the ground confused the angels. Still, they were brought back when a soldier yelled for the Heavenly Army to charge. The army charges toward where Mr. PT is, who is busy saving the artist of this novel, Jippery. Mr. PT and Jippery are now in a pinch. Seeing this, a female user appears and announces that she'll help Feisty. She's referring to Mr. PT, but we're sticking to calling him Mr. PT. The woman who just appeared is known as the victor of the royal battle tourney called Mint Chocolate, but we'll just call her Mint Choco. As a magic knight, she uses ice and wind magic against the Heavenly Army, effectively stopping them from getting close. Mint Chocolate claims that Chrono Life isn't about big damage. Instead, it is all about technique and control. Well, that's her opinion. Other characters will surely say something else, especially our MC. The soldier charges to attack, but Mint Choco uses dig to make him trip. This made the soldier pause, and Mint Choco took advantage of this to slay him. Mint Choco continuously used various basic skills to defeat the other soldiers. She and Mr. PT gained popularity among the users present on the battlefield. Love looks over what's happening, commenting on how good the other users are and how many people she's never seen before are there as well. Love, Luna, and GU are on the roof, simply spectating. Luna explains that not all users will join the top guilds and instead focus on their own growth. As Luna said this, more ranked users appeared on the scene, saying they would also help. Luna adds that these users are more interested in having fun, so they might be appearing now because they want to know how much they've grown after their visit to the northern continent. Aside from the rank users, the top 5 guilds joined the fight, making it easier to take down the Heavenly Army. So during all those fights before, some users are choosing to ignore the main quest just so they can level up some more. A whip appears, attacking the users. Leor makes her appearance. Surprising the users, feeling no pity, Leor unleashed multiple whip attacks, attacking users and destroying almost everything in sight. As the vice-ruler of the Heavenly Realm, she led the battle against the humans of the lowly realm. As expected, those who were grazed by the whip come under Leor's control, and using the charm skill, Leor make humans fight with other humans. GU and Love watch this while Luna simply smiles, closing her eyes, making a snap decision. GU tells Captain Love to take care of the Heavenly Army, while he and Lady Roach will stop Leor. Love disagrees and wants to come with undies, but GU says he's not going to fight and will only talk. But if it doesn't work, then he'll use his wooden stick. He adds that he only needs Roach Lady for her healing abilities. Without waiting for a reply, GU disappears with Luna. While that is the right approach, I still feel bad that Love gets left out. This frustrates Love, thinking she should have just become a healer instead of a fighter. Despite this, she heads to where the users are to help out, but one user screams her real name, making other users focus on her. The pink-haired girl who just screamed says she's a big fan, so Love thanks her but reminds her to call her by her IGN. With that concluded, Love heads off to deal with the Heavenly Army. In a different space, God is relaxing next to an hourglass, commenting on what's happening in the human realm. He smiles, thinking that Luna planned all this. Now that things are rolling, the Sin of Sloth is finally completed. God finds it fortunate that Riot remained as the ruler of the Heavenly Realm, since having Leor start the war as the ruler wouldn't make any difference in the completion of the Sin of Sloth. God prefers how things went and compliments Luna for making all these possible. Dang, so everything really is according to Luna's plans. God stands up and appreciates how a lot of things were done because of her. Like ticking off a list, God enumerates how every sin is done except for one. With a snap of his fingers, a huge hourglass drops down to indicate the duty of the sin of envy. God recalls how he hoped to give this to GU, but since that guy refused, he has to go with the second option. God smiles, saying he will just push this responsibility to someone else without giving them a choice, since getting rejected is not his cup of tea. And with that, God makes his move. Now, God is just being lazy here. An invisible force comes down to the earth and seeks someone. This someone turns out to be Captain Love. As if struck by a huge blow, she falls down with a thud, surprising her fan. A notification from the system appears, announcing her ascension to the second hidden class. Love stands up, and the pink-haired fan asks if Love is okay. But before she could even finish her question, Love slashes the other girl in half. The system notifies the activation of the Sin of Envy's unique attribute. This fuses the Sin of Envy and the soul of the Demon King, creating a new personality in the process, and Love is now the Sin of Envy. No. Do you mean to say that our MC must fight Love? How about my OTP? That night, Eurus flies off, carrying Star away from the front village. Eurus explains that GU ordered him to do this because of the war, so getting Star out of the village is GU's way of protecting her. Eurus puts her down once they are far enough, explaining that they are at the end of the starting hills, which is a safe distance from the war. Eurus reminds Star that there are monsters in the area, like bunny bears. Still, he knows that Star is capable enough to defeat them on her own, since those are only level 4. After that, Eurus bids her goodbye and flies off back to where our MC is. But before he gets far, Star calls Eurus back to ask if everyone is alright. Urin admits that he is not sure since this war is part of the last episode of Chrono Life, but at the same time, he also reassures her that they can trust Jiyu since his existence means the humans would never lose. Back to the front village, the place where every war in this game seems to occur. Leor uses her whip on humans to charm them and fights the other users. Like a scene out of a horror movie, Mint Choco and Mr. PT find themselves surrounded by mind-control users. Mint Choco asks if Mr. PT has any spells that can be used against the charm skill. Mr. PT admits that he has been trying to use it, but is ineffective since the level of charm used is too high. Poor artist. This is already the second time that Jippery is getting a beating from Mr. PT to the game due to his outfit. Mint Choco yells for him to run as the charm users charge for an attack. But Jiyu asks why, and this only makes Mint Choco frustrated. Yeah, there are still some users who don't know her MC. Jiyu lifts his wooden stick and brings it down to the ground. Everyone around him flies off, and even the angels flying above them are hit by the impact of his attack. This confuses Mint Choco, but it is too late for her worries since the big explosion destroyed both allies and enemies in the area. Jiyu grins as he announces that he is done with cleanup. Luna comes up behind him, complaining that there is no knowing Noob's next move since what he just did doesn't seem to be the intention of someone who is protecting the human realm. Jiyu only laughs at this, saying that he didn't use his full power. Luna can only agree since she knows how Jiyu can easily destroy the whole planet if he wishes. Don't give him any ideas, please. Now that everything is cleared up, Jiyu quickly spots Leor, who managed to survive Jiyu's attack. Jiyu tells the sprawled Leor that they should have a talk, calling her Whip Girl. Seeing the state Leor is in, Jiyu tells Roach Lady to heal the Whip Girl. Luna complies and uses the Divinity of Life on Leor. Though Jiyu isn't showing it in his face, he is amazed at how instantaneous the Roach Lady's healing skill is despite Leor probably being level 600. Fully healed, Leor stands up, shaking. She asks if he intends to humiliate her. Jiyu dismisses this and says he only wants to talk. He explains how he heard from Habek that Riot got killed, but Leor doesn't let him speak and attacks him instead with her whip. The attack is, of course, useless against our MC because of his healing factor skill. Leor also knows this, but she wants to vent her anger and sorrow at losing her brother. And for her, it was Jiyu who caused all this. She really should think things through before taking action. Leor rains a shower of attacks with her whip at Jiyu, and he yells at her to listen to him. He screams at how everything is just a misunderstanding. Still, Leor refuses to listen, believing that the robe found on her dead brother belongs to Jiyu. Her answer only irritates Jiyu, and he can't help yelling at her for being an idiot. Luna only smiles at this, knowing that she is right about how Leor won't listen. She then reminds Jiyu about how the NPCs have built-in emotions. In the current state of Leor, reasoning out to her would be in vain. Luna then adds that this is fun since talking to her is almost like talking to an actual human. Right? Like a stubborn person who refuses to listen to reason. Jiyu stares at Luna, ignoring Leor's attacks. It was then that Jiyu realized that Luna was hiding behind him. Jiyu asks what she's doing, and Luna smiles as she admits that she doesn't want to get hit by Leor's whip. Jiyu lets her hide, but then he gets all serious as he asks if Luna killed Riot. Luna smiles at him, not affirming or denying her involvement in this matter. Luna chooses that time to peek out at Leor and asks what happened to Riot's body, whether it was burned or not. This question infuriates Leor into tears and starts to attack again, but she wasn't able to talk or deal more damage because Luna suddenly appeared behind her and chopped her nape with her hand. She should have just done this from the start. Luna then asks if it's already been 3 days since Riot died and reveals that he will soon revive. Leor hears this before she faints from the attack. Jiyu is amazed at how fast Luna is and ensures that Leor is still alive. Luna assures him that Leor is simply knocked out and comments on how realistic Chrono Life is since it lets you knock out others just like in real life. I'm starting to rethink whether Chrono Life indeed is a game or not. Seeing that Leor is fine, Jiyu confirms if he heard right about Riot reviving. Luna confirms this and explains that Riot is of ruling blood, and this kind of angel can't die. She adds that if they even do die, they can still revive after 3 days. Luna concludes that Leor must not have known it because she has never seen one before. But there is a catch. Luna says that even though Riot will be revived, he will lose his halo, become a Starlight, and fall to the human realm. Oh, and it's Star who finds the newly revived Riot. Jiyu glares at Luna and asks her how she knows all of this, but Luna says it is a secret. Jiyu continues to frown as he changes the question into why she is only revealing this now and not before all the chaos happened. Luna chuckles at this and admits that she did this on purpose, stating that this is only a game after all. Luna then says that she didn't expect Jiyu to react like that since she thought he would enjoy it if there was a war. Jiyu looks at her and claims that he is not a sick villain and would only attack whoever throws the first punch at him. He adds that the war broke out because of a misunderstanding, so fighting in this war won't make him feel good. Luna smiles at what Jiyu said and tells him that he should teach the next person a lesson. Jiyu was confused by this, but then he was suddenly attacked by a big red flash of light. Oh, that red light is a dead giveaway of who is attacking. Jiyu coughs while carrying Leor in his arms. Jiyu wonders if some enemies are still left, while Luna is shocked at how Jiyu saved Leor just now. Jiyu says he would feel bad if he left her just like that. Leor regains consciousness and hears Jiyu's following words as he says that Leor only wanted to save her brother right from the start, and he wants her to see Riot when he revives. Luna chuckles as she compliments Noob for being sweet. Jiyu tells her to shut it since he has been a nice guy all along. Jiyu then tells Luna to heal Leor since he wasn't able to altogether avoid the attack just now. Acting like a good girl, Luna complies. It feels like Leor is starting to fall for our MC. I hope that's not the case. The sound of heals comes closer, and a voice expresses shock at how a human is still alive despite her attack. Jiyu looks up and finds Captain Love in her essence of the Demon King form. Love glares at him while Luna tells Noob to watch out since it isn't the Love that he knows. She then explains that Love became the sin of envy, and her personality changed because of this. Jiyu is surprised that this kind of thing is possible in the game. Luna says anything is possible in Chrono Life. She adds that Jiyu also experienced this when his gender changed. Jiyu refuses to believe it, saying it's not the same since he was not wholly forced to become another person. Luna smiles and says the premise is similar since the game can never really change a user's personality. To explain further, she says that Love lost the authority to control her character. Even if they look or feel the same sensations as their characters in the game, in the end, they are still characters inside a game. Luna explains that it is technically impossible to get hacked since the game uses headgear requiring authentication. Still, within the game, it is a different matter. And the Love they see before them now is a character controlled by the AI called the Sin of Envy. Won't the game developers get sued for this? At that exact moment, the loud thud resounds as Love curses at her predicament. She yells to be released and calls for Undies and Roach Lady. Luna softly chuckles since she can clearly hear Love calling for them, but she intends to ignore her completely. Luna recalls how much she has done to get into that moment. Despite Luna's fast heartbeat, she only intends to sit back and watch, hoping to see Noob kill Love with his own two hands. Love, or in this case, the AI controlling Love, announces that she is the Sin of Envy. She's not precisely Love, so let's call her Love number 2. Yes, I know. I also have a terrible naming sense, like our MC. No need to point it out in the comments. Please. Love number 2 says she came to the human realm to complete her sin and wants the blood of human lives to turn Chrono Life into a sea of crimson blood. Jiyu cringes at her statement and looks at Luna to ask if all those cringy lines were the AI talking just now. Luna says it is, and then she urges Jiyu to slay her already since the Sin of Envy even came for him first. Jiyu is a bit torn about what he should do, but Love number 2 kicks him in the chin before he can even decide. Before Jiyu could even react to this, Love number 2 jumps and gives him another kick in the face. The strength of the attack surprises Jiyu and gets thrown off with a big boom. Luna warns Jiyu to be careful since all 7 sins have different personalities and abilities. She adds that among all of them, the Sin of Envy hates humans the most. Jiyu sits up from his fall and says he doesn't care about that. What he is concerned about is how Captain Love got so strong. Luna explains that Love became one of the strongest users within the game when she became the Demon King. Luna adds that Love only didn't seem strong because she is like a leech attached to Noob's side. Hearing Luna's tone, Jiyu can easily tell that hostility is laced in her words. Luna adds that Love becoming the Demon King means her stats are multiplied by 10. And Love is also using Knuckles of the Ascendant that he gave Love. In short, Love has OP stats on top of having OP weapons. Love number 2 ignores the fact that Luna and Jiyu are still in the middle of a talk. She charges in and punches Jiyu in the stomach. Luna watches as she reveals that Love has barely used 10% of her real power all this time. Love number 2 throws numerous punches, and Jiyu is not avoiding any of them. While Luna continues to explain how the Sin of Envy is letting Love use her full potential, Love number 2 then uses her warrior skill, Falling Dragon Strike, against Jiyu. At the same time, The real Love is furious at how things are unfolding. She aimed to be stronger to lessen the burden on undies, but seeing this feels like she is trolling instead. Having no control over this matter, Love opts to log out of the game to stop the AI somehow. In real life, Sarang sits up thinking that her logging out somehow helped, but her manager tells her she is wrong, saying her logging out didn't help with anything. As proof, the manager shows a live stream of the game to Sarang, where Love number 2 is currently beating the lights out of undies. Sarang is confused as to how this is possible. This live stream is apparently brought to us by our Chrono Life live streamer, Hawkeye. He explains how he got killed and logged back in to stream what is happening. Like a true professional live streamer, he is. Just then, other users also started logging back in. Still, Hawkeye focuses on the current ongoing battle between Love and the brave warrior. He takes time to explain that Love is also the famous idol, Sarang Han. Hawkeye then expresses his confusion as to why they would be fighting each other when almost everyone in the game knows that the two are companions. The pink-haired female fan from before speaks up, saying that Love is being controlled because Love was previously fighting alongside the other users. She adds how Love's eyes turned red and started acting weird. Hawkeye is surprised by the intrusion into his live stream and tells him to go away. Still, Sarang's fan kept on explaining how what controls Love now is way different from the mind control the whip lady was doing earlier. She and other fans defend Sarang during Hawkeye's live stream. Sarang watches this, surprised at how much she's being defended by her fans. Her manager smiles at how Sarang has a loyal fan and plans to send free concert tickets since this fan no doubt saved Sarang's reputation. Feeling energized by her fan, Sarang decides to log back into the game. Her manager agrees to this and tells her to find out how to take control of her character. The manager also instructs her to find this fan and hug her once things are resolved in the game. Sarang says she will and wears her headgear. She logs back into the game while her manager watches over her. Her manager wonders if Chrono Life really is fun and if she should start playing it as well. And as a sneak peek, Sarang's manager is bound to become one of the strong users of Chrono Life. But like any other sneak peek given to us by this manhwa, it is a story meant to be told in the future. Back in Chrono Life, G receives numerous blows from Love, and other users can only watch as this happens. Seeing that the content is getting boring, Hawkeye, professional as ever, uses this chance to interview other users. He starts it off with Mint Chocolate and asks for her statement on how she treated the brave warrior like a newbie. This makes Mint Choco blush as she admits that she didn't recognize him despite the rumors she had heard before. Seeing that Mint Choco is actually answering his questions, Hawkeye asks her about her thoughts on the fight happening before them. Mint Choco watches GU and Love and says the battle seems one-sided. Mint Choco suddenly pauses, lost in her own thoughts, thinking it might be better to farm than to watch this fight between two users since the war against the heavenly realm is already done. But these thoughts are not only Mint Choco's. For every other user, there is thinking the same thing. But thinking and taking action are two different things. None of these users moved. Even the writer of this manhwa, Hansel, is simply watching over as the scene unfolds. All of these users feel it, by instinct, that the real war is yet to start. Love number 2 rushes in for a kick, but this time, instead of receiving the attack, Jiu puts up his arm. He tells her to stop and return the body to Captain Love before he kills her. He says this in all seriousness, making Love number 2 shiver. Sensing danger, she leaps back and clenches her teeth, claiming how vile humans are. There's no doubt it is the A and I talking, but it also sounds like Leor who's talking. It doesn't seem to have any other lines besides its contempt against humans. Irked at Jiu, Love number 2 fully unleashes the essence of the Demon King. As she sinks, the noise appears at only 0%, while the sync status achieves 100%. Love number 2 activates the skill, Clutches of Death. The wings on her back become more prominent and change their form. From afar, the wings look like they have turned into giant demon hands. Love number 2 tells him to die and swoops in for an attack. The wings clench into fists and punch at where Jiu is. The skill Love number 2 uses is a hidden unique skill of the Demon King that can freely take shape on the user's preference. It is also a strong skill since the physical power used to attack is converted from the Demon King's infinite magic power. Jiu comments on how cool the attack is and ponders how to use this skill for himself. Seeing that the vile human is unharmed, Love number 2 charges for an attack while mocking him. Jiu then injects magic power into his ego briefs and commands them to materialize. The system announces the materialization of a Ventinor's soul into reality. and Avon Tafter's human-like hands appear from Jiyu's briefs. Jiyu calls the move the clutches of the dragon while doing his unholy pose. Oh god, our eyes need to be cleaned after this scene. The dragon is coming out of our MC's undies. Every user who sees this cringes with disgust, but even if it looks disgusting, the hands were able to stop Love Number 2's wings by grabbing into them. Love Number 2 curses and mocks Jiyu, but Jiyu makes weird noises, making Love Number 2 more irritated. I'm honestly cringing when I read this chapter. Up above, the real Love watches and cheers for Jiyu. Someone then tells her to shut up since no one else can really even hear her. Love looks back and finds Roach Lady behind her. Luna says that she can clearly hear her, but Noob won't be able to do so. Love flinches at Luna's words and wonders out loud if Roach Lady is up to something shady again. Luna smirks at this and claims that Love doesn't really mean anything to Noob since, for him, Love is merely a way to pass his time. She says that Love only happened to be there when Jiyu was role-playing his secretly OP persona, but what happened next irritated Luna to no end since Love has been crossing the line and would always bother and stick to Noob. Luna calls Love a nuisance, making Love shout at her for repeatedly picking fights. Love asks what Luna even is in Undi's life. Luna smiles at this as she claims that they are soulmates. Love laughs at this as she reminds Luna that Undies only sees her as an awful person right from what she did when they first met. Love claims that Luna may flirt with him, but this doesn't mean that Undies will ever like her. Luna's face darkens as she mutters how Love knows nothing about her since, unlike Love, she's been making sure that Noob feels good. She then points at Noob and makes her watch how much Noob is enjoying his time right at that moment. Our MC is definitely enjoying it in a peculiar way. Alright, Luna reveals how she revived Urin and Yuffie, how this led to the appearance of the Anthromorphs, and how she started this war with the Heavenly Realm. Feeling proud, Luna says it is all because of her that Noob is enjoying his time playing Chrono Life, and to further make fun of Love, Luna claims that Noob doesn't hate her since he even kissed her. Now hold up, it was you who initiated that kiss, not our MC. Stop spreading fake news. Hearing this horrifies Love, and Luna relishes seeing that look on Love's face. She once again repeats how Noob kissed her, and to prove her point, she says that she plans to show it to her. Luna then disappears and appears right before Jiyu, who is still in the middle of clutching his big hands with Love Number 2. Luna apologizes and kisses him on the lips. Jiyu blushes as Luna kisses him, and everyone who sees this also blushes, but is not the same for Love, whose eyes are filled with tears. Forget that kiss in the meantime, though I swear I've already deleted it from my head. Let's go to where Star is. Star gulps and gathers her courage, and approaches Riot. She kneels beside him and asks if he's okay. She tells him to wake up, and somehow that did the job. Riot sits up and asks where he is. Star answers, and Riot realizes that he is in the human realm. He then looks at Star and asks who she is. Star smiles as she introduces herself. Riot asks if Star saved him, and Star says she only happens to be there. Riot's chest suddenly throbs and falls back as he coughs up some blood. Riot curses because the part where Luna stabbed him still hurts. Star is shocked by what is happening and checks her bag. She didn't bring any healing potions, but she remembers that she does have a sweet potato in her bag. This item can heal a small amount of HP. Riot looks at it as he says thank you, but says it is not enough to help him because of his high level. Star is not worried about this and smiles as she brings out more sweet potato from her bag. Riot flinches at the amount of sweet potato and asks how come she has a lot of these, if she didn't bring a healing potion with her. Star explains how this is lighter and a well-known beginner's item, so she makes sure that she always has them in stock. I have something similar in my merchant's inventory. Instead of red pots, I have a lot of apples and red herbs. Riot chuckles a bit at meeting a strange human like Star. Then he admits that he doesn't have the energy to eat it and claims he will soon die. But Star is not having any of those depressing talks and puts a sweet potato in Riot's mouth. She then happily smiles and tells him she will feed him herself. With Star's help, Riot was able to get healed by eating all of those sweet potatoes, avoiding death. Going back to our MC, I'm skipping ahead to the part after that scene that Luna pulled. Luna claims that her heart is fluttering while sweating. Seriously, what's with all the sweat? Luna claims that Jiyu took both her first and second kiss while Jiyu covers his mouth, flustered at what just happened. MC, why didn't you stop her? My ship should be sailing already. Our idiot of an MC finally regains a bit of his composure and asks what Roach Lady is doing. From what he just said, that means he just got kissed by a cockroach. Ha. Jiyu complains, but Luna laughs, saying that she really wants to do that. But there is also another reason. The clutches of death suddenly blow up, while Luna claims the other reason is to awaken the sin of envy. After saying that, Luna disappears, while Love dashes and kicks GU. Love continuously attacks GU, making our MC curse and pull out one of his hidden skills. He uses the speed of light and approaches Love, thinking that she has been completely taken over and can't be reasoned with. GU intends to knock her out, but he sees tears falling down Love's face. GU screeches to a stop, creating a big wind explosion that throws Jippery and Hongsul into the air. The creators of this manhwa are really being tossed like nothing. The other users cover themselves from the impact. Min Shoko can't believe that what the brave warrior did can cause such a significant impact. GU looks at the back of Captain Love and asks for confirmation if she is now back to normal. Love doesn't react, but GU simply sighs at how his captain is finally back to normal and explains what happened. Our MC doesn't know that Love is aware of everything that happened when Love number 2 took over her body. GU says he had a hard time since it is hard for him to attack his one and only captain. He also adds that he can't do anything against her since she also became a unique boss whose character will reset if she dies. GU once again expresses his relief, but Love doesn't respond to any of his ramblings. GU sighs again and asks her if she's crying right now because of him. Love continues to cry, with tears dripping from her face. She then tells him how her celebrity life started from a young age, how she went through a lot of things because of her parents, and how this led her to close herself from the world. It was only after a while that Sarang managed to pick her life back up and rejoin the entertainment world. As Sarang Han, everyone knows of her, but because of her life, she doesn't know how to talk with a man or what it means to date. She says that her upbringing might be why she is bad at expressing herself. She recalls how she constantly yells and unleashes her anger at undies. Love is well aware of how she's been acting like a child and explains that her emotional age has been stuck at 5 years old. So for Love, it was hard for her to honestly express her feelings, but she is well aware of the fact that she really likes undies. This surprises GU, and Love finally looks at him and once again admits how much she likes GU. Tears continue to fall as Love says this to GU. Hawkeye and the other users are watching from where they are. Everyone is curious about what is happening since the fighting stopped and how the brave warrior and Love seem to be talking. Hawkeye, being the gossip that he is, wants to get close to listen to their conversation. But as Hawkeye said this, his viewers quickly shut his idea down. Hawkeye then laughs it off, saying there is no way he is really doing something like that. Phew. Good thing they can't hear what's happening with our MC and Love. In real life, Manager watches Hawkeye's live stream, worried for Sarang. Back in the game, Love recounts how she confessed her love to GU at the beach before. She says that she didn't receive an answer, but Sarang let it go since she didn't want to rush GU. She admits that she is afraid of how GU might reject her, and how this will crush her entire world. She says she let it go because she also enjoyed the time she spent with him. Tears fall to the ground as she recalls how Roach Lady and Undies kissed. Looking down, she asks for GU's answer and asks if it is alright for her to like him. GU blushes at the confession, but this breaks his head as he wonders how Captain Love could possibly like someone like him. He suddenly sweats as he recalls her previous confession, wondering if it really wasn't a joke. GU thinks about how they play like usual, so our MC thought it was just a joke. Still thinking that way, GU forces a smile as he tells Captain Love to stop joking. These words only make Love cry more. GU freaks out since this situation is confusing him too much. Captain Love is Sarang Han, a famous celebrity in music, acting, TV shows, or promoting. And whichever form of media it may be, there is no denying how famous she is. For that Sarang Han to fall for a guy like him. He is left speechless. Darn it. MC, you're downing yourself too much. You're blind to what Sarang sees in you. Luna shivers with glee as she watches this, thinking that Noob is doing a great job with his reactions. Luna hopes that GU would take that last step to push Love further into oblivion. GU awkwardly laughs as he scratches his head. It shows in his face how much his head has finally broken down as he laughs at this matter as some sort of nonsense. He is still confused about what the Sarang Han can see in someone like him. To make things light, he claims that Captain Love is only acting right now and pulling his leg as a prank. GU laughs, saying it would never work on him. Tears continue to fall from Love's eyes, her heart shattering into pieces with every word and reaction coming from GU. To make matters worse, Luna decides that this is the perfect time for her to butt in, as she claims that Noob's reaction is the realistic response to this situation. She smiles, claiming that it was only a coincidence that Noob met the user, who happens to be a famous celebrity in real life. And this star ends up falling for Noob. As if it wasn't enough, Luna pushes another dagger with her words, claiming that this doesn't make any sense since it is so childish and cliché, and no one would believe it even if it were true. Luna smilingly looks at Noob, asking him to agree. Since GU is confused, he agrees with what Luna just said and adds how unrealistic it is. As a last push, Luna clings to GU and says that love means the couple must match, just like her and Noob. Not thinking clearly, GU hesitantly agrees with what Luna just said. "I'm sorry, but can I just kill our MC? That might fix his brain somehow." The tears never stop pouring out from Love's eyes, as if understanding how everything stands. She musters up all she has to smile and thank GU for his answer to her confession. This being the last straw, the system announces how the requirements to awaken as the sin of envy have been fulfilled. A blast of red light flashes from Love, confusing our idiotic MC more. Luna smiles and shivers with delight at how things are finally happening how she wants them to be. I don't like it when Luna gets her way, but I still can't help but think that she's doing everything for a greater reason. Red fluid gushes out from Love as she floats up high in the air. The fluid increases, and it covers Love completely. Those who didn't understand what was happening were filled with horror. The red fluid sphere suddenly falls to the ground with a loud splat. GU calls for Captain Love, and the solidified red substance cracks open in half. Bright red light bursts from the broken sphere, while Luna explains that this is Love's annihilation skill. The burst of red light is divided into numerous lights, like a red fountain. But this red fountain is deadly as each beam hits the ground. The mass explosion slays a lot of users, and running away is not even an option. GU watches as this happens while Luna smiles. GU calls for Captain Love, but Luna tells him that the thing before him is no longer love. The big lump of the red substance causing destruction is now the sin of envy. GU looks at the red thing, thinking how Captain Love could turn into a monster. With her hand making her into this, the sin of envy opens up and unleashes another attack of annihilation. GU uses Swing Up to deflect it, causing a big explosion. But instead of disappearing into space, the big burst of annihilation divided itself and fell into the lands of Chrono. Explosions boomed everywhere, and GU clenched his teeth, thinking of Captain Love. No point in feeling frustrated now. Luna admits how she knew things would be amazing since having the Demon King become the sin of envy means there can be a continuous release of the annihilation skill. It won't even be cancelled out even if Noob attacks. She smiles as she asks what Noob plans to do now since letting Love, as is, will destroy the human realm. She adds that Love can't return to her original form now that she is completely fused with the sin of envy, explaining that it is a unique trait of the sin. Luna kept on talking, claiming she was worried for Love and how she couldn't do anything even if she logged out of the game. Saying that there is no other way out, Luna suggests that Noob should end Love with his own hands. This instigator is really smooth. With a dark face, GU says he will, making Luna extremely happy with his decision. Then GU tells Luna to stay put since he plans to do the same to her. Just like that, GU disappears, leaving Luna, who sadly smiles, saying that is all she wished for. GU appears before the sin of envy and apologizes to Captain Love. He swings his wooden stick against the enemy, claiming that he will make sure that Captain Love won't be in pain. But the attack our MC didn't defeat his enemy. The sin of envy appears above him, preparing to release another annihilation skill. GU is surprised at how it survived, but the enemy doesn't care about his thoughts and shoots out a red beam. Too late to evade, GU uses 1,000,000 strikes against the annihilation skill. But just like what happened before, the annihilation skill divides into numerous beams and drops to the ground. GU expected this to happen and intended to break each of them before it even landed on the ground. So once again, our MC uses 1,000,000 strikes, and each annihilation beam explodes mid-air. Luna looks at the fireworks, enjoying herself since it is similar to watching an apocalypse unfold before her eyes. Yeah, an apocalypse of your own doing. Luna looks beside her, where God is. God says that the planet is not so weak that it can be ended just like this. Luna then reminds him about how Noob destroyed the planet before. Like cold water splashed into him, God agrees and says that GU is just too OP. God then claims that you should step in and play the part of a guard. Luna looks at him curiously and sighs as she asks why God is in the human realm since he is supposed to be busy doing stuff for the ending. God smiles, saying it is too early to talk about the end. Luna asks what he means and if the sin of envy hasn't completed her duty yet. God says that the sin of envy has fulfilled it already with the help of the explosions from earlier. He then explains that they still need to see how this fight will end because there won't be an ending if the sin of envy wins. Luna laughs at this, saying that Noob won't lose. God smiles and tells Luna to keep a close eye on this battle because the sin of envy is stronger than Luna has ever imagined. The sin of envy and Jiyu face each other. Jiyu is perplexed at how he isn't leaving any scratches on it despite the numerous hits he has already unleashed. He ponders if the monster before him has self-healing abilities or if it is able to dodge despite its size. Jiyu sighs and says he has no choice. He then disappears and stands on top of the sin of envy. Jiyu claims that he should just get close and crack its skull. The sin of envy shudders at the threat, and true to his word, Jiyu smashes his wooden stick on the top of the monster. True to his word, the attack cracks the sin of envy's head open, making it screech. Jiyu mocks the monster, but then his enemy retaliates by eating up Jiyu as it reforms itself. God smiles widely as he says this is the sin of envy's unique attribute which fuses itself with the target and steals everything from it. Wait, do you mean the sin of envy has eaten up not only Captain Love but also our MC? But don't you think this kind of thing would be nothing against our MC's healing factor? God continues to explain how the sin of envy envies, hates and denies its target and ends it by stealing everything from its target. God still smiles widely, saying how Love had her whole body stolen by the sin of envy this way. It adds how it can even fuse itself with literally anything, whether it is living or not. But when a big blast of attack comes from the sin of envy, God flinches and sweats, saying that is how it is supposed to go. The red sphere that is the sin of envy is once again cracked open, with our MC really irritated at how he got swallowed. He lifts his wooden stick saying that the monster should be ready to pay up for what it just did. Jiyu smashes the monster with his weapon, throwing the monster off him. Jiyu flies off to where it is and smacks it once more. This injures the sin of envy, but Jiyu doesn't hesitate to activate Speed of Light to continuously attack his enemy. The monster cracks, and Jiyu announces the finale as he brings down his weapon one more time. The sin of envy crashes to the ground. The two spectators are still together, chatting. Luna sighs as she asks about God's claims and comments how the sin of envy looks like it is the weakest sin. Dumb talk, please. You're just raising a flag. Jiyu looks down, thinking it is finally over, but something sparkles from below, catching Jiyu's eyes. The sin of envy is back in its liquid blob form and wriggles on the ground. Jiyu sighs, thinking how the monster is holding on for dear life despite getting all beaten up. But the sin of envy wriggles and decreases somehow, disappearing into the crack on the ground. These actions confuse not only Jiyu but also Luna, and God says this is the scary thing about the sin of envy, its ability to fuse with anything. The red liquid stuff suddenly increases and wriggles on the ground as Jiyu watches in shock. God declares that the sin of envy chose to fuse itself with the Chrono continent. The sin of envy recovers itself now that it has merged with the land of Chrono. Jiyu watches the monster get big, wondering how big it could get. It could probably get bigger depending on what it chooses to fuse with. The rising red liquid solidifies itself and turns into a monstrous form of Leviathan, the sea dragon. Jiyu wonders if this is the sin of envy's true form. He looks at Leviathan and sees a shadow on top of its head. As Jiyu looks closely, he finds Captain Love with half of her body submerged on the top of the enemy. Unable to control his glee, God laughs hard for some time. He states that now that they've reached this point, he tells Luna that they should really enjoy this show together. God wonders out loud what his little friend will do since this battle will determine if Jiyu will open the door or not. God and Luna are good co-conspirators. They're both twisted in their own way. Jiyu looks at Captain Love, who is on top of the sea dragon. There was a sudden flap of wings behind Jiyu, and it was Eurus who called him. Glad to see his master. Eurus jumped onto Jiyu's head, declaring his arrival. Eurus ruffles Jiyu's hair as he says that he is done dropping Star to a safe area. Jiyu tells Eurus to get his foot off his mouth. Displeased at how it is being ignored, Leviathan nudges Jiyu with its body. The attack makes Jiyu fly off to the ground with a crash. Jiyu complains since he was talking when the monster attacked. Eurus flies to where Jiyu is and asks if he is okay. Jiyu answers that he is and admits that he is mainly irritated at the cheap attacks of the enemy. Not waiting for Jiyu to recover, Sea Dragon uses Annihilation, and Jiyu is pissed at how it is using that skill again. He declares that he will crack its head open, but Jiyu suddenly stops when he remembers how Captain Love is on the head of that monster. Instead of attacking, Jiyu brings down his weapon. While I'm happy our MC's hesitation, that's still a bad move in a sense. This surprises Uris, wondering what is wrong with GU. The monster unleashes annihilation on GU, and our MC does nothing to deflect or defend against it. Seeing that GU won't do anything, Uris flies off to safety. The impact of the attack causes a big explosion, throwing Uris off and tumbling to the ground. Uris survives the attack somehow, thanking the fact that his body is not only cute but also bouncy. Lol. Uris finally gets enlightened on the advantages of his current form. Uris then sits up and looks for GU. Uris can tell that the annihilation skill is more condensed magic power this time, and there is a possibility that GU didn't survive that attack. Uris calls for GU, worried that he might be gone for good. The smoke dissipates, and Uris finally finds GU. Uris expresses his happiness at how GU is safe despite that strong attack, but GU doesn't say anything, and Uris asks him if there is any problem. He asks why GU would stop his counterattack and if this concerns Captain Love, who is on top of the sea dragon. GU's face is dark as he admits that he doesn't know. Don't rush him too much. Uris, our MC still needs time to take it all in and process his emotions and thoughts. GU recalls how Luna mentioned that Love might be sad for killing all those humans even though it was not her intention. She even told GU to end Love with his own hands, and he replied that he plans to do that. GU clenches his weapon and shudders as he tells Uris how he has already decided to kill Captain Love, and yet he really can't bring himself to do it. Hearing GU admit this, Uris smiles with a smug look on his face. Oh yeah, our leader for this OTP is showing his approval as well. GU sees the look on Uris's face, asking what's with his face. Uris continues to smile while saying that GU sounds like he is in love. GU blushes at Uris' words and pulls on Uris' face. He yells at Uris to stop the joke since this matter before them is serious. Still, Uris only laughs at him, saying GU shouldn't be shy since GU isn't acting like himself and has been dragging this for a long time. Uris adds that if it was a different time, GU would have already defeated the sea dragon. No doubt about that. GU continues to blush, unable to refute Uris. He continues pulling on Uris' face while Uris asks him if GU and Captain Love are now dating. GU tells Uris to shut up since Uris already knows that it is not the case. He reminds Uris that Love is a famous celebrity in real life, so there's no way she would even consider him that way. Darn it, I'll take Captain Love for myself if you're going to keep on denying her feelings for you. GU recalls his conversation with Captain Love and tells Uris that even before he appeared, that conversation was long over. Uris then says that everything is fine. He concludes that GU should crack the enemy open if the sea dragon is a mix of Captain Love and the sin of envy. GU's face darkens, and he lets go of Uris' face as he says that he is already planning to do that. But GU hesitates when he thinks of Captain Love. Out of nowhere, a sweet potato is shoved into GU's mouth. This makes GU stop thinking as he stares at Uris, who did the shoving. He asks Uris what it is, and Uris explains that he got it from Star. GU eats the sweet potato as Uris tells him to eat up and stop overthinking things. He says that GU should just beat his enemy to clear his head since thinking really only works for intelligent people, and GU doesn't fall into that category. Lol, I don't know if Uris is encouraging him or dissing him. Our MC takes it as an encouragement and sighs. GU says that Uris is absolutely right. He squashes the leftover sweet potato in his hand and spits out the sweet potato skin in his mouth. GU then grabs his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick and faces the sea dragon, claiming that he is now charged up. He immediately uses swing up against Leviathan, making the monster hissed. The monster drops down and slithers toward GU for an attack. GU comments on how fast it is and how it was able to dodge the explosion of his attack. He says that aside from Urin, not counting Buttman, the sea dragon is the first to dodge his attack. What? Then that makes Leviathan the second or third enemy to avoid it. The sea dragon charges, but GU evades and jumps to the enemy's head. With a devilish look on his face, GU claims that he would once again be going to get close to hit him. Just like that, he smacks the sea dragon up into the air. GU jumps up and strikes again. Our MC continuously moves in the direction of the sea dragon and hits on it. Leviathan gets thrashed mid-air because of GU's constant attacks. Uris clings to GU's cape as GU moves from place to place and asks why GU won't go for Captain Love instead since she is sticking out from the sea dragon's head like a big hint. Uris adds that Captain Love might be the weak spot of the monster. GU looks at Uris with disgust. asking if he wants to play whack-a-mole with his captain. Urus smiles and blushes, saying that Jiyu could do that, then smugly adds that he actually hopes that Jiyu would kiss Captain Lud instead. Woohoo! That's it, leader. Make our MC kiss love. Also, thanks for this image, even though it is all in your imagination. With his lips pouting, Urus claims that this is the surefire method of awakening the female lead. See, even Urus approves of love as the FL for this story. He adds that it must be a wet French kiss to ensure she awakens. Jiyu shuts Urus up by grabbing his face. Jiyu tosses Urus off, skeptical at how a kiss would awaken the female lead since this story is no fairy tale. Jiyu activates one of his unique attributes, the Soul of the Sword, and it levels up and adds a new skill. Jiyu uses the Strike with both hands, which is apparently a legit sword skill, against the Sea Dragon. This causes a more enormous explosion that reaches into space. Jiyu smirks, claiming that's the end of the final sin. God smirks as well and says that is not the case. He then points up above, reminding them of its unique attribute to fuse with anything. I wonder if our MC can even hear him. Jiyu looks up with shock as he sees the Sin of Envy fuse itself to the moon. Like its previous spherical form, the Sin of Envy cracks open its mouth and charges toward the planet where Jiyu is. Jiyu glares at its approach while Urus panics at this development. Unlike Urus, Jiyu breaks off into a smile, saying that the Sin of Envy dares to break a planet in front of him. Our MC then announces that he will do more than that. With a flash of bright light, Jiyu activates the 8 Mirrors skill, the Mirror of Expansion. Just like before, Jiyu expands based on his maximum amount of mana. Yeah, we'll see that form again. The Sin of Envy is surprised at the rising appearance of Jiyu as it stands atop the planet. Deeming it not enough, Jiyu activates another skill, the Soul of the Giant, increasing his damage and attack range by 1000%. Having fused these two skills, Jiyu claims that he is now past breaking planets and will be breaking the universe. Jiyu then strikes with his wooden stick, and the explosion from it reaches the Sin of Envy. The enemy gets destroyed into smithereens, leaving nothing of its small red liquid behind. The body of Love floats in space, still unconscious. A hand grabs her shoulder, and Jiyu carries her bridal style with a look of fondness. He tells her that it is now time for them to head home. Jiyu then flies back to the planet, where the Earth is deeply marked by his footprints. The Adventurers Guild is a prominent place in any gaming fantasy platform. This is where characters can register as adventurers, take certification exams, rank up, take requests, and gain rewards. And in Chrono Life, this is also the place where information is exchanged. Hence, users visit this place almost on a daily basis, though we haven't really seen our MC head to this place. A flash of wind swirls in the air as Minchakotl claims that there is something wrong. She complains about how things have become quiet after the battle with the Heavenly Realm and the fight between the brave warrior and Love. She then looks at Mr. PT, asking for his agreement. Mr. PT takes a bite from a lump of big meat and then laughs. He asks what they should feel weird about when it is preferable when things are at peace. He then enumerates what makes Chrono Life Chrono Life. Minchako asks if Mr. PT has always been this laid back and says she requested to be friends because she found him funny. Mr. PT only laughs as he apologizes for bursting her bubble. Mr. PT finishes his drink and then gets serious in their talk. He tells Minchako to think about why strange things seem to be happening in one go. He recalls how there was Urakan of Veracity up to the latest event of the Sin of Envy. He says that these main quests were never revealed, yet all of these were accomplished almost instantaneously, and we all know who was behind all these events. Bored, Minchako admits that it was strange since most online games would release it through updates that would take half a year to 1 year. Mr. PT says that having the main story move this fast wouldn't be suitable for the game developers since they won't be able to make much money. He explains that with a longer lifespan, the developers would be able to secure a steady stream of income. For Chrono Life to do the opposite is what is strange here. Minchako realizes that Mr. PT is right about this matter, and she sighs as she says that this is the fault of the brave warrior since he is busy finishing those main quests at a fast rate. I wish everyone else also knew who started these events, so they would stop thinking that everything is our MC's fault. Mr. PT laughs at this and comments on how unlucky the game developers of Chrono Life are. The big thud sounds outside the Adventurers Guild, and users are clamoring for some reason. Mr. PT laughs hard as he claims that Minchako is lucky that her wish has been answered. Minchako worriedly looks outside, wondering if this is good or bad. She and Mr. PT head out to check what is happening. She looks up and finds a humongous, I like being looking down upon them from the sky. Doesn't this look like one of the goddess of life's summons? With this foreboding shade of green in the sky and a big eye looking at them. The users only have one thought. The Chrono continent is definitely ending. In real life, Sarang is in her bed, ignoring her plushie of undies, as she recalls what happened inside the game. She suddenly cringes as she remembers how she confessed to undies. She then flails around, throwing off her blanket as she dies from embarrassment. Sarang starts punching her undies merch. Then her question of asking for permission to like undies was repeated by Sarang's manager. Sarang yells for her to stop, but her manager doesn't listen and continues to repeat Love's previous lines. Sarang is horrified and continuously tells her to stop. Sarang yells and throws stuff at her manager, saying how she doesn't even know what really happened since no one heard about what happened since they were far from the other users at that time. The manager claims that anyone could tell what was happening back then, even if they didn't hear. With all the crying after seeing that kiss, it's a wonder why rumors are not flying around already. The manager then asks Sarang about her plan to date after 3 years and asks if Sarang finally got tired of waiting, which is why she confessed to him. Sarang then recalls what she said to her manager from chapter 36 and falls silent. She blushes as she says that was the plan, but when she sees what happened back in the game, Sarang tears up as she recalls that scene. She cries hard as she hugs her undies stuffed toy. Her manager sighs of her crying state, but Sarang speaks up, reminding her manager about the kiss. The manager looks at her charge fondly and tells her not to think too much of the things that occurred within the game. Comforting Sarang, her manager says kissing in the game is nothing but having pixels rub lips against one another. This somehow comforts Sarang, and her manager tells her to stop crying and just focus on claiming Undi's first kiss in real life. I hope this happens real soon. This snaps Sarang to reality, and she agrees with her manager. Sarang compliments her manager for the dating advice, despite them being both clueless about dating. Not that it matters since even our MC is clueless about this stuff. Now that Sarang is back to normal, her manager asks what her plans are since she hasn't logged back into the game ever since that thing happened. The manager tells Sarang that she doesn't have any gigs for the day and she can use this time to log in and see undies instead of hugging that doll of hers. Sarang thinks about it and agrees, but the doorbell suddenly rings. It continuously rings without stopping. And it is Jiyu who is at the door. Sarang and her manager are shocked to find Jiyu outside. Jiyu calls for Captain Love, asking if they can talk. Sarang can't hide her surprise and screams and speaks softly as she asks why he is there. Her manager tells Sarang to calm down and says this is an excellent position for her. She describes how those who approach first are the one who likes the other more. She adds that having Undies approach her means he worries for her, and Sarang takes note of this on her phone. Her manager tells her that this is Sarang's opportunity to catch Undies. Sarang excitedly agrees and decides to head off to the door and meet Undies. But before she could walk off, manager grabbed her by the hood and asked if she planned to see Undies in her sweats. With a glint in her eyes, manager tells Sarang that she must don the proper armor. Good call, manager. Love has almost forgotten to use her looks to charm our MC. Ji receives a message from Sarang, telling him to wait and that she'll be out soon. He looks at his phone, thinking that she will soon answer her door since it has been 10 minutes since she sent him the message. The entrance to Sarang's place creaks open, and Jiyu asks if Captain Love is now ready. He adds that he has his car ready down at the lobby, so they should go down. But he stops talking and blushes when he sees Sarang come out. Sarang tucks her hair behind an ear and looks up at Jiyu, saying they can go now. Jiyu continues to blush, and his heart beats loudly upon seeing her. He slightly stammers as he agrees. Jiyu drives his blue sports car with its hood down. Both of them are blushing, and Jiyu sweats as he decides to make small talk about the weather. They look at each other for a bit, but they both get awkwardly silent. Sarang also sweats as she reminds Jiyu that he should call her by her name instead of Captain Love in real life. Jiyu recalls this happening in chapter 22 and agrees that he should. They once again fall into an awkward silence. Jiyu tries to call her by her name but ends up saying Sarang's full name. Sarang laughs at this and tells him to just call her Sarang. Jiyu tries it out again and finally calls her Sarang. Finally, some progress. This makes her heart beat fast. She bites her lips at first. Then she smiles as she asks Jiyu what it is, calling him by his first name. This makes Jiyu's heart beat loudly once more, and they look away from one another. He awkwardly laughs at how having her call him other than Undies was unexpected. Sarang says she wants to lighten the mood since they are not in the game. They both fell silent once more, but both of their hearts were clearly beating so loud. Too bad our leader for this OTP is not seeing this development. Ji tries to get over the silence and finally tells her that he wants to ask her about something. Sarang asks him what it is, and Ji says it is about how she confessed to him inside the game. He asks if Sarang is serious about it. This question catches Sarang off guard, stabbing her right in the heart. Ji blushes and sweats, confirming if she meant it as a joke. He explains that he has no experience being in that kind of relationship, so he is terrible at telling if that was a joke. Still blushing, Sarang says that Ji got it wrong since she's being serious about it. This makes Ji pause and silent as he recalls how he reacted to Sarang's confession. He then apologizes for how he behaved and says he never thought that the Sarang Han would see him in that light. Describing himself as a nobody makes Sarang sad and tells him that he shouldn't put himself down. She then reminds him of how our MC said similar words to her before. Sarang comments on how confident Ji is inside the game, which is really different from how he acts shy now. But it does make sense if our MC sees his in-game as another persona of his. Ji's face darkens, and the car screeches to a stop. He announces that they've reached their destination. Sarang looks around, asking where they are since she thought they would go to the beach like last time. Ji smiles, saying they are in the low-cost district, the place where he used to live. Sarang curiously looks around and says how she thought they were neighbors all along. Ji sighs as he admits that an ordinary guy like him can't afford to live in such a place. He then tells her how he had just moved in when he brought a cake to her place. This occurred back in Chapter 12. Ji explains how he used to live in a tiny studio apartment until he reached the age of 21. Ji invites her to come in, and Sarang nonchalantly agrees. Realizing her simple answer got her all surprised. Inside Ji's old place, Sarang's heart beats fast as she thinks about how the two of them are alone in that place. Ji suddenly curses about the lack of drinking water in that place and asks if Sarang wants him to get some coffee for them. Sarang says it's okay and reassures Ji by saying that she actually likes tap water straight from the faucet. Sarang drinks the water offered by Ji while Ji thinks about how this is the first time he has met someone who likes to drink tap water. He sighs and smiles as he watches Sarang drink the water. He looks away and reveals how he wants to show this place to her. He then says that he wants to tell her his story. Finally, after 60 chapters, we're now finally learning more about our MC. Ji admits that he feels like it is cringe now that he's about to do so. He says that his story is not that fascinating, and Sarang might not even be curious about it. Sarang blushes as she says that she is curious and adds how Ji never really told her anything about himself until that moment. She fondly smiles at him as she admits how she wants to hear his story from him. This makes Ji blush, but his reaction changes when Sarang pulls out her phone and starts recording him. If it was me, I would also record it on my phone. Ji blushes again as he sighs. He admits how he really doesn't like talking about himself to others, and it is rare for him to do so. Ji recalls how he told his story to Star, though that story lacks his real life. He mentions Sarang's comment on how he always puts himself down and says that the reason he does so is that he is a complete nobody in real life. Ji describes himself as someone who is not notably handsome or tall. He admits that his grades are not that great, and he is not even that good when it comes to sports. And if based on the place he lived in, he is also not well off. Ji says he would only be bronze 4 if he ranks himself based on game tier. By the school grading system, he would be a C or a D. He says he is at the bottom of the pyramid. When it comes to his family, his parents are busy working, so he is always left on his own since he was young. He says he never pitied himself since his parents would even give him money or tell him to keep his head up. He knows that there are those who are in a worse state than him, but nonetheless, Ji says that his life is boring. Oh, this is why we haven't seen any of our MC's family members. He suddenly starts crying kaiji tears as he expresses heartbreak when his parents stopped supporting him financially when he turned 18. He admits that they did send him some money occasionally, but he must still work 2 to 3 part-time jobs to make up for his living expenses. He tells Sarang how he spent his daily life busy and tired from work. It was already a routine for him. But it all changed when he looked up and saw the virtual reality arcade. He had never played them before, though he did play mobile and PC games before. Playing VR was crazy expensive back when he was a kid, so he ended up coming inside the arcade and inquired about the latest popular game. Ji starts playing Chrono Life at that time. The new place and numerous users around him excited him for the first time in a long time. With beginner clothes and a wooden stick for a weapon, Ji smiles at the new world before him. It was at that moment that a new version of him was born.